Chapter 11-17. Countless years later, perhaps the Divine Comedy will spread to the multiverse. Dear readers, the Divine Comedy Lord of Hell that you are looking at now is a product of old Yamont's artistic processing of my dictation. After reading it, please remember to praise my name, Lord of the Seven Hells, Supreme Saint, second only to the seven gods, beautiful succubus Queen Circe, long live. Lord of Hell, Queen Circe, this shameless attitude, it is indeed my whore of a sister, ha 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 ha. 3 years after old Yamont left, I heard a familiar laughter while I was being burnt to a crisp on a volcano. It was so familiar that I woke up abruptly. Little devil. I saw a skinny old monk smiling at me under the bleak rain and desolate mountain. Ah, you can see me. The little devil dressed as an old monk was shocked. I couldn't let the dwarf see my predicament. I split my thoughts and projected my soul into bat-winged fallen angel form. The powerful pressure of 3.5 soul ascension was fully unleashed. Little devil, why did you awaken the demon Lord of Hell? My voice was low as I tried my best to imitate the cold and monotonous tone of the black goddess. Semi-god. The dwarf under the banana tree was so frightened that he collapsed on the muddy waterway. Seeing this, I was extremely pleased and happy. I couldn't even feel the pain of being burned by the volcano anymore. Semi-god. Humph. I pretended to snort in disdain. Beneath the seven gods, I am number one. In hell, I am, the demon. Emperor of Hell. I dragged my voice as if I was singing an opera. 7 hells, is what is written in the Divine Comedy true? Your soul ascended 3.5 times. The dwarf was dumbfounded. If it wasn't for Lalo's treacherous tricks, I might have already grown a second pair of wings, I said resentfully. Lalo, the dwarf couldn't accept the fact that I was once the number one true god and was in a daze. Why did you become a monk? I asked. If the dwarf was glossy and proud, I would be filled with hatred. Now that I saw him as a weather-beaten skinny old piece of cured meat, my inexplicable hatred for him decreased by quite a bit. I'm cultivating, strangely enough, for the first time in our lives, we were able to communicate so calmly. At that moment, I forgot about the hatred he had for not giving me a single contribution point. Considering how well he took care of Messiah, even giving her his own Gene Island, my hatred for him was permanently reduced by half. Sigh. What's the point of training? You were born greedy and lustful, hypocritical and vicious, treacherous and cunning, committing all kinds of evil, doing no good, ridiculous and laughable. How can you break through to become a demigod priest? Why don't you come to hell and become a true little demon? I'll be the Lord of Hell, and you'll be the great general. What do you think? It was very rare for me to fall in love with a dwarf. The dwarf's face that was already tanned by the scorching sun became even darker. No matter what, I'm still stronger than you. If you can ascend, so can I, that's right. How did you manage to sublimate your soul 4 times in just a few decades? Even Qizong is only a so-so. The longing in his eyes was undisguised. Ha ha ha, are you jealous? This is talent. I laughed proudly. What's the trick? I'm only 1 step away from breaking through to become a demigod priest. The anticipation in the dwarf's eyes grew even stronger. As long as your faith is pious enough, it's easy to sublimate your soul. To be honest, I've always been studying the witchcraft of beauty and desire, but I've never purposely pursued the sublimation of my soul. Do you know the background of the 7 gods? The dwarf asked hesitantly. Danny Rise is one of the 7 gods, but the 7 gods aren't her. You actually know? The dwarf was shocked. If you know, why are you still so pious? It's because I know her identity that I can't get over that barrier in my heart. As long as I know that she's the strongest in the world, no matter what identity she has, what creed she preaches, I will believe in her sincerely. The stronger she is, the more pious I will be. It's that simple. The dwarf's expression twisted. So, your faith is in strength, and not the 7 gods. If Lalo, that villain's strength is the strongest in the world, I might believe in him, but it's impossible for me to sublimate my soul. I also acknowledge the creed of the 7 gods from the bottom of my heart. But have you ever practiced the creed of the 7 gods? What does it have to do with whether I follow the creed of the 7 gods or not, and I sincerely acknowledge the creed? Your way of thinking isn't rare. Almost all shallow believers are like you. They acknowledge the creed, but due to their desires and benefits, they are unable to fully practice the creed. But it's impossible for them to sublimate their souls. Maybe, you really are a weirdo with a special talent. The dwarf sighed. In the next few years, Tyrion often chatted with me. He even used the Divine Comedy to project his consciousness into hell, and also briefly summoned my consciousness into the real world. Know the enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. Since you want to compete with Lalo for hegemony in hell, you can't purposely avoid it. You have to understand it, find its fatal flaw, learn from it, and use its strengths. Doesn't it have a lot of experience? You can curry favor with it, try to get information from it, and make up for your shortcomings in transcendence. The little devil gave me advice. And so, I entered the 7th layer of hell again to find the group of friends I had abandoned. Thanks to the dwarf's reminder, Lalo had indeed achieved great things in the few years I had been separated from him. First, he subdued all of the red-robed monk demons and formed a systematic leadership. Then, the red god demons ran around and helped him recruit troops in the 5th layer of hell, gathering tens of thousands of demons from the world of darkness. Finally, he compiled the great devil scripture as the scripture of hell, demon Lord Lalo's creed, and spread it widely to every evil spirit, demon, ghost servant, and even living people in the mortal world. Sand accumulates into a tower. With the support of many believers, Lalo's strength became even stronger. I was also envious of his majesty. There were guards of honor at every entrance and exit. At the front, the demon poet played and sang. In the middle, 8 strong demon generals carried the palanquin. At the back, 4 succubi scattered red spider lilies, and there were hundreds and thousands of minions shouting slogans, "Damn it, my tribesmen betrayed me too." Succubi. Will all women who cultivate the goddess of desire meditation technique evolve into succubi? Tyrion asked with a frown. Not in the beginning. When I was the first to evolve into a fallen angel with bat wings, purple skin with magic patterns, sexy little horns, black hair, and purple eyes, the images of those female evil spirits who cultivate the goddess of desire meditation technique slowly moved closer to me. Thus, there was the saying of the succubi tribe. Why do you say that you are the king of succubi? Tyrion asked again. As long as I release my aura, almost no succubi can straighten their backs in front of me, including that lowly servant Sheila Youngshin. Isn't that a king? Tyrion nodded his head lightly and asked again, can you control those little succubi? Of course not. Our main bodies are being tortured in hell, and we can't control them, let alone control others. Looks like Dragon Queen didn't completely release the authority of hell. The little demon pondered for a moment and asked again, have you cultivated the Song of Laws? There is only divinity, there is no law. Mentioning this, I was also very troubled. I originally didn't have the talent for cultivation, and relied on the sublimation of my soul to increase the sensitivity of my spiritual power to the sea of laws to become a succubi. Speaking of which, my talent shouldn't be considered top-notch. The law is the foundation, and it is much more useful than the titles of succubi queen and demon king of hell. I can't solve the problem of your cultivation, and we are not of the same faction. I have a good idea. The little demon thought for a moment and said. Tell me about it, I asked curiously. You marry Lalo, treat him as the king of hell, and you will be the queen. Impossible, I interrupted him angrily. That little person is ugly and evil, and he is even more annoying than Robert. But there is one thing that he is right about. He is a person who does great things, and he is theoretically the ruler of hell. Your main bodies are trapped, but he is free. If you don't join forces with him, he will continue to scheme against you in the dark. Think about it, he used more than 6,000 years to scheme against Dragon Queen. How terrifying is he? On the contrary, if you dispel his wariness, his wisdom will be used by you, and in the end, you will achieve endless glory. Don't doubt, Lalo's strength may not be great, but his ability to nurture others is definitely top-notch. Balerion is his disciple, and he founded the Valeglia Empire for 6,000 years. Dragon Queen also used the Grand Wizard meditation technique as her foundation to achieve what she has today. His words seemed to make sense, but I still couldn't make up my mind. I thought of Jamie, and I had been looking forward to forming the Hell's twin lions with him, and maybe even giving birth to a real demon, Jamie. Now that Jamie was not young anymore, and he had committed many sins, perhaps he could accompany me in hell. Even if he could ascend to heaven with his merits, he would definitely be willing to swim in boiling oil, climb a mountain of blades, jump into a sea of fire with me. If Jamie had been there that day, Lalo wouldn't have been able to plot against me so easily. I told Tyrion my thoughts. He seemed to be anxious. Balerion betrayed him and took away his Song of Fire. Dragon Queen is even more ruthless, but I believe that you can surpass the two of them. After all, you are an expert. Think about Robert. Cersei, I believe in your abilities, he said sincerely. After I married him, I have been with him for a long time. If my soul is enhanced again, will he feel threatened and interrupt my advancement again? I began to hesitate. Tyrion thought about it and sighed. Definitely. But don't worry, I will help you consult an expert. Who? 7 Treasures. I was filled with anticipation when I heard that it was St. Matthew. After the long night ended, St. Matthew came to hell with long-faced Arya. Arya was a soul reaper, and she was in charge of dealing with the evil spirits who couldn't go to hell after they died. St. Matthew didn't hold any position, but walked barefoot in the 7 levels of hell. He made a sacred vow that he would never ascend to heaven before he cleansed all the demons in hell. He was a ruthless person. Mountains of swords, seas of fire, pots of oil, glaciers. He had appeared in all the 18 punishment divisions. He had endured the same pain as the evil spirits. If I don't feel your pain, how can I persuade you to be kind and merciful? Those were his original words. When the evil spirits wailed on the execution ground, he would recite the 7 gods' scripture and use mercy to resolve the evil spirits' resentment and hatred. I had been recited by him a few times, and his merciful voice almost made my head explode. 7 Treasures didn't have any secret arts to enhance one's soul, but he had taught me a little trick. When a person is idle, their thoughts tend to wander. If you can keep your thoughts in check and recite the 7 gods' scripture in your subconscious mind, you can resist any form of soul attack. Although I couldn't do it now, I believed in 7 Treasures. The process of marriage was easier than I had imagined, but there were also unexpected difficulties. When he heard that I was willing to serve him as the king and be the queen, Lalo ignored Shurera Yangshin's dissuasion and happily agreed. I didn't know that Shurera had always been scheming to become the queen of the Shadow Demon Kings. Originally, I was still reluctant, but when I saw someone else fighting with me, especially a woman, I immediately became spirited and my desire to compete increased. I chose you to be the queen because you have the mandate of heaven. When I wrapped around Lalo's muscular waist like a vine, he pushed me away. What was even more unbearable than forcing me to do it was rejecting my passion. I was already furious, and I was about to throw a tantrum out of habit. Suddenly, the word mandate of heaven reminded me of Tyrion's advice. Lalo's knowledge is second only to the Holy Mother, who controls fate. You have to listen more, ask more, and be less angry. You are the most foolish when you are angry. What mandate of heaven? You are the first evil spirit of hell. Back then, in order to settle you down, Danny Rise created a virtual hell, which is the prototype of the current 7 layers of hell. Really? I was a little flattered. As Danny Rise's lifelong enemy, I naturally had to pay attention to her every move. In fact, back then, I was even prepared to launch a sneak attack on her dimension of faith. The birth, separation, independence, and growth of heaven and hell were all witnessed by me. Why didn't you launch a sneak attack? I was waiting for her to move the dimension of faith out of the Westeros. Unfortunately, she didn't. Isn't heaven a worldwide place? Foreigners can also go to heaven and hell, I asked curiously. Lalo seemed to be looking at me with disdain. The dimension of faith doesn't belong to any of the 7 countries, but it is still within the range of the Westeros world will. Do you know the Green Prophet? With the 3-eyed crow around, I was unable to launch a sneak attack. If I didn't launch a sneak attack, I wouldn't be able to defeat Dany Rise, who had 5 dragons as her helpers. The 3-eyed crow might even try to pull me aside. My disdain for R'hllor increased by another 3 points. Back then, Dany Rise hadn't become a god yet. He actually couldn't defeat her. At the same time, my respect for the Black Goddess increased by 30%. Suddenly, I felt as though my soul was floating in the air again. Is my soul going to ascend again? I quickly restrained myself. Lalo was still next to me. At the same time, I chanted the Bible of the 7 gods in my heart, trying my best to maintain the feeling of ascension. You. Lalo seemed to have sensed something, and his expression became vigilant. What's wrong with me? I asked in confusion. Previously, when my soul was ascending, it was as though I was drunk, and I had lost my consciousness. Thus, when he saw that my mind was clear, Lalo gradually dispelled his suspicions. How dangerous. You are the first evil spirit in hell, and also the first fallen angel in the world. All the first spiritual creatures in the world have the mandate of heaven. For example, I am the first ball of fire in the world. I have the mandate of heaven, but what does it have to do with us enjoying sex? I was happy and proud, but also confused. Lalo sighed and showed me the place where the snake's body and scorpion's tail intersected. After checking carefully for a while, I was stunned. You only have a steel door, but you don't have a penis, and you don't have a small stove. I am a natural-born god. How can there be a difference in gender? Lalo said seriously. Dany Rise is the king of gods. Doesn't she have a son and a grandson? I am a natural-born god. She was originally a lowly human. Lalo looked proud. You damn eunuch, you don't even have a penis. Why would I marry you? I felt that I had been deceived. I told you, because you have the mandate of heaven, I chose you to be my queen. I became angrier. But what about me? I am a succubus, the queen of succubi who cultivates the path of lust. How can I be a widow? Sigh, what you said makes sense. Lalo sighed helplessly. He patted his lower abdomen, and it bulged like mud. Is this for real? I was dumbfounded. Do you know anything about Megalosaurus? Megalosaurus don't have genitals. Their bodies are filled with fire, so they don't need to pee. The steel door is enough to expel the carbon residue from their food. When Megalosaurus reach adulthood and have the thought of passing down their descendants, they will evolve ovaries and a uterus in a short time. That is how they differentiate the female dragons. Is that so? I was shocked. Do you know Valeglia? Lalo asked again. No. In Valeglia, prince and princess are the same word, because Valeglia is a civilization of dragons. Is that so? I was confused. Sigh, you should know about the Asha prophecy, right? The prince in the prophecy. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be Dany Rise? It's Jon Snow. Lalo shook his head first, then nodded. But why would people think that the child of the prophecy is Dany Rise, when she is clearly a female? The Asha prophecy is written in Valeglia, and those who understand Valeglia know that prince doesn't refer to a man. Could it be that Megalosaurus is also a natural god? Something like that. After Lalo grew out his second brother, I spent almost every day and night looking for him to practice the goddess of lust technique, and my realm improved by leaps and bounds. In less than 10 years, my goddess of lust increased by more than 3 times. Sometimes, when I reached the peak of the mountain, I seemed to hear a strange song. After I told Lalo, his expression changed, and he kept saying that I was hallucinating. Hallucinating was hallucinating, as long as the happiness and realm were real. In contrast to my ferocious improvement, Lalo was basically walking on the same spot, and he was becoming more and more unwilling to cooperate with me. Today, after a lot of effort, I finally found Lalo in a remote flame cave in the 6th layer of hell, cultivating in seclusion. I'm here for you. I wrapped my collar around Lalo's neck, holding the reins with my left hand and the whip with my right. I looked like a female general galloping on the battlefield. Let's rest for a while. My back is sore. Lalo's mouth was foaming, like an old ox that had plowed the fields for the entire afternoon. What are you talking about? I don't even have a physical body. I have no weight. I continued to flip the clouds. Soul clones are even scarier. They don't know what fatigue is. Lalo howled. I've been absent for half a month. This time, I swear I won't stop until I fight for 3 days and 3 nights. I gritted my teeth. Ah, Circe, I was stunned. It felt like my chest had been stabbed by a sword, revealing the emotions and memories that had been buried deep in my heart. Jamie? I looked up blankly and saw a tall old man with white hair and a white beard. He was wearing a heptagram armor and a colorful cape, sitting in a dark and cramped stone room. Tears streamed down my face. Why are you so old? Jamie Sr.'s expression twisted. Me? I looked down and realized my situation. It was very awkward. What divine artifact are you holding? How can you communicate with hell and the mortal world? Lalo's surprised exclamation broke the silence between us. Jamie Sr.'s words were still stuck in his throat. You're Jaime Lannister, right? Hello, I'm your sister's husband, Lord of Hell, Lalo Shadow. Lalo sat up like a gentleman and nodded at Jamie. Lalo? Jamie Sr. was shocked, but he still had difficulty speaking. I'll look for you in a few days. Jamie Sr. turned the page of Circe's story. I sat there in a daze, not moving an inch. Lalo moved and asked, continue? You move. I'm not interested, I said blankly. Jamie Sr.'s artifact can communicate with the mortal world. Do you know what this means? Lalo asked excitedly. Jamie Sr.'s old face, miserable eyes, and white hair flashed in my mind. I had no interest in talking to Lalo. Do you want to show your divinity in the mortal world? Would you be happy if tens of thousands of people sang your name? You'll have believers, and your believers will build a church for you. The church will operate according to your will. You can even send down an oracle and interfere with the politics of the 7 kingdoms. My interest was piqued. Really? Do I have to lie to you? Lalo's eyes flashed. I hope you can trick Jamie Sr. into giving us the divine artifact. With it, we can dominate both hell and the mortal world. It's a volume of poetry. I hesitated, then told Lalo the secret of the Divine Comedy. I didn't fool around with Lalo for the next few days. I combed my hair, changed it, and chose clothes. I disguised myself as an innocent 13-year-old. I hoped Jamie could see my best side. Unfortunately, I couldn't hide my devil horns and the magic tattoos on my skin. I couldn't hide my identity as a devil. Jamie really came. We talked about many things. After knowing what he had been through in the past few decades, I suddenly felt heartbroken and guilty. Jamie, After a long time, I gathered my courage. We have no future. Jamie was stunned. At first, I was dreaming that I would kill Lalo like I did Robert. Then, when you died, you would go to hell to accompany me. Now, I suddenly understood that the moment I died, the fate between the two of us ended. You should go to heaven, and I should go to hell. If you go to hell to accompany me, you won't be able to accept my behavior. But it's also impossible for me to change myself for you. Instead of torturing each other in the future, it's better to preserve the beauty of the past and give each other blessings. That doesn't sound like something you would say. Jamie wasn't in a hurry to argue. Instead, he seemed relieved, but his expression was a little strange. You're old, and I've changed. Quite a lot. As I said that, I gave him a flirtatious look. Do you feel it? I can go over and accompany you. You can try. I'm the warrior's son now, and this is the great cathedral of Baylor. Jamie smiled. To be honest, if he really summoned me outside the great cathedral, I would have made him happy and stolen his divine comedy. Unfortunately, he never came to find me again. I was a little disappointed, but also relieved. At the same time, I was happy for Jamie. Even if we were no longer lovers, I still loved him. Maybe, on the day the world was destroyed, I would still have the image of the handsome blonde boy in my heart. But within a few years, I began to hate Jamie again. My heart was full of resentment. If he died and went to heaven, I would bless him. But he shouldn't have hooked up with that ugly woman, Brittany. Not only did they live together, but they also got married. The little devil hosted their wedding, and it was a holy marriage blessed by the 7 gods. Littlefinger smiled. Chapter 11:18. Littlefinger wasn't in hell. He wasn't even dead yet. Lalo had always wanted to break through hell and spread his fame and power to the main world so that he could gain the favor of hell's will. Then, he would be blessed by heaven, and his power would increase by leaps and bounds. He would then become the true ruler of hell. In the end, he fixed his gaze on Littlefinger. He told me that Asha's prophecy, Dragon Queen's dragon hatching, Jon Snow's birth, Stannis' conversion to the Red God, and even the resurrection of the Lightning King and Catelyn had a special meaning. He had already foreseen everything in the prophecy, and he had even pushed for it to become reality. For example, he had 2 goals for resurrecting Catelyn. The first was to show the Red God's miracle to the people of the 7 kingdoms, who worshipped the 7 logs, so that he could deify the Westeros and seize the will of the Westeros. The second goal was to restrain the 3-eyed crow and threaten his mother to ensure that the Bran wouldn't disturb his plan for his savior, Jon. If the 3-eyed crow was merciless and was willing to sacrifice Jon to help him complete his mission of saving the world, he would use Madame Stoneheart to attack the 3-eyed crow's reputation in the Westeros. The 3-eyed crow was the greatest obstacle to the Red God Church's march into the 7 kingdoms. It could be said that Lalo's actions were all carefully thought out, and he had his own goals. Only Littlefinger's resurrection wasn't part of his plan, and it couldn't even be considered as a casual move. But now, all of his previous plans had failed, and only the heartless Willow had grown into his most important helper. Oh, he had always wanted to contact the red-robed woman, Melisandre, but she didn't want to talk to him. Littlefinger was quite pitiful, and after I learned about his misfortune, I laughed heartily, but my blood ran cold. Catelyn's hatred for me wasn't any less than Littlefinger's. If she had caught me back then, every time I thought about this, I couldn't help but shiver. However, the Duchess of Casterly Rock City wasn't like Littlefinger, who had a weak foundation. The guards of the Red Fort were all warriors of the Western Territory, and they might be stupid and be deceived by Yu Luan, but they definitely wouldn't be bought over by Madame Stoneheart. When Pinky was found by Lalo, I was already married to it, so I knew the whole process. At that time, Lalo finally broke through the seal of hell and contacted Littlefinger. However, he found that Littlefinger was in the wilderness, being ridden by a large wolf dog. Littlefinger was howling in pleasure. Fuck. It's so disgusting. It's Madame Stoneheart, that demon. I followed her for more than 10 years. She made me pull the sleigh during the day and let the male dog ride me at night. At first, I resisted, but I was just a dog. I couldn't resist. Since I can't resist, I'll just enjoy it. As I ride, I gradually get the feeling. I just sigh, I guess I'm just going for broke. He was already in such a state, so what was the point of caring about dignity and human relations? Only the pleasures of the flesh can relieve me for a short while from all this pain, lamented Fingerhound. He contacted us through the bonfire. Before that, he followed the method taught by Lalo and bit off the eggs of the male wolves and sacrificed them to us in hell. Then, Lalo and I responded with God power. Just like that, the connection between us was established. I have to say, without Lalo's teachings, I wouldn't have known this technique. Lalo was much more useful than Robert and more honest than Yu Luan. Thinking about it, he was the best match among my 3 marriages. Caitlin has already gone to hell. Why are you still in the human world? I asked curiously. What do you mean by going to hell? Asked Fingerhound. Madame Stoneheart killed herself and burned herself to ashes. Her soul returned to the embrace of the 7 gods and she became Caitlin again. To a certain extent, she was redeemed because Lalo was captured by Danny and Rise. Caitlin's missing soul returned. Fingerhound was stunned. He muttered, Caitlin was the one who let me go. That day, she pulled Dali away from me. Dali was a male sled dog. Caitlin untied me and said that she wanted to set me free. Then, she threw me off the wall behind the Red Castle. Fingerhound thought for a while and understood the whole story. He said with hatred, I see. That demon didn't want me to be free. She wanted me to live in the human world with a human head and a dog's body forever, so cruel. I shuddered again. Lalo said disapprovingly, I took away Caitlin's best character. Of course, she was cruel and evil. Your Majesty, did I lose my most precious thing? Fingerhound asked with tears in his eyes. Of course. Everyone who is revived by me will lose their most important humanity. Don't blame me for being greedy. This is the rule of the world's balance. Since you have to pay the price, you might as well give it to me, said Lalo. But Big Sparrow and John didn't lose anything after they were revived. I asked in confusion. You can't imagine the price I paid for that ingrate John. As for Danny Alice. Lalo began to sigh. The Holy Mother's revival has a flaw. What flaw? Immortality. Her body's stamina, endurance, and resistance far surpass that of ordinary people. What? Danny Alice only revived 3 people. I'm not sure about Big Sparrow, but Song Gu and Richard could live until the end of time if they weren't killed. My revival can extend their lifespan, but as time passes, the souls of the revived will slowly dry up and eventually vanish. Danny Alice used a special method to solidify the total number of souls of the deceased. So, after the long night, the Holy Mother was no longer willing to revive the dead. Is this a blessing? Fingerhound murmured. It may be a blessing to an individual, but to the world's rules, it's a major flaw. Perhaps, she can develop a more perfect revival technique in the future. After all, the first flame represents everything. What is the precious humanity that I lost? Is it my honor as a human? Fingerhound asked. What honor do you have? Lalo glanced at him. Wisdom. Lalo shook his head again. It's a glib tongue. Fingerhound was silent. A moment later, he asked hesitantly, Can I kill myself and return to hell? We all want to go out, but you want to come back. I told Fingerhound about the horrible state of the evil spirits in hell. With your sins, you'll definitely be sentenced to 10 billion. With your muggle talents, you won't be able to become a little devil. When you're lonely, it's hard to find a male dog. You might as well ride a horse and live a carefree life. Lalo played the good cop right after I finished playing the bad cop. He comforted him and said, Be my high priest of the shadow demons, and you'll be blessed by God. There's hope for you to transcend in the future. You once controlled the most prostitutes in the monarch's descends, and now you've become a bitch. You're extremely lewd. You'll be able to become the high priestess of the Red Dust Church of Freedom and spread my name to the world. I said hurriedly. After a series of threats and promises, Fingerhound swore a sacred oath. He would be loyal to the Demon King and Demon Queen, never betray, and never give up on his mission to spread the church. Of course, Lalo and I also swore that we would not delay payment, God's blessing. That night, Fingerhound and dozens of male wolves practiced the teachings of the Red Dust Church. Although the power of faith I received was so weak that it was barely noticeable, I was still very excited. I've become a god. I have a church and believers. I waved my hand and rewarded Fingerhound with his first divine spell, Pink Beauty. Back when Chizang and Goddess Love Jade fought, just the aftermath of the Lust God's power had caused more than 100,000 people in the city to have sex. Of course, I couldn't compare to a goddess who had comprehended the laws, but I had no problem seducing ordinary people. As expected, with the divine spell I bestowed upon him, Fingerhound was like a tiger that had grown wings, a fish in water. As long as he was interested in a male, it was almost impossible for him to escape from his demonic clutches. When I discovered that humans could contribute more power of sacrifice, the men in the villages of the Seven Kingdoms were in for a bad time. However, if you walk by the river often, how can your shoes not get wet? A veteran who had participated in the final battle returned to his village to work as a farmer with countless medals. His simple and unadorned appearance concealed his valiant will. Pink Beauty didn't manage to seduce him, instead, it exposed Fingerhound to the world. Hejin County and the Royal Territory began a large-scale cleanup operation. Fortunately, it had only been a few years since the long night ended, and the population hadn't recovered to what it used to be. Large areas of the Seven Kingdoms were deserted, and Fingerhound was able to escape all the way to the Great Wall. For the next 20 years, Fingerhound didn't have a good life. Lalo and I didn't obtain much divine power either, until Jamie appeared. Not only did he marry Brittany, he even had a son with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a strong body, just like Joffrey's reincarnation. Jamie, you bastard. I gritted my teeth and immediately agreed to Lalo's plan, ambush Jamie's family of 3 and steal the original copy of Divine Comedy. Fingerhound had already gained Jamie and Brittany's pity by acting pitiful. More importantly, Jamie had also contributed to Fingerhound becoming what he was today. When he begged Jamie to set him free, Jamie didn't have his guard up, and even felt guilty. Thus, with the help of Lalo and I, Fingerhound kidnapped Arthur Tass, Jamie and Brittany's bastard son. At that time, I really wanted to possess Fingerhound's body and bite off that bastard's slender neck. Jamie and I were fated to die, and I also hoped that he could have a good future. However, my plan for Jamie's future wasn't to marry and have children, but to live happily in heaven with his love for me. Once he was in heaven, he would always reminisce about our beautiful past. But now, he had ruined everything. The big picture is more important. The Divine Comedy is what we need. Lalo persuaded me. We forced Jamie and Brittany to swear 2 sacred oaths, first, to not harm Fingerhound in any way, second, to never take back the Divine Comedy. If I didn't agree, would you really kill Arthur in front of me? Jamie's fragile and pained expression made my heart ache. To be honest, I really hesitated. Perhaps, but before I could hesitate, Brittany spoke. She knelt in front of me and cried, "Mercy, mercy. Jamie and I are truly in love." It wasn't easy, I didn't hear anything else, but the phrase, "truly in love," was like a sharp blade in the hand of the sword god, digging out the best memories I had with Jamie. I coldly ordered Fingerhound to give the 10-year-old child the cruelest, pink skull. He would explode if he didn't touch a woman. Jamie's heart was dead. He threw the Divine Comedy to Fingerhound and swore 2 sacred oaths with Brittany. I wasn't very happy that we had the original copy of the Divine Comedy. Alright, Lalo wasn't happy for long. After removing the lust voodoo from his son, Jamie chased after us. He didn't break his oath, nor did he touch the Divine Comedy. He only used his sword to crush it. In the end, he cut open the void with his sword and threw all the fragments into the Divine Comedy. Then, he looked coldly at Fingerhound, who was shaking and peeing, and left with a whoosh. "Collect the fragments. The Divine Comedy isn't an ordinary parchment. It represents a kind of authority. Lalo was very excited. After touching the Divine Comedy with my own eyes, I realized that my previous guess was wrong. Danny Rise really did give free will to hell. Just like how a child would leave its mother one day, she understood this and watched her child leave. However, she didn't give the authority directly to hell. Instead, she turned it into a book, the parchment on which the Divine Comedy was written. Simply put, that parchment represents a part of hell's will. Even if it's just a fragment, it can change the fate of ordinary demons. If you can find your own life chapter, the barrier between the human world and hell will be completely broken. What happened in the next few decades verified Lalo's words. Hundreds of mortals accidentally obtained the original fragment of the Divine Comedy and then communicated with the demons of hell. While obtaining the power of the demons, they also spread the name and doctrine of the demons. After learning the names and hobbies of the demons, even more extraordinary people modified the ancient sacrificial methods and used blood sacrifices to please the new demons of hell. As a result, the connection between the human world and hell became more frequent. Especially after the long night, the number of humans increased explosively. As the number of humans increased, the number of evil wizards also increased. Demons were summoned frequently, and the power of the demons and their influence in the human world increased day by day. After decades of development, Cersei Lannister also became known as the Great Demon of Hell. Let men obtain extreme pleasure, let old women regain their youth, and let ugly people become beautiful. Beauty, lust, and youth are the three great doctrines of Cersei, and also the summary of my abilities. Fingerdog helped me build a church with evil female wizards as the main body. As for Fingerdog's contribution, I was not stingy with my rewards. After receiving a large amount of divine power and divinity from me, Fingerdog actually started to give birth. The offspring of Fingerdog and a male dog were short, filthy, ignorant, and cruel. They had the head of a dog and liked to live in caves and eat shit. They were called kobolds by the world. The offspring of Fingerdog and an adult male were tall and ferocious. They had excellent martial arts skills and were like jackals and wolves that walked on their feet. They were as intelligent as humans and were called gnolls or werewolves by humans. As the saying went, there were 3 cats and 4 dogs. Fingerdog, due to his identity as the leader of the Red Dust sect, was never idle. He gave birth to litters after litters. His litters came one after another, and the litters of his litters, those litters were not like humans. Other than mud and wood, they ate almost everything. Fruits, rotting corpses, feces, and even the rotting mud in ponds. In just a few short decades, kobolds and gnolls could often be seen in the wilderness outside the pass. I like gnolls very much. They are smart and very devout. Unfortunately, intelligence is a double-edged sword. It can make them better fighters, but it also gives them an independent outlook on the world, life, and values. Some gnolls, after reaching adulthood, felt ashamed of their bloodline and went to the human holy church to shave their heads and become monks. Even if they did not join the humans, gnolls still preferred the moon goddess Danny Rise. She was not the dragon queen, but Sansa's daughter, Leg's wife, who was known as Little Danny. Kobolds were obedient, but they did not conform to my teachings. On the other hand, Demon Yuluan liked this kind of cruel and stupid believers the most. He tried to recruit them from my hands many times. If I did not know that he had attacked his descendants, I might have sent him a group of kobolds. However, he tried to persuade Greyjoy to kill his father, which challenged my bottom line as a believer of the Black Goddess. I am a demon, but I have a bottom line for my evil. Myrcella and her descendants offered incense to me every year. If I wanted to seduce them, it would be very easy. However, how could I do that? They are my family, my descendants. Lalo told me that I belonged to the evil of order, while Yuluan belonged to the evil of chaos. The two of us were incompatible. When Myrcella passed away, I sensed something. I immediately dressed up and flew to the judgment hall to look for her. Yes, as my power increased, my clone could not stay in the first level for long, but it could still last for a while. Marcella was a doddering old woman, and I wept when I saw her. It has been almost 100 years, we have been separated for almost 100 years. Back then, when the little demon brought you away, you were still so young. You were so brave, so sensible, sob sob sob. I threw myself into her embrace and cried. Her eyes were also filled with tears, but she had a smile on her face, like a kind grandmother hugging her granddaughter. Mother, I miss you so much. Her expression was calm, but her voice was trembling. After the death of Danny Rise's subordinates and maids, they would at least receive the treatment of hell's ghosts. For example, the whip god, Hat-Tar, who was famous for his whip skills, was in charge of suppressing the rebellious ghosts in hell. Missandei, who had been the prime minister of the empire for decades, had passed away more than 10 years before Marcella. Currently, she was the prime minister of hell. She represented the black goddess to deal with the undead crying for justice, and also received the undead of the noble. Marcella was a noble. Not only were the two of them colleagues, they were also in-laws. Thus, they opened the door for us, mother and daughter, to have a lot of time to talk. Marcella rambled on like an old woman. She told me about her children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren one by one. Even if she didn't tell me, I already knew. She would always tell me about them when she offered incense during festivals. Although I already knew everything she said, I still listened with great interest. Marcella had 9 children with the Martel family's little brat. Even now, the number of grandchildren she had was not inferior to Danny Rise's. The Lannister of Jean Island was even more prosperous than Casterly Rock City in the past. They were all of my bloodline. In the ancestral hall, I was their first-generation ancestor. Thinking about that, I felt very happy. Marcella had a very happy life. When she was alive, she was a devout believer of the 7 gods. She practically did not commit any sins. Instead, she served the Dragon Queen and even became the Prime Minister of the Empire for 15 years. Her merit was boundless. When the results of the trial came out, I was wild with joy. I was also very proud. Marcella became the island master of New Paradise Island. Mother, I still have 3,000 merit points. I'll give them all to you. Before leaving, she even pulled my hand and wanted to transfer her merit points to me. See, this is the difference between a daughter and a brother. Jaime and Tyrion, those 2 bastards, they never gave me any merit points. I was very touched, but I also rejected them. Mother has become the ruler of hell. I don't need any merit points. You can stay in heaven and live a good life. Marcella was unwilling but still insisted on giving me her merit points. Before leaving, she even advised me to do more good deeds and less evil. Looking at her disappear in the sacred light and sacred music, I suddenly felt very grateful to the Black Goddess. Today was different from the past. I knew that Marcella's fate had changed. She should have died tragically in front of me like Joffrey and Tommen. Because of Danny Rise, her life was incomparably perfect. Buzz. My body shone with a dim light and I began the 5th evolution of my soul. Pang. A second pair of wings popped out from my back. The singing in my ears became clearer. Song of Laws. I floated in midair. The Hell's envoys and undead who were being punished looked at me in shock. When I returned to the 7th floor of Hell, Lalo, Yuluan, Sharera and the other demons' faces were twisted with jealousy. Other than Lalo, none of them had broken through to become a demigod. In other words, they were a true demon king. They were infinitely far away from the laws. My daughter is dead, I said calmly. My condolences, Demon Queen. They seemed to be secretly laughing. She went to heaven, I said again. Congratulations, Demon Queen. They stopped laughing. She has become the island master of Paradise Island. She is the new king of angels. The demons' faces turned ugly. They were used to being envious and jealous. I ignored them and continued, as the demon queen, I order that today will be the Thanksgiving Day every year. No demons are allowed to leave hell. They are also not allowed to respond to the sacrifices of their believers. All the blessings will be given to my daughter. I believe that no one will object to this, right? The demons trembled in anger. However, they kept quiet out of fear under my unbridled pressure. Messiah's 3,000 merits were like 3,000 chains that bound my hands and feet. I know how hard it is to obtain merit. Every single one of these 3,000 merit points was earned by Messiah through blood, sweat, and tears. I didn't care about these merits. However, I couldn't waste Messiah's love for me. In order not to waste my merits, I didn't dare to seduce mortals into depravity. I was depressed for a period of time. I couldn't do bad things, and I couldn't stay idle. I could only look for Lalo to practice my lust skills. I beg you, please give me some private time. I want to cultivate. One day, after eating and drinking to my heart's content, I was lazily picking my teeth on the firestone bed when Lalo knelt in front of me. You have such a beautiful and virtuous wife. Why do you still want to cultivate? Don't be like this. You can actually continue torturing mortals, Lalo begged. I don't want to ruin the merits Messiah gave me, I sighed. I know. However, not all demonic acts will result in a loss of merits. You already said that it's demonic acts. Why doesn't it result in a loss of merits? This bastard must be trying to trick me. If he can't even satisfy his wife, what kind of demon lord is he? I looked down on him even more. As long as you follow karma, your sins won't increase, Lalo said confidently. What karma? If you become a king, will you make laws that suit your desires? Of course. If you become a god king and rule the river of fate, will you set a river course that suits your desires? I was shocked. Is Danny Alice controlling the fate of all living beings? No. She only sets the rules and never interferes with the fate of a single person. In the new era, when the new river of fate was born, she stood at the source of the river and wrote 12 words. These 12 words are the rules of fate, Lalo said softly. What words? I asked hurriedly. The heavens are just. Karma is a cycle. Good and evil will be repaid. Below these 12 words are the rules of sacred vows, sacred marriages, guests' rights, and so on. So. I had a vague understanding, but I still couldn't grasp that rope. Our fates are in the rules that she wrote. Simply put, if you go back on your vows, she won't care about you. Fate will make you pay the price. How do you know? She told you. Sigh, to think that you read the Bible of the 7 gods every day. It's all for naught. Didn't you see the words written at the beginning of the Bible? Lalo's disdainful gaze made me feel uncomfortable. Is that the explanation for the scripture? I asked hesitantly. Don't say this to others. For example, Yu Luan. That idiot thinks that by doing bad things, he can get on the good side of the will of hell. Humph, childish. Even demons are in the river of fate. We can do evil, but only by following the rules can we ensure that we won't fail. For example, our sacred marriage and your sacred vows are all recorded in fate. If you dare to go against them, the heavens and earth won't tolerate it. This is also the reason why I agreed to marry you without hesitation. You didn't tell me before, I said coldly. I apologize to you, he said with a tired face. Lalo's wisdom always amazes me. This time, his words were proven to be correct. For those mortals who provoked the succubi for pleasure, as long as I extracted their souls and bodies according to their level of depravity, I wouldn't lose any merit. Thus, I focused on doing evil with skills and temporarily let go of Lalo. As time went by, hell became more prosperous. Just when I thought that the peaceful times would continue, the skies suddenly changed. Boom! The entire 7 layers of hell shook. Starting from the 7th layer, the sky cracked open. Meteorites, lava, and waterfalls from the 9 heavens seeped out from the cracks. The ground snapped like biscuits. Even the continental plates folded in half. Icebergs collapsed and the Black Sea overturned. The substances and demons in the lower 6 layers were like dust passing through the cracks of a sieve, entering other hells. I wanted to say that the scene was like purgatory. But aren't we in hell? Hell within hell. Not long after, I received news from an acquaintance of mine. Our world collided with another world. The 7 layers of hell acted as the front of the car and dampened the impact. All the damage was borne by hell. After all, this is hell. Before I could get angry, Missandei found me and asked if I wanted to do a part-time job to earn merit. I knew that Messiah must have asked her to take care of me. Thus, I agreed. She temporarily removed the seal on my main body. I'm so powerful now. This was the first time I could use all my strength. I was stunned by my own strength. I stretched my wings to my heart's content. The purplish-black aura was as heavy as lead clouds, covering a radius of several kilometers. As expected, you can sing the Song of Laws, Lalo said sourly. What about you? Soon, soon. He muttered in embarrassment. My mission was simple. I used my beauty to test the Otherworlders. Some Otherworlder adventurers had just arrived in Lanrua town. They didn't even see me before they habitually killed and robbed. I didn't have to do anything. The townspeople disguised as ghost envoys brought their souls to hell. Even more Otherworlders, after seeing me or gold, began to reveal the despicable nature of human nature. There were also Otherworlders who calmed down and restrained themselves. In the end, they didn't do anything immoral. Other than humans, there were many evil beings who came to our world. For example, ghouls, gargoyles, and even vampires. There was a very powerful vampire called Dilav. My realm should be higher than his, but in terms of pure strength, I wasn't his match at all. My wings were torn apart in a few moves. He pressed me against the wall and sucked my blood. Fortunately, this was our home ground. From the moment they crossed the boundary stone, they entered the 7 layers of hell. I once killed Goddess Love Jade with 1 palm, despite being several levels above me. If you don't change, today's incident will repeat itself. Chizang picked up Vampire like he was picking up a chick and left after saying that. Change. I turned to Lalo. Teach me fire witchcraft. Maybe I can use Holy Mother Palm in the future. Chapter 11:19. Asha thought that she would be joining Brandon Targaryen's team, but she later found out that she was wrong. Even Brandon knew to travel to other worlds to increase his knowledge. How could other students and organizations of the 7 kingdoms not know? The King's Landing branch of the Imperial University alone had formed more than 20 exploration teams in just a week. The headquarters of the Imperial University on the peninsula of Valeglia had invited world-renowned historians, philologists, crop-breeding mages, animal-breeding mages, and other masters of various fields to join the exploration of other worlds. The graduates of Old Town University's Bachelor's College announced that they would put away their necklaces, hang up their swords, and travel across the continent alone. Bravos also joined forces with the many trading cities of Ursos to form a huge trading caravan. The ship transporting merchants, students, and supplies was the newly built Titan. Asha and Danny joined Princess Sansa's team. The children of the 7 Kingdoms dukes were also with them. For example, the heir of Casterly Rock, Tall, Joffrey, and the second young master of the Summer Palace in the north, Fierce Beast-Eyed Stark. Brandon the Mad Prince had fallen into a coma 20 years ago, and his younger brother had become the new king. The king's wife was the eldest daughter of the Duke of Dragonstone and Dany's elder sister. According to the new rules set by the Dragon Queen, it was best for the Targaryen royal family to marry outstanding clansmen, but they had to ensure that the bloodline was more than 3 generations away. In a normal world without bloodline power, Dany would not encourage marriage within the clan, but reality was cruel. The power of bloodline was real. Because of her, the Targaryens had the strongest bloodline in the world. If there was an outstanding bloodline but it was not digested internally, it would first cause the bloodline to flow out and other clans to rise. Secondly, marriage between the royal family and other clans would cause the true dragon bloodline of the royal family to become impure, and the royal family would gradually decline. Strong on the outside but weak on the inside, the Targaryen royal power was not so stable. Once upon a time, the Lannister development model of Casterly Rock City was what Dany admired the most. Before the long night, there was a saying in the western region, Lannister Harbor is full of Lannister. This was the truth. When they arrived at Lannister Harbor, as far as the eye could see, they were all yellow-haired. They were all Lannister's collateral relatives. If a Lannister wanted to get married, he could totally find his other half in the clan. Not only would there be no genetic diseases brought about by marriage within 3 generations, but it could also ensure the purity of the bloodline, and even strengthen the cohesion of the Lannister clan. Of course, Lannister himself did not have a powerful transcendent bloodline. Such a family system limited the possibility of him absorbing excellent transcendent genes from outside. The Targaryens were different. They had powerful genes to begin with and were only afraid of the outflow of excellent genes. They did not have to worry about losing the possibility of high-quality foreign genes flowing in. No matter how high quality it was, could it be better than the bloodline of the Celestial Emperor? We've arrived at Dyrue City. Get ready to get off. Seeing the scenery outside the window, Dany suddenly stood up. So fast. Let's finish this round first. Asha was playing tractor with Princess Sansa and the others. She just happened to have a good hand of cards and was ready to go all out. The train will only stop at Dyrue City for 15 minutes. Princess Sansa, who was playing against Asha, put down the cards in her hand. This journey to the other world was not an ordinary one. Not only did the Imperial University students not bring servants, maids, and even guards along. They wore armor, carried great swords and staffs, and in the small rattan box, there were only undergarments for washing and life-saving potions. Why isn't there a direct train to Winterfell? Oh, it's the Summer Palace. Why isn't there a direct train to the Summer Palace? Asha complained while carrying her rucksack. From the Trident River to the Neck Marsh to the Summer Palace, it's thousands of kilometers. The road is too long. Besides, Asha, you haven't been to the Neck Marsh. You don't know that the terrain there has changed greatly. It's very troublesome to build a railway, the big-eyed Stark mumbled. Dorne also doesn't have a direct train to the King's Landing. The terrain at the border is too complicated. The second Prince of Dorne, Oberyn Martell, sighed. He wore light armor and held a long spear in his hand. The ancestor once said that the construction of railroad tracks alone could become a specialized field of knowledge. The knowledge of railway engineers now can no longer meet the needs of complicated road conditions, Princess Sansa said. When they alighted, Asha and the others met Brandon and the others. The expedition team got off the train at Dyrue City. Hey, Sansa, where are you going next? Do you want to take the airship with us? Brandon took the initiative to greet his niece who was the same age. Ide has arranged for a team of unicorns to be outside Dyrue City. Sansa's expression was also indifferent when she faced her uncle. Not only her, but the princesses of the Duke's family were also cold and distant, and Asha was no exception. In fact, the behavior of cheating on a female classmate was too bad. Brandon seemed to know that he was not welcome, so he smiled and nodded before leaving with his companions. As soon as they left the train, the eldest young master of the Dyrue family came to greet them. The Dyrue family had many children, so Brandon and the other distinguished guests had their own people to receive them. Your Highness, the farmer's castle has been emptied in advance. Do you want to play in Dyrue City for a few days? William Dyrue invited them warmly. It's still early. We hope to leave early. Princess Sansa smiled very kindly. I understand. Sir William was very capable. He immediately led them to the carriage and drove straight to the North City. Seeing the clean black stone streets and neat brick buildings in the city, as well as the teams of knights in bright armor and showing off on the streets, Asha could not help but ask in surprise, Dairoe City has changed so much. Did your family become rich? Sir William was stunned and hesitated. Our family has always been like this. We haven't become rich. Asha is talking about Dairoe City 100 years ago, Danny said. Oh, compared to 100 years ago, Dairoe City has changed a lot. It's all thanks to His Majesty the Sky Emperor's grace. Then, Sir William began to talk non-stop about the Dragon Queen's care for their family. First, the territory was redivided. Because the King's Landing and 100 miles of land around it belonged to the royal family, the Pentashade Dragon Targaryen received a large piece of land in the Three Rivers Basin. Dairoe City, which used to belong to Hajin County, was also divided into the Duke of Dragonstone Island, and the Dairoe family's fief more than doubled. Secondly, the Dragon Queen paid for a bridge to be built for them. The Black Stone Bridge, which would never decay, was 2 kilometers long and crossed the Trident River, which was hundreds of meters wide. Before the appearance of the train, the Dragon Queen had planned a high and a short carriage, as well as a 2-tiered passage for the train. Finally, 30 years after the long night, the Dragon Queen gave them a pair of pterosaurs. When the carriage stopped at the Black Bridge Inn in the north of Dairoe City, Sir William's face was still flushed, and he looked as if he had not had enough. After the Dairoe family's carriage left, Danny whispered in Asha's ear, if we go to the farmer's castle with him, we'll see colorful dragon flags and portraits of our ancestors hanging on the walls of the hall. Is Fry the one who inherited Dairoe City? Back in the fairy city, I met Maria and Marissa, mother and daughter, Shah said. Dania was not too clear about the history of 100 years ago. Princess Sansa pondered for a moment and gave the answer. Originally, Marissa Fry was supposed to inherit Derry City. However, during the first period of the 8-year war against the other ghosts, Lady Maria had been staying in Helenburg and spent all her time with the Commander-in-Chief, Sir Clinton. It was mainly due to the matchmaking of the ancestors that the two of them got married and had 2 sons. It's said that they could have children at such an old age because of the Holy Mother's blessing. At this point, Princess Sansa looked at the blonde boy who was helping the unicorn saddle at the side of the stable. The boy, who was about 18 or 19 years old, had blonde hair and blue eyes. He was handsome and tall, and his armor had the emblem of the sun and moon shining together. It was the emblem of the Tass family. Did you notice Andrew's sword? Does it feel familiar? Asha looked at it carefully for a while and said uncertainly, it looks a bit like Brittany's Oathkeeper sword. Look at Joffrey's light howl, Princess Sansa said again. It should be his ancestor, Jaime's widow's wail. Asha's heart skipped a beat. She whispered, is Andrew also the bloodline of Lannister, Jaime, and Brittany? Holy Mother, they must have been in their 70s or 80s at that time, right? They were also blessed by the Holy Mother like Maria and Clinton, Sansa said with a smile. Sigh, different people have different lives. They were also blessed by the Holy Mother. Jaime and Brittany became the legendary sword couple, but Maria and Clinton. After the long night, Sir Clinton left his wife and children and went to the great cathedral to become a monk. Dany shook her head and sighed. Asha had a strange expression. I know Sir Clinton's hobby. It's already hard for him, to have 2 sons. The girls chattered on one side. On the other side of the stable, the boys had already saddled the 10 unicorns. Let's go. I hope we can reach the border of the next swamp tomorrow night, I'd shouted. This unicorn seems different from the one I saw before. It's taller and more muscular, but it doesn't have the long mane that covered its body. Asha carefully climbed onto the unicorn's back, but it didn't get the tantrum she expected. It's much more obedient. In the early years, the unicorns didn't allow knights other than their masters to touch them. They were even fiercer than wolves, she added. We can still see a long-haired unicorn in the northern ice kingdom. It's too hot in the north now. I'd laughed. They rode along the train for 30 kilometers north and arrived at the Trident River. Wow, what a majestic bridge. If long-legged Lomas was still alive, he would have listed it as one of the 10 wonders of the world, Asha exclaimed. Even if the 10 unicorns rode side by side, there was still room for 2 carriages. Below the stone bridge, there was still a train rumbling past. After the train crossed the bridge, it didn't go north. Instead, it turned and entered the Bright Moon Mountains valley. The railway is like the blood vessels of the kingdom. It transports resources from the 7 kingdoms to the King's Landing, the heart of the kingdom. The heart also provides the necessary nutrients for each kingdom according to their needs. In this way, the 7 kingdoms are full of vitality and vitality, Princess Sansa exclaimed. It's indeed much more convenient than when we were in the past, Asha agreed. The railway between the King's Landing and the valley isn't completely open yet. The winding Blood Gate Canyon is the nightmare of almost all railway experts, Joey Royce said. The position of Duke of the Valley eventually fell on the heads of the people of the valley. The grandson of Bronze Royce became the first Duke of the Valley in the new era. Ah, this is the crossroads inn. After crossing the Trident River Bridge, Asha saw a familiar building. It was surrounded by walls made of white rocks. The inn inside was a small 3-story building. Young ladies and young masters, are you going to stay in the inn? At the entrance of the inn, there was an old woman sitting against the wall, basking in the sun. The old woman was very old. Her body was slightly bent, like a dried shrimp's tail. Her hay-like hair was completely white, and it was very sparse. Her scalp was as red as a baby's skin. Her old eyes were cloudy, and there was only one yellow tooth left in her mouth. Chapter 11:20. The black-haired girl wearing Hellenberg University's uniform in the courtyard heard that there were guests and immediately came out to welcome them. When she saw the emblem on the Unicorn Knight's armor and cape, she immediately exclaimed, "Ah, it's Targaryen." "Who?" The old woman at the door stood up shakily and rubbed her eyes to look. "Grandmother, the Targaryen of the Red Dragon Black Sword is the kingdom's eldest princess." The pretty girl quickly wiped the wet stains on her hands with the scarf around her waist and helped her grandmother to bow to the Unicorn Knight. "The kingdom's princess." The old woman squinted at the knights inside. "Is it Queen Sansa's child?" When Dany and Princess Sansa heard this, they quickly jumped off the unicorn and supported the old woman who was kneeling with difficulty. The Sky Emperor has a rule that people over 75 years old don't have to kneel even if they see her. "Who is the Sky Emperor?" The old woman was puzzled. "Dragon Queen, older people are probably more familiar with this name." Asha smiled. "Oh, Dragon Queen, how is Dragon Queen's health? How many bowls of rice can she eat in one meal?" The old woman asked eagerly. "Good, very good, 2 or 3 bowls." Princess Sansa was a little embarrassed. "Old lady, have you seen her before?" In the early years, the 7 kingdoms had formed a consensus: when meeting old people, it was best to be respectful. Because many of the old people who had lived through the long night were heroes, or the heroes' family members, or even old friends of the Dragon Queen. There had been too many incidents. A noble young man would act arrogantly in front of an old farmer, but the old farmer would take out a stack of medals and say, "I am a brave soldier of the Dragon Queen. The Queen once said to look for her when we have trouble, or take the medals to the king." Who do you think we should look for? Any noble would have to back down, and their parents would have to apologize to the old farmer personally. It was too easy to complain to the Dragon Queen. Go to any holy church, kneel in front of the Holy Mother and cry, and it would attract the Queen's attention. This was not a legend, but a fact. I've not only seen the Dragon Queen. This was yet another old acquaintance of the Dragon Queen. The old woman pointed at the courtyard behind her and loudly shouted, "Back then, this was the place where the Dragon Queen cut down 3 bandits, Xian, with who, an old knight, her white knight. The old woman's memories were fading. Ser Barristan, Joffrey said, approaching. Yes, 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 Sir Barristan, and Tarthas. Grey robe guard Brain. The old woman grinned. It's the roseless Iron Guards. The one in the grey robe is Sir Jaime Lannister, Sansa corrected. She was certain that this old woman was a participant in the incident back then. He could even vaguely guess the other party's identity. Would you two young Targaryens like to stay at the inn, in the bedchamber of your ancestors? At that time, the Dragon Queen told me that her room would be very popular even if it was sold at a high price. Actually, after I took over the inn, I kept her room sealed. I only opened it when the Targaryens came. A few decades ago, the playboy Ymont Scar passed by this place on his way to the Northern Realm and stayed for 2 nights. Even earlier, in the Targaryens before Robert, there were kings and queens who stayed here. Sigh, speaking of which, your grandmother, Queen Sansa, and I have some history. The old woman rambled on, talking about many things of the past. At this point, the Unicorn Knights who had read the biography of the Dragon Queen had already confirmed the old woman's identity. Is your grandmother called Weeping Willow? Dany asked the reserved black-haired girl beside her in a low voice. The girl lowered her head, tugging at the corner of her clothes as she answered softly. Your grandmother is so old, yet her mind is still so sharp. She even remembers things from 100 years ago, Asha said emotionally. Grandmother was critically ill a few times in her early years. Fortunately, Sage Master Meribad came in time to treat her every time, the girl said. Asha and the rest still did not stay in the inn. They only drank a few cups of tea in the courtyard, left the money for the tea, and left. After leaving the densely populated main road, the knights could finally relax. The unicorns could run at full speed on the ancient King's Road. They were faster than taking a train. They did not stop even after the sun went down. Eldest Princess Sansa was in front, summoning a ball of holy light to illuminate the road in front of them. The 10 unicorns were like steam engines that did not know fatigue. White steam came out of their nostrils and mouths, but they did not slow down. My ancestor fused the genes of the dragon worms into the unicorn's bloodline. They are magical beasts with magic power. However, the fire magic power in the unicorns' hearts cannot be converted into dragon flames. It can only increase their stamina and magic resistance, Beast-eyed explained to Asha. Actually, Asha was tired and wanted to stop and rest. She was only a level 3 knight and had only opened up the energy storage point in her heart. Her body was not as strong as Dany and Sansa who had true dragon blood. She was also much weaker than Joffrey and the rest who had received systematic training since young. In the early hours of the morning, she finally could not help it. My spine is about to break. Rest for a while, she begged. Eldest Princess Sansa slowed down the horse and said helplessly, Dany, help Asha recover. Joffrey, you guys start a fire and cook. Andrew, Oberyn, you two patrol 100 meters away. The rest of you meditate and rest. Where are we now? Asha collapsed on the blanket, her face pale and her legs trembling. Dany took off her long leather boots, endured the wet and sticky smell of her feet, and pressed the soles of her feet with the power of holy light. Jenny Tully, who was meditating, opened her eyes and looked up at the stars. She guessed, we should be close to the territory of River Delta City, Frey's territory. It's too scary. We ran for more than 500 kilometers. 7 gods above, I've never ridden so far in my life, Asha gasped. There's still a long way to go. It's 20 to 30,000 kilometers in a straight line, Dany said. Let's take the dirigible too. Asha cried. Do you think the journey to the other world will be easier than the Northern Ice Kingdom? If we can't even endure this bit of hardship, how will we survive in the other world? Princess Sansa said seriously. Danya also said, with our status, it would be easy for us to take an airship, ride a pterosaur, or even take the Titan of Braavosi. Why did we choose to ride unicorns? To get used to the hardships of exploring the other world in advance, Asha muttered. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, the sound of dogs barking came from the darkness in the distance, followed by Andrew and Oberon's curses, the sound of weapons clashing, and the pitiful howls of dogs. What's wrong? Did we encounter wild dogs? Asha asked, puzzled. It's a group of kobolds. Oberon yelled. Jenny smiled. When camping in the wilderness, we often encounter kobolds. Their noses are very sharp, but their brains are very stupid. They can smell the meat soup on the fire from a few kilometers away. If they don't kill a few of them, they will never know how much weaker they are compared to the enemy. Kobolds don't have the intelligence to evaluate the combat power of both sides. They will only swarm forward and run away if they can't win. But this is the King's Road. There shouldn't be kobolds here, Caitlin Tully said with an unpleasant expression. On her breast leaping Trout, she was the eldest daughter of the Tullis of Riverrun, a descendant of Rickon Stark. Rickon didn't change his surname, but after his sister became the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, all his children took the surname Tully. He didn't have to change his surname, but the Northern Territory was connected to Hejian, which occupied 60% of the land of the Seven Kingdoms. If they all had the surname Stark, it would be too scary. Yes, Walnut Emperor Rickon didn't have many achievements in the Long Night, but his sister was the queen, and in the end, he became the Duke of Hejian. Of course, compared to before the Long Night, Hejian's territory was reduced by half. Eldest Princess Sansa glanced at Caitlin. Indeed, there are many villages near the King's Road. Kobolds shouldn't appear here. The lord of this place has failed in his duty. Not only did the lord fail in his duty, but his superior, the Duke of Hejian, was also responsible. Caitlin was silent. Maybe the kobolds came from Neck Swamp. Danny tried to smooth things over. Has Rapid Flow City fallen to this extent? Asha frowned and muttered. She knew about the kobolds. She also knew that every spring, the king and the church would mobilize the vassals and Templar priests to clean up the kobolds in the territory. Normally, as long as the lord wasn't a good-for-nothing, this mission wouldn't be difficult. After all, kobolds were weak individually and didn't understand military formations. Humans, on the other hand, had military formations and the help of priests. Danny said, Rapid Flow City is only left with a knight's territory and a stone bridge. In the recent 100 years, several kings used a huge amount of the national budget to build bridges and roads in the Seven Kingdoms. Just on the Green Fork River alone, there are 2 more black stone arch bridges. Although there's still a fee, the collected fees all go to the national treasury and also take away a large amount of traffic from Rapid Flow City. Moreover, the Fry family had a bad reputation before Wade Fry. They were just nouveau riche with a shallow foundation. Now, they can't even be considered nouveau riche. They even have the bad reputation of violating the rights of guests. At this point, she laughed self-deprecatingly. We Greyjoy don't have the right to laugh at the Fry family. Even the Targaryen family has the Mad King and Rhaegar who betrayed the holy marriage. Elder Princess Sansa glanced at her cousin and remained silent. Asha recalled the great trial in the fairy city. I remember that the gatekeeper Ariel Fry, was overjoyed after obtaining the right to inherit Rapid Flow City. She even talked nonsense to the Dragon Queen, saying that she would lead the family soldiers to fight the deviants and restore the glory of the Fry family. Did she do it? Princess Sansa shook her head and smiled. If we're talking about restoring the population of the Fry family, she's almost done it. She gave birth to 9 illegitimate children whose fathers are unknown. As for glory, she didn't have any. In her later years, she was jealous of Derry City's wealth and fought a few lawsuits with her half-brother. The noble parliament judged that she was Fry and her brother was Derry. They were from completely different families. She didn't give up and brought a group of illegitimate children to her brother's house to eat and drink. Today, because no noble is willing to marry them, Sir Fry can only marry a woman from a small merchant's family. That woman is also fickle. Her first child didn't even pass the Holy Church's bloodline test. The Fry family is getting worse. Actually, it's not that the Derry family didn't help them. Caitlin was the daughter of the Duke of Hejian. She knew more about the vassals in her own territory. Years ago, the previous Count Derry paid a huge price to persuade a commoner who graduated from the Imperial University to marry Sir Fry of this generation. An Imperial University student, not to mention her appearance, is definitely outstanding. Unfortunately, Sir Fry didn't want to marry her because she didn't have a dowry. She's not just outstanding. That's the commoner sword Saint Sophia. Frey's eyes are blind. Sansa sneered. They chatted as they finished the meat soup. Even the unicorn was fed special beef jerky. The team then set off again at the dawn. They first jogged to digest the food. When the unicorn began to sweat, they galloped. They arrived at Neck Lake at noon. When it was close to evening, they entered Lida's grey water garden. Chapter 11:21. The Neck Swamp was even scarier than before the long night. The area was still covered by wetlands and swamps, and the temperature was even hotter. If you reached out and squeezed, you would be able to squeeze a puddle of water out of thin air. The sky was hot and humid, the air was humid, the leaves were wet, there was rainwater gathered in the flowers, and the trunks of the trees were black and wet from the frequent rain. People who entered the swamp would also feel wet, as if they were in a sauna wearing a cotton-padded jacket. The thick bushes were soaked in the rotten swamp for many years, and gray mycelium and dark green vines hung down from the trunks like a curtain. The forest was 40 to 50 meters high, almost forming two sealed walls on the narrow causeway. Huge flowers bloomed in the bubbling swamp, and the withered petals fell into the water, becoming part of the sweet smell in the bubbles. Ah Shah felt dizzy at the first whiff of it and threw up. Other than that, there were lizard lions the size of carriages and pythons thicker than waists. Lizard lions looked like alligators, but they had stronger bite force, camouflage ability, and hunting intelligence. Before they attacked, they were no different from black rottenwood floating on the water. Asha was almost dragged into the swamp by a lizard lion, and the others did not have time to save her. Fortunately, the unicorn was not weak, and its two hind hooves were like drums, kicking the lizard lion until its teeth were broken. Lizard lions and pythons were not the scariest things in the Neck Swamp. Asha once saw two huge furry spiders the size of calves, leaning against each other to mate. Halfway, mosquitoes covered the sky and surrounded them, and then Elder Princess Sansa quickly chanted dragon magic, summoning a giant flame shield that covered a radius of 10 meters. She also saw rotting corpses peeping at them from behind the trees with vicious eyes. She saw gnolls besieging a 3-meter-tall giant gorilla. It was not until they arrived at the home of the swamp people, Grey Water Watch, that they slowly relaxed. Grey Water Watch was a wooden castle that kept moving in the swamp, and the short swamp people followed Grey Water Watch on rafts as they migrated in the Neck Swamp. But now Grey Water Watch stopped, near the middle of the causeway, to protect the workers in the north who were building the railway. Now Asha understood why I'd said that the north could only be connected to King's Landing after at least 200 years. The road conditions were really terrible. How did Neck become like this? Asha hugged the coconut shell and stood on the wooden castle, overlooking the construction site not far away. The Northern Territory hasn't seen snow for 100 years. Winterfell has been renamed the Summer Palace. There's no reason for the Neck to remain the same, Earl Holland Lyde said with a sigh. In fact, he was also a Stark. His ancestor was the youngest son of Bran and Mera, a pure Stark. After resting for half a day in Grey Water Valley, Asha and the others set off again. A day later, the team entered the northern region. It was completely different from the northern region Asha remembered. There were green plants and bright flowers everywhere. There were also vines with fruits hanging on the roadside. The people of the northern region were all wearing colorful shorts and miniskirts. It's changed. It's completely changed. Back then, the northern region was a desolate wilderness covered in snow. Now, sugar cane, olives, and coconut trees are planted everywhere. In the past, the people of the northern region had thick hair and were as tough as bandits. Their eyes were always shining. Now, they are fat, and their faces are filled with laziness and indifference. It's as if they could fall asleep at any moment. Even if they fall asleep, tomorrow's dinner will fall from the sky. It's not as exaggerated as you say. The people of the northern region are very hardworking. Half of the daily necessities of the Northern Ice Kingdom come from the northern region, I'd said with an embarrassed smile. That's because the old and new lands still belong to the Night Watchers. Princess Sansa said calmly. When they arrived outside the summer palace, Asha sighed and said, "The current Winterfell reminds me of the High Court. It's a city of fresh flowers, knights, and white towers." Yes, the summer palace isn't something that we old folks are used to. Asha turned her head and saw a white-haired old woman leading a few young men and women from the direction of the White Blade River harbor. "You are?" Asha was puzzled. She didn't recognize the roaring golden bear on the old woman's clothes. "Ah, it's Granny Lyanna." Dany's eyes focused. She went over happily and supported the old woman's right arm. "Asha, don't you recognize me? 100 years ago, we were old rivals. Just half a year ago, we met at the Lord of Heaven's birthday banquet," the white-haired, blue-eyed old woman said with a smile. "Mormont of Slaver's Bay," Sansa said softly behind Asha. "Ah, are you Maiji's youngest daughter?" Asha was shocked and embarrassed. In the early years, she did lead Tywin to attack Bear Island. However, it wasn't to plunder Bear Island. That place was too poor and there was no profit. Her main goal was to prevent Bear Island from assisting Deepwood Castle. Recalling the female pirate's past made her very embarrassed. Half a year ago, she had been to Slave Bay. In theory, she had indeed seen old Lyanna. However, she had been sitting beside the Dragon Queen at that time. She had been so excited that she had forgotten about the other guests in the palace. This made her even more embarrassed. Fortunately, she didn't feel embarrassed for too long. Duke Stark, who received the news, led his family out of the city gate. Duke Brandon was like, beast-eyed. He was tall and burly, more than 2-3 meters, like a small giant. Contrary to his ferocious appearance, his personality was very kind. After seeing old Lyanna, he insisted on kowtowing to her a few times. "My mother is from Bear Island. It's my duty to kowtow to you." He laughed heartily. After the greetings, Asha and Lyanna, the two old people from the same generation, talked about the changes in the northern region. "Sigh, there are now millions of people in the northern region. They all have to thank Her Majesty Dany Rise. The old people's custom of hunting in winter has completely disappeared from the northern region. It's just that they soak in honey every day. The people of the northern region have become the summer nights that we despised the most in the past. Sigh, you win some and you lose some," Lyanna said with emotion. "In the end, the pros outweigh the cons. Now everyone has become cultured, civilized people." Asha sighed. Civilized people are not necessarily civilized. The old lady rambled on and told them the purpose of her trip. It turned out that Bear Island's second daughter, Nicole, had a sacred marriage contract with Hightower's eldest son, Jordan. Later, Jordan's birth mother passed away and his father remarried. He had a stepmother and a stepfather. Both of them did not treat him well. Therefore, the young boy took a boat to the Yu family when he was 11 years old and asked his future father-in-law for help. Earl Mormont was a good person. He took out money to sponsor him to study in White Harbor University. But Mormont's second daughter despised her fiancé for being poor and having an uncertain future. She wanted to break off the engagement and even found another boyfriend in school. Oh, Nicole was also studying in White Harbor University. How can you break the sacred marriage contract? The old lady was so angry that she stomped her feet. Our Mormont family has been noble for generations. Not to mention the outstanding ability of the family members, at least all of them are loyal and virtuous. Why did this thing pop out when I'm about to die? Modern people like to pursue free love, Asha comforted her. It's not just free love. Nicole despises Jordan for having no future and despises him for being poor. She is also obsessed with the debauched life of the northern region and refuses to go to the old town to live a decent life. The people of the northern region are decent people too. The Duchess on the side mumbled. How can a woman keep an actress at home and a man keep a red saintess outside? How is that decent? The northern region now is even more depraved than the city of Ursos. Do you have to be a nouveau riche just because you're rich? If Dukeide was still alive, I'm afraid he would go out every day with ice to chop off people's heads. The old lady sighed. There are no actors in the summer palace. The Duchess quickly said. Without waiting for the old lady to reply, she quickly changed the topic to Bear Island's second daughter. Nicole really likes Soros. Soros's status is not bad. The chief engineer of Bravos's newly launched Titan is her father. That girl is only the second daughter, and Jordan is the eldest son. How lucky is it for the second daughter to marry the eldest son? When she was engaged, her parents must have thought of her happiness. For the sake of free love, should she betray her parents' kindness? Fine, they're your parents. You can ignore them, but what about your family's honor? When you want to reap benefits, you're the daughter of the Mormons. When you have to be responsible for your family, you start to clamor about free love. Don't you think about it? Without the status given by her family, her free love partner will not like her. The old lady's mouth was like a wheel, running fast. After only half a day, Bear Island's Earl Mormont arrived at the summer palace on a pterodactyl. However, the otherworldly expedition team did not stay long in the northern region. They set off immediately after a night's rest. On the way to the Great Wall, Asha saw many prosperous towns and villages. Thinking back to when she and Stannis had marched into Winterfell, there were no signs of human habitation for hundreds of kilometers. She could not help but sigh again. The Dragon Queen is too powerful. Her casual and unintentional actions can easily change the world. Dany shook her head and said, "It's not unintentional." The equator passes through the northern region, ensuring that more human settlements are livable. Before the long night, the equator is at the summer sea, and the north lacks light. There are not many humans, but Sosros has been wasting the excellent climate. After arriving at the Great Wall, Asha was shocked again. The Great Wall had shrunk by almost 2/3. There are no more night watchers. There were continuous farms near the Great Wall, and the night watchers' castles had become prosperous towns. The ownership of this place still belongs to the night watchers. The taxes and crops will be transported to the Northern Ice Kingdom by sea. The new night watchers are all there, I'd said. What's the point of keeping this Great Wall? Asha was puzzled. This is our world's last line of defense. The Great Wall is also the starting point of our journey. The real test begins now. Elder Princess Sansa sighed. She was not wrong. From leaving the Great Wall to reaching the Northern Ice Kingdom, the group of 10 had traveled for 3 months. There was not even a muddy path beyond the Great Wall. They had to find their own way with a map, or walk with their unicorns. Fortunately, the name of Targaryen was more useful than Asha had imagined. In any tribe, as long as Dany and Princess Sansa announced their identities and let the clansmen know that they were the descendants of the Dragon Queen, they would be received with the highest standards. Every 10 years for the old ancestor's birthday, hundreds of clans would send representatives to Slaver's Bay to present gifts. Even when they return, they only acknowledge the old ancestor as their king. Sansa had a complicated expression. Only some of the barbarians have returned, right? I met the freedmen of Queen's Horn at King's Landing, Asha said. Yes. 30 years after the long night, the number of freedmen of Queen's Horn exploded. They could not live there anymore, so they followed the centaurs and moved beyond the Great Wall. We will soon meet the Dothraki. Remy Khaleesi is Sansa's and my second aunt. Of course, Khal Raymun is also a Targaryen, the Targaryen of the Pentashade Dragons, Dany said. To Asha's surprise, she thought that she would see a nomadic people living in yurts. Instead, she was surprised to see a city even larger than King's Landing under the snowy mountain. There were even huge steel mills and wildfire processing plants. The buildings in the city were not as tall as King's Landing, but they were much cleaner and more comfortable than King's Landing. Chapter 11:22. After arriving at Golden Horse City, Asha was shocked to find that almost all centaurs could speak dragon language. In other words, dragon language had become the common language of centaurs. I remember that you centaurs have your own Dothraki, she said to the hand of the true dragon. At this time, the King's Landing in the southern hemisphere was in the middle of spring and summer, while the true dragon Khanate in the northern hemisphere was in the lush autumn season. Khal and Khaleesi led hundreds of thousands of people nomadic on the grasslands. The centaurs had manors and factories. The true dragon Khanate had a population of 3 million, and 70% of the people lived in large farms, farming, or grazing in small areas. 10% of the city residents were mainly workers, while the remaining 2% were elite roaring warriors and their families. After Khaleesi and Khal left the capital, the Prime Minister assisted the Crown Prince in supervising the country. At this moment, Crown Prince Long Ao was surrounding Princess Sansa and trying to please her. Instead, the Prime Minister was introducing Golden Horse City to the distinguished guest. The old Dothraki language hasn't been completely abandoned. It's mainly spoken in the countryside. As a language, it only had sounds and no words. Its expression was also too simple and not very rigorous. At first, we planned to use Valeglia or the common language of the Seven Kingdoms as the main language of the Khanate. Later, Crown Prince Leg found that for newborns, dragon language was not more difficult than the common language, but for adults, dragon language was 10 times more difficult. Since that was the case, it would be better to take advantage of the fact that the population of the true dragon Khanate hadn't increased yet and spend a generation of effort to gather all the children together and hand them over to a scholar who was proficient in the dragon language to raise them. 80 years ago, the true dragon Khanate only had 50,000 people and less than 8,000 newborns. At this point, the Prime Minister couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Now it seems that His Highness the Crown Prince is truly farsighted. The world's mages and scholars are all learning Draconic, and in our true dragon Khanate, Draconic is the most popular language, even surpassing Slave Bay. When it was almost evening, Asha found a group of small knights coming towards them. They were all students in their teens. They were carrying backpacks and bows, with short swords or wands hanging from their waists. They were dressed in barbarian-style riding and hunting robes. They were talking and laughing, full of vigor. If it weren't for their almond-shaped eyes and tanned skin, she would have thought that she had returned to King's Landing. Well, in King's Landing, it was common to see students leaving school in the evening, but they took the city train instead of riding horses. Greetings, Prime Minister. Greetings, Your Highness. Seeing the old Prime Minister and Long Ao, the students pulled on the reins and dismounted from their horses, kneeling on one knee in salute. Whether it was the old Prime Minister or Long Ao, who was joking with Princess Sansa, they all nodded solemnly in return. It's hard to imagine that you are all centaurs. 100 years ago, centaurs were the synonym of savagery. The free city of Ursos even instituted a ban against centaurs. All armed roaring warriors were not allowed to enter the city. That's right. That's right. 100 years ago, centaurs were synonymous with savagery. No race is born barbaric. We were barbaric in the past because the Khal King hadn't appeared yet. When the prophecy of riding the steed of the world comes true, the centaurs will walk towards glory. The grizzled old centaur straightened his back and said proudly. Asha rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Tell me, riding the steed of the world, are you referring to the Dragon Queen or Leg? Or Pegasus Black Dragon?" As the Prime Minister of the Khanate, the old centaur even had a graduation certificate from the Imperial University. Of course, he would not be stumped by this question. "The king has a father too, right?" he said. "Yes, as long as one is human, they have parents," Asha said. "Isn't that right?" The old centaur spread out his hands. "Everyone has parents. The same goes for riding the steed of the world. The king's father is still the king. The Sky Emperor is the first riding the steed of the world. Prince Leg is the son of the Kal King, the second generation." "Alright, you've covered it up." The old centaur glared and said in a low voice, "This is the truth. The ancient prophecy has come true." During the long night, the Kal King led hundreds of thousands of centaurs to clear out the deviants of Ursos. In the last battle, although Prince Leg was not the commander, he followed the Kal King's blood riders and led hundreds of thousands of the most elite roaring warriors to wipe out the corpses and deviants. After staying in Pegasus City for 3 days, Asha and the others bid farewell to Prince Long Ao. Prince Long Ao was very reluctant and even wanted to join their team, but he was sternly rejected by elder Princess Sansa. "Is he trying to court you?" Asha asked curiously. "Sansa likes the Duke of Valeglia." Dany smiled. Princess Sansa blushed but did not refute. "The Duke of Valeglia, Jollies?" Asha thought carefully and finally remembered. Half a year ago, when she attended the Dragon Queen's birthday party, he was a gloomy young man sitting on either side of her. Although he was very handsome and had the temperament of a poet, and even played the guqin well, Asha did not like him. "I think Prince Long Ao is more masculine, more like a man," she said honestly. "Cousin Jollies is the crown prince, and he became a demigod priest at the age of 25, Dany said. "Leg is also the crown prince, but didn't he not become the emperor for a day?" "I asked the Dragon Queen, and she said that she would give up the throne in about 200 years, Asha said. "I like my cousin's poems." "It has nothing to do with whether he is the crown prince or not," Princess Sansa said. "Poems?" Asha's mouth twitched. She did not know what to say. "The crown prince can at least become the emperor. Maybe when he is 50, Cousin Jollies will go beyond the Great Wall," Dany said. As they continued to travel north, the green vegetation gradually decreased, and the temperature quickly dropped. Snow began to fall from the sky. "Asha, do you want to go to Sky Dragon Temple?" Princess Sansa suddenly asked, and they went around a 10,000-meter tall snow mountain. Asha was stunned. She asked in surprise, "On this mountain?" "Withered Finger Peak of the Snow Mountain." Oberon leaned over and pointed at the mountain that looked like a finger in the distance. He said excitedly, "My ancestor is also cultivating there." "Who?" Asha was confused. "Prince Daolang." "Ah, he's older than my father." "He's still alive." Asha was shocked. Princess Sansa's eyes flashed. She said in a low voice, "Prince Daolang has become a demigod priest." "Sigh, my ancestor failed to break through. He passed away 50 years ago." Joey Royce sighed. Jean Talley said excitedly, "My ancestor is also at Sky Dragon Temple. Why don't we go up and take a look? I've never seen the old master in my entire life. Let's leave 2 people here to guard the luggage and the unicorns. Those with relatives can go up together," Asha suggested. "Bury the luggage in the snow. Don't worry about the unicorns." Joffrey patted Ide's shoulder and smiled. "He's a shapeshifter. The unicorns won't be able to escape." Ide glanced at Caitlin. "Leave it to me." It only took a day for the 10 youths to climb to the top of the mountain. Even Ah Shah, who was the weakest among them, had reached the realm where she could lift something light as if it weighed heavy. After a few months of trekking, she had also activated 2 points of energy storage on the soles of her feet. Now, the sheer cliffs and precipitous cliffs were nothing to her. Sky Dragon Temple was larger than they had imagined. There were dozens of stone and wood houses, and the total area was more than 5,000 square meters. The top of the mountain was not a flat platform. The houses were built according to the terrain. They were scattered in picturesque disorder, like mushrooms growing on tree stumps. Before they reached the top of the mountain, they saw an airship with a fat belly hovering above the tower halfway up the mountain. It's Brandon. He's here too. Ide's eyes were sharp. He was the first to see the serial number at the end of the airship. Indeed, the Mad Prince Brandon had arrived a month ago. Are you here to find your teacher? Bran stood at the edge of the cliff and asked Sansa as she climbed up. The Arctic King will arrange a guardian for us, Sansa said. It's safer to follow a demigod. Asha Greyjoy. A cry came from the entrance of the temple. Brandon turned around and saw the person. Granduncle, you've finally come out. It was an old man who was about 3 feet tall. He was barefoot and wore linen clothes. His bald head was covered with dark brown age spots. His upper lip and lower jaw were like silver strands that hung down to his chest. His cheeks were like sun-dried oranges, shriveled and wrinkled. He was not tall, and his back was a little hunched. His arms and legs were as slender as sticks, but he had a pair of bony hands and a pair of wide, dark feet. 7 hells. You're not Tyrion, are you? Asha cried. That's me. The dwarf looked down at himself and laughed. I'm almost 150 years old. This is normal. You were as handsome as a real Targaryen back then, Asha complained. People don't care about their appearance when they're old. Granduncle. Granduncle. Dany and Princess Sansa bowed respectfully. Granduncle. Casterly Rock City's Joffrey, Tarth Island's Andrew, and Dorne's Oberyn all called him the same. Well, the dwarf never divorced Yen. Later, Yen's adopted nephew from her younger brother could also be considered his descendant. Greetings, Master Tyrion. Ide, Jenny, Catelyn, and Joey were not directly related to the dwarf. However, Tyrion was not the only one in Sky Dragon Temple. Soon, the demigod knight Randall Tarley, the demigod priest Dowlang Martell, and the other old nobles of the 7 kingdoms who were looking for a breakthrough also came out. Jenny Tarley, who had been full of anticipation, suddenly felt a little scared when she saw the old ancestor's serious and cold face. We also want to travel to another world to cultivate, but we won't go with you. You and I have different experiences, and we focus on different things. Randall Tarley said directly. We're different from Brandon. We're just passing by and came to take a look. Jenny said awkwardly. That's good. Randall's expression relaxed a little before he began to ask about the situation at home. I just came out of seclusion and don't have any new cultivation plans. I'll be your bodyguard. The dwarf smiled. That's great. Brandon said excitedly. I want to go with Sansa and Asha, not you. Tyrion rolled his eyes. Brandon was stunned and forced a smile. We can combine into a team. A team of 20 people isn't too big. Princess Sansa glanced at her granduncle. Seeing that he didn't object, she could only agree. After the old practitioners of the temple left, Asha approached Tyrion and asked curiously, what's so special about this place? Why are they all here? Chapter 11:23. This is just an ordinary mountain. The people who live here aren't ordinary, so this place isn't ordinary either. Tyrion said. Isn't there anything special about this place? I thought it would be easier to comprehend the path of the 7 gods here. Asha doubted. Tyrion shook his head with a bitter smile. At first, there was only me and Bronn here. Or rather, the original single-family house was built by me for my old friend Bronn. About 60 years ago, when he was about to reach the end of his life, I went to see him. At that time, he had many children and grandchildren, and it was very lively. I praised him for having a perfect life, but he complained to me that King's Landing was too prosperous, too rich. Now, I just want to read the 7 Stars Bible in peace. So, I carried him on my back and flew north that day. We casually found the highest mountain, which was here. The two of us cut wood with our own hands and built 2 wooden houses. The so-called Sky Dragon Temple was only because I had the world's largest pterosaur, Tessa. The food, daily necessities, and even firewood were all found by Tessa in the forest below the mountain. 10 years later, Braun died, and I was the only one left here. Just as I was about to leave, Jamie and Brittany came again. So, we lived next to each other and continued to live here. Not long after, Count Randall Tarley's son died. Yes, Samuel Tarley died 50 years ago. When he heard that Jamie had broken through to the realm of Sword God, he resigned from the church and came here alone with his sword. In less than 5 years, he became the first semi-divine knight. When the news reached the great cathedral of Bel, Prince Daolang couldn't sit still and asked his grandson to send him over on a pterosaur. In less than 2 years, he, who had been stuck at the peak of level 4 for decades, suddenly broke through to the realm of demigod. This was incredible. Everyone, like you, thought that this was a treasure land with strange magic. Maybe the Dragon Queen would secretly give us special treatment. More and more old people came, and more people broke through to the realm of demigod. So, the previous legends seemed to be confirmed, and the legends became more and more ridiculous. Isn't there anything special about this place? Otherwise, why would there be so many demigods? Asha was a bit unwilling. She was hoping to find some fortuitous encounters here and break through to become a rank 4 Grand Knight. If you want to talk about something special, it's not that there aren't any. Tyrion pondered for a moment before saying, "It's very quiet here. Sitting on a steep cliff, your state of mind will be unprecedentedly peaceful. The effect of training will be far better than in the noisy mortal world. Secondly, there are many books stored in the Sky Dragon Temple's library. The 7 gods' scriptures are only a small part of it. Many of the secret records cannot be found anywhere else. Lastly, there are many grandmasters here. Sword gods can be seen everywhere, and demigods are as common as dogs. I heard that the Heavenly Dragon Temple has Tianshan Snow Lotus, and eating it can help you break through to the next realm?" Asha asked. Tyrion shook his head and sighed. The Snow Lotus is real. At first, we didn't know that it could be eaten, but it can only nourish the blood and prolong one's life. Wanting to eat snow lotuses to break through to the next realm was just wishful thinking. One's realm is the representation of knowledge, and is only related to one's knowledge, experience, and understanding. In order to completely dispel her wishful thinking, he made snow lotus stew with rock sugar for dinner that night. Asha's stomach warmed up after eating it, and her fatigue disappeared. The point of accumulation in her heart was hot and numb, but her realm did not budge at all. If I can eat it every day, it'll be very helpful for my cultivation. Before leaving, she smacked her lips and hinted to Rando Tarley. Yes, the snow lotuses were picked by the temple's demigod old monk from the nearby mountains, and Rando Tarley was the manager of the vault. When you're 50 years old, you can come here to cultivate. By then, you'll be able to eat one every 3 days, Rando said calmly. 50 years old. Asha smiled awkwardly and left. After staying in the Heavenly Dragon Temple for 2 days, Brandon and his companions left on the airship, while Tyrion followed Asha and the rest down the snow mountain. "Where's your Tessa?" Seeing him walking with his big black feet, Asha was puzzled. "Too ostentatious, it's not good to bring her to the other world." "Ostentatious?" Asha was puzzled. Tyrion smiled and waved his hand at the back of the mountain. "Tessa!" Hiss! A dragon's cry pierced the skies, and the mountain peak trembled slightly. Looking into the distance, a tsunami-like wave of snow rolled down from the peak of the northern snow mountain. There was an avalanche. An 80-meter-long beast soared into the sky from the wave of snow. Hiss! The strong winds caused by the flapping wings were like the hands of a drowning man, wildly tugging at Asha's scarf and long hair. The blue sky and white clouds were instantly covered by a thick shadow. Oh, 7 gods, your Tessa has grown so big. Even the Megalosaurus can't compare to her. Looking at the pterosaur circling above her head, Asha was shocked beyond words. She can't compare to the Megalosaurus at all. Tyrion waved his hand at the sky. Tessa let out a long howl, and flew toward the back of the mountain again. Where's the Dragon Queen's Megalosaurus? Has it given birth over the years? Asha asked. Blackie is at Slaver's Bay, but it hasn't laid any eggs. Perhaps it won't lay any eggs for the rest of its life. My sister hopes that all 5 dragons will become true gods. The newborn dragons will divide their destiny and greatly affect their training speed, Tyrion said. Asha frowned and said, the Megalosaurus has completely disappeared from the Targaryen family now? Tyrion glanced at the Targaryen family and said hesitantly, actually, over the past 100 years, she has collected hundreds of fossilized dragon eggs from all over the world. When she leaves the mortal world, she will distribute the stone eggs to the many Targaryen families. If you want a Megalosaurus, you have to hatch it yourself. Could it be that the old ancestor can't hatch dragons with the start of the new era? Princess Sansa asked in surprise. The destiny of the era's protagonist does indeed determine whether the Megalosaurus can be born, but she's different from Lalo. The destiny of the ruler of the world far surpasses that of the child of the era, Tyrion said. Then why doesn't she hatch it? Asha asked, puzzled. She feels that 5 children are enough. 1 more child means 1 more responsibility. The Megalosaurus can be distributed to her children and grandchildren, Asha said, puzzled. Sigh, you still don't understand. Tyrion sighed. That's her child. Other than herself, the Megalosaurus she hatches will not become anyone's mount, including her own son, Simba. Can others hatch a Megalosaurus? Dany asked. Either they're lucky and happen to awaken the same talent as her, the mother of dragons. Or they're talented and hardworking enough to master part of the First Flame's characteristics. It shouldn't be difficult to hatch a dragon. Tyrion's eyes flashed. I suspect that Simba can hatch a dragon now too. The 2 Targaryens were deep in thought. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, I'd whistled. The unicorns exhaled white steam and ran out of the forest in 2s and 3s. Tyrion, are you riding Tessa, or are you riding with us? Asha asked. See you in the Northern Ice Kingdom. Tyrion smiled. Under everyone's stunned gazes, his body melted like a candle, turning into a red and white puddle of steam. Then, he quickly kneaded into an adult dragon whelp that was 3 meters long with red scales. Its body was small, but from the expression and gaze of the Megalosaurus, it was definitely an old dragon. How did you do it? Sansa asked in shock. My body originally fused with a part of the dragonworm's genes. After a long period of fusion with Tessa, I copied the pterosaur's genes from her body. The fusion of the dragonworm and the pterosaur is the Megalosaurus. In order to cultivate this blood witchcraft, I even asked the Dragon Queen for some divine dragon's blood essence. With the true dragon's blood as a reference, the fusion of the genes went smoothly. Now, I am the Megalosaurus. The demonic dragon raised its head and roared. A 10-meter-long dragon flame pierced through the sky like a sharp sword. The bright red flame pillar twisted the air around it. You've become a demigod blood wizard? Dany exclaimed in shock. Soon. Perhaps this trip to another world will help me break through the last barrier. There are also Megalosaurus in that world. Golden dragons can even turn into humans. I have to see it. The demonic dragon's eyes glowed. Sky Dragon Temple was between the Khanate of True Dragon and the Northern Ice Nation. Half a day later, they stepped onto the Northern Ice Nation's territory. The Northern Ice Nation's climate was very similar to the ancient, northern region, but now it had 4 seasons instead of several years of winter. They saw fields of winter wheat and turnips. Near the village, there were also cabbages and radishes. With the resources provided by the Khanate of True Dragon on land, the northern region on the sea, and beyond the Great Wall, there hasn't been a famine for 100 years, Princess Sansa said. Along the way, they saw many collective farms. Night watchers from all over the world were farming there. Even though it was winter, there were still farmers working in the glass tents. Apart from the farms, there were almost no towns or factories in the Northern Ice Nation. The population of the Northern Ice Nation is too small. The land is 2 to 3 times bigger than the northern region, and there are only 300,000 people. It's impossible to develop an independent magic industry. I'd sighed. Ah, look over there. She's not human. The group was walking on the dirt path outside the farm. I'd suddenly pointed at a village girl and shouted. The village girl in a blue cotton jacket was holding a bundle of cotton sticks and was about to walk to the low brick house with smoke coming out of the chimney. Hearing the shout, she immediately turned to the Unicorn Knight curiously. When she looked over, Asha and the others also saw her face. She had a delicate face, slightly rough skin, light yellow hair, slender limbs, and a pair of long pointy ears. The pointy-eared village girl was not afraid of strangers. She stepped forward and asked curiously, "Are you from the Khanate of the South?" She was speaking High Valyrian, and she was still a little unfamiliar with it, stumbling over her words. Princess Sansa rode forward and said, "We're from the 7 Nations, King's Landing." "Do you know?" "I'm not sure. I'm Aya, an elf. I just migrated here from another world." The elf village girl smiled. "Is the village full of elves?" Sansa saw a few elves who heard the noise and walked to the threshing ground curiously. "Yes." The king of the Northern Ice Nation was worried that some unruly night watchers would hurt us, so he let the elves live together to protect themselves, Aya said. Through the conversation, the Imperial College students gradually understood that many humans, elves, dwarves, and other races had formed groups to migrate to the Northern Ice Nation. The Northern Ice Nation is bitter and cold, but life in the northern countries is even harder. In that world, humans are too unfriendly to elves. The elf elder in the village sighed. "This world is also dominated by humans," Asha said. The old elf's eyes flashed. "At least you believe in the 7 gods, and the 7 gods are real. We only decided to migrate to this world after studying the 7 Stars Bible. The Maiden of Freedom of the 7 gods announced that all intelligent life is free. They have the right to live, develop, and preserve their culture. You also believe in the 7 gods now?" Sansa frowned. "Elves should have their own gods, right? We believe in Dynamida." "Old woman, holy mother, and maiden are another name for Dynamida," the old elf said solemnly. "Are you sure?" The Imperial College students were doubtful. The old elf stretched out his right palm and shouted piously, "My lord, Dynamida, please bless your believers." Buzz, a ball of holy light condensed in his palm. The Imperial College students were stunned. "Holy light? Don't tell me you're calling her Dynamida but calling her Holy Mother in your heart?" Asha shouted. Chapter 1124. Meritlay is the main religion of the Northern Kingdoms. This deity appears in 3 forms, a carefree young girl, a mature pregnant woman, and a hunchbacked old woman. In the palace of Neverwinter, Queen Ygritte introduced the deity to the guests. As the only daughter of the powerful demigod who sang the Song of Ice, she was also considered a child of God. She became a demigod in her 70s, and then came to the Northern Ice Kingdom with Ymont to live in seclusion. Ymont was also a demigod. He was the eldest grandson of the Dragon Queen, and the eldest son of the sun god Leg and the moon goddess Dany. His bloodline was stronger than Ygritte's, and he became a fire demigod at the age of 40. "She really looks like the young girl, the Holy Mother," and the old woman of the 7 gods." Sansa exclaimed. "Not only are the images similar, even the doctrines are similar. Meritlee's priest preaches love, peace, and kindness, and wantonly builds hospitals, shelters, and orphanages. Everything she says and does is in line with the teachings of the 7 gods. So, believers who come to our world only need to change their minds and think that Meritlee is the incarnation of the 7 gods, and it is easy to get the blessings of the 7 gods." "Is Meritlee the same deity as Dinamida?" Asha asked. "Yes, the humans in the northern kingdoms call her Meritlee, the elves call her Dinamida, and the dwarves have a different name." After that, Queen Ygritte told the younger generation about the history of the demon hunter world. Compared to the history of their world, it was very short. It was said that the goblins and dwarves were the natives of the demon hunter world. About 2,000 years ago, the elves came to the new world during the convergence of the stars. Compared to the natives, the elves had a rich culture, mature art, and advanced science. Their attainments in magic were unparalleled. The elves, with their more advanced civilization, naturally dominated the world. However, the elves also had 2 fatal flaws. First, although they lived long lives, their fertility rate was very low. Second, the elves had no enemies for a long time, causing the entire race to be arrogant. They valued the illusory and complex advanced culture, but neglected the development of their true power, military and destructive magic. 700 years ago, another celestial body converged, and humans crossed the sea from another world. After 200 years of recuperation and learning the mysteries of magic from the elves, the expansion of the human race was unstoppable. It took another 100 years to develop the 3 great kingdoms. In the next 400 years, humans destroyed all the beautiful and magnificent cities of the elves. They either drove the elves out of the country, killed them all, or imprisoned them in some desolate area. In the world of demon hunters, elves are synonymous with the poor, robbers and vagabonds, and female elves are specifically used to refer to prostitutes. Can you imagine? Just 500 years ago, they were still the overlords of the world, the masters of chaos magic? Queen Ygritte lamented. "No wonder they wanted to migrate to our world," Asha muttered. "When I go to the demon hunter world this time, I will marry the descendant of the female elf, Laura. She is a princess with elven bloodline. I heard that she is very beautiful and very cute," Brandon said excitedly. Ygritte glanced at her great-grandson and said coldly, "Bran, you only have the opportunity to go on a blind date with Pavetta. Whether you can succeed or not depends on whether other people like you or not. Great-grandmother, I am a direct descendant of the Celestial Emperor. The other party is just a duchy princess of a fallen world. What is there not to like?" Brandon was not convinced. "It seems that this matter is going to fail. Even I don't like this kid," the dwarf whispered to the white-bearded old John. Old John nodded gently. For 20 years, Sansa and Lady Catelyn did not teach him well. Compared to 20 years ago, there has been a qualitative change. Arya said sullenly. 20 years ago, she was the one who hooked Brandon's soul. Some time ago, she was the one who returned his soul to the flesh of King's Landing. During Brandon's torture in Hell, he had not been idle. He was the descendant of the Dragon Queen. He was also the descendant of Sansa and Catelyn. They had sent him to his side. How could they not teach him to be a good person? In fact, not only Sansa and Catelyn would preach to him, sometimes when they were free, Grand-Aunt Arya would whip him a few times to wake him up. "Who is the female elf, Laura?" Asha asked in confusion. Dany, Sansa, and the others also looked curiously at Queen Ygritte. The elven princess. Grandmother had met her once. The two made an agreement. Later. Ygritte hesitated for a moment and sighed. Later, she fell in love with a human. But the humans and elves were in a cruel race war. The two's union was seen as a betrayal to their own race by both elves. Her husband was killed first, then she was hunted down by the humans and elves. Before she died, she left behind a daughter. The current queen and princess of the Sindra kingdom are both Laura's descendants. The next day, Princess Sansa met the teacher that the Northern Ice Kingdom had chosen to lead them, the commoner sword Saint Sophia. She was a tall swordswoman with long brown hair and an oval face. She carried a two-handed sword on her back. She wore a black woolen sweater and a black cloak that represented the Night Watchers. She looked valiant and charming. She was born in an ordinary farmer's family by the Trident River. At the age of 5, she was the same as the other children in the village. The old priest in the small church activated the power storage point and she followed the instructor of the poor to practice basic swordsmanship. Because her talent was visible to the naked eye, she was recommended to the great church in her territory at the age of 7. Derry City had stronger priests and swordsmanship instructors. Little Sophia's martial arts began to improve by leaps and bounds. At the age of 11, she became a level 4 Grand Knight and successfully received an offer from the Imperial University. Even Count Derry was shocked. Because she was born in Derry City and received financial support from the Derry family since young, half of the budget of the church in each territory came from the local nobles. Sophia reluctantly agreed to Count Derry's request to date his cousin, Fry. At that time, she had not graduated from university and had not reached the realm of a sword saint. Fry despised her for being a commoner. Sophia, who was rejected, heaved a sigh of relief. In her last year of university, she directly applied to the Northern Ice Kingdom to guard the world's borders. She stayed for more than 10 years and did not return to the Seven Kingdoms. Well, a level 4 Grand Knight had mastered extraordinary swordsmanship skills. Only at level 9 could one be considered a demigod in pure swordsmanship. Level 5, 6, 7, and 8 were all sword saints. Sword saints did not have an essential improvement in their skills. In other words, extraordinary swordsmanship was already the peak of mortal swordsmanship. Sword saints comprehended more extraordinary skills of controlling the sword with their mind and wielding the sword with their willpower. For example, a normal shield could block the full strength of a level 4 Grand Knight's sword. But in the face of a sword saint, the fine steel round shield would also be split open by the iron sword strengthened with willpower. It was not the physical strength of the sword saint's arm that became stronger, but the willpower that had infinite possibilities. Another example was that in the face of a magic attack, a normal knight could only dodge, but a sword saint could annihilate the spiritual power of the opponent's magic elements. The reason why the swordsmanship in this world developed so quickly was because of the divine position of the warrior of the 7 gods. Dany first absorbed the essence of the swordsmanship of the knight civilization for 10,000 years and broke through to the realm of the gods. Then, she imparted her knowledge to all the knights in the world without reservation. The knights developed their own swordsmanship with the guidance of the sword god. Their swordsmanship was included in the Sword of the Warrior, and was recorded by the warrior divine position. Dany's swordsmanship sword. For example, after Jaime and Brittany became sword gods, their experience, insights, and even the will of the sword god would all be absorbed by Dany through the warrior divine position. After the promotion, Dany, the warrior, taught the world more perfect swordsmanship, forming a virtuous cycle. Almost every few years, the Celestial Emperor would open the swordsmanship experience and new body techniques to all the swordsmen and knights in the world for free. Power points and sword manipulation with will were developed in this way. After 100 years of snowballing development, the martial arts of the Song of Ice and Fire world had today's achievements. And this was not the end. As more people entered the Demon Hunter world, there would also be swordsmen from the Demon Hunter world. In the future, the progress of martial arts would be faster. In the next 2 months, many exploration teams came to Neverwinter one after another. There were students from various universities in the world, but more of them were mercenaries and caravans. Brandon and Tyrion also changed into unicorns, the old unicorns with long manes. Together with Sword Saint Sophia, a group of 22 people set off with the Braavosi caravan. It's not that we want to make money. Most of the time, money can't move people's hearts at all. It can't buy treasures that others cherish. The leader of the caravan explained. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a medium build and a square face with well-proportioned facial features. A third of his brown hair was silver-white. It was said that he was the illegitimate son of the old Sea King. Well, the political system of Bravos didn't change much, but the Sea King was always Targaryen. The Dragon Queen didn't use force. At the end of the long night, there were only 20 to 30,000 people left in Bravos. The hundreds of thousands of people who migrated to the plains of Queen's Horn had long been used to the rule of Targaryen. To put it bluntly, those who survived the long night were mostly Dragon Queen's subjects. "What goods did you bring?" Tyrion asked curiously. Technology, history, literature books, as well as meditation techniques and night training techniques, steel weapons, perfume, spices, high-quality silk, dragon paper, thermometers, high-precision lenses. They are all good stuff. It's a little too good. The former Crown Prince Brandon cursed, "Do you have any brains? History will expose the secrets of the gods and the great families." Technology is the crystallization of 10,000 years of human civilization. It's fine to sell perfume and spices, but can you sell high-precision lenses? Are you going to betray the country? The middle-aged man's face turned red. "Prince Brandon, I'm afraid you don't understand the world of demon hunters. The civilization of the elves is stronger than the ancient Valeglia. The extraordinary knowledge of the Warlock Brotherhood far exceeds that of the modern era under the grace of the Celestial Emperor. Perfume, spices and silk can only please the nobles. The powerful organizations that truly control the power aren't idiots, and they won't be idiots." Nonsense. If that world is better, why do so many elves and wild warlocks want to come here? Brandon scoffed. "Our world has the Holy Mother, and the future is brighter." Asha asked curiously, "What if there are bandits from the other world who rob your goods? Or, the king will arrange soldiers to pretend to be bandits to steal these precious books?" "We have already discussed with the Warlock Brotherhood over there. They will arrange for people to protect the caravan." The leader smiled. "These things are pre-ordered by the Extraordinaire organization in the other world?" Princess Sansa was shocked. "No one is an idiot." The middle-aged man sighed. "The Celestial Emperor is such a powerful existence. Any extraordinaire who knows that she rose from an ordinary person to a divine king in just over 10 years will covet her secret." Chapter 11:25. The Seven Hells. Is this the Seven Hells? When Asha learned that they were passing through the Seven Hells, she asked curiously, "What does hell look like?" No one knew what Tyrion did, but there were no longer lead gray clouds above their heads. Instead, the scene of black smoke and dark red flames appeared in front of them. Right above their heads, there was a giant sea of oil with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. The boiling oil bubbled and thick smoke billowed. Hundreds of thousands of undead wailed inside. There was also a millstone that was even larger than the monarch's descent. Countless undead wailed as they ran, and behind them, there was a stone roller that was even thicker than the Great Wall. It rumbled as it chased after them, crushing them like wheat into red juice. There was also a mountain taller than the Snow Mountain where the Sky Dragon Temple was located. It was made up of shining sharp blades. The undead climbed up from the foot of the mountain like ants. With each step, they would cut off dozens of pieces of flesh. Finally, there was only a white skeleton stuck with blood halfway up the mountain. This is the 18 Punishment Division of the Seven Hells. The land of eternal winter we are in now is the gap between the second layer of the ice purgatory and the material world. The second layer is below the first, so we can see the projection of the first layer of hell when we look up, Tyrion said. "It's too scary," Asha said with a pale face. Tyrion glanced at the students and said meaningfully, "So, when you are alive, you must restrain yourself and return to etiquette. Don't do bad things. We will remember Master's teachings." The students bowed solemnly to Master Tyrion. Asha had a strange expression and muttered, "It's so awkward to hear this from you." When they crossed an ice river, they accidentally met a team of female warlocks from another world. "7 gods above, she's so beautiful." "That's an elf, right?" There were many women in the team. Even the red-robed Melisandre was among them. They were all stunning beauties, but the eyes of the Imperial University students fell on the dark golden-haired female elf in the lead. She was a perfect woman without any flaws in terms of facial features, skin, figure, and temperament. Targaryen's appearance was also very delicate, but in comparison, it was too invasive. He did not have the tranquil temperament of a female elf that was harmonious with the world. Even Master Tyrion, whose mortal heart had long withered, could not help but thump. "Lady Yennefer, Lady Melisandre." Sophia first stepped forward and bowed to the two women beside the female elf. Then, she faced the female elf in a more solemn manner. "Madam Frances, you haven't left the Northern Ice Kingdom yet? I'm admiring your 7 hells. The Celestial Emperor's attainments in spatial magic are truly breathtaking." The female elf smiled. After that, Sophia appeared and introduced both sides to each other. Yennefer had wanted to practice in this world, but she was not the only one from the Warlock Brotherhood who had arrived at Everwinter alive. It could only be said that she was lucky. She was the first female warlock to pass the trial of the 7 layers of hell, and the only opportunity to communicate with the King God Cauldron was hers. After the other warlocks learned about this world's extraordinary upper limit, they were very excited and immediately sent the news to the Warlock Academy. Very soon, the Transcendents of the Demon Hunter world formed an envoy group and went to Slave Bay to visit the mortal god king. The female elf Frances was the leader of the envoy group. The Warlock envoy group arrived at the Northern Ice Kingdom a year and a half ago. They left the Northern Ice Kingdom half a year ago and were ready to return to their own world. However, they did not expect that they had been trying to crack the spatial structure of hell for half a year and had not yet left the range of hell. "Have you seen Her Majesty Dany Lissa?" There seems to be no news of the envoy group from the outside world. Princess Sansa said in surprise. "We have been to Slave Bay, but did not stay there for long." Frances said. "Why are you looking for the Dragon Queen?" Tyrion asked. "To ask about the mysteries of magic and also to find a place for the elves to settle down. Her Majesty Dany Lissa was very kind and carefully answered all our questions. She also agreed to let the elves build their own home in the barren wilderness." The elven warlock said with emotion. The female human warlock beside her said excitedly, "Your world is too magical. It's like a bottle, you can only enter and exit through the Arctic Circle." And such a magical world was actually artificially shaped. The rumors are not exaggerated. Dany Lissa is a god, a real god. "Will you warlocks migrate to our world?" Asha asked curiously. Frances glanced at Yennefer, who had been silent, and shook her head, "Not necessarily for the elves, but probably not for the humans. For the Warlock organization, we have the responsibility to protect the chaos magic. For the individual warlocks, they come from the northern countries and have to use their knowledge to serve their country." Since they had met Tyrion and the others, the female warlocks did not take their time to analyze the structure of hell. Half a month later, they came to the Megalosaurus Mountains of the Demon Hunter world. Yennefer said goodbye to the female warlocks at the intersection of the worlds. "That's it. I have to go back to the world of 7 gods to understand the law. Next, I will go to Slave Bay. Being beside the Dragon Queen, the sea of law will be clearer." "You are so lucky." Frances had a complicated expression, and the other female warlocks could not hide their envy. "I have gone back and forth to the northern countries several times. This time, I plan to go to Nilfgaard in the south to have a look. Their national religion, the Sun religion. It is very interesting." Melisandre was also about to leave the group. "You are a mage. Is it safe?" Asha could not help but ask. Aunt May thought for a moment and said, "If you meet a demon hunter called Jennet, tell me." I need him. Ask him to come to me. The black-haired female warlock who was already walking back stopped and turned around to look at the red-robed woman with an unfriendly expression. Janet is a strong and reliable man. The red-robed woman smiled faintly. Yennev pursed her lips and did not say anything. She turned around and left. The red-robed woman shrugged and nodded to Francis and Tyrion. She rolled up her sleeves and walked towards the south. She did not even bring her luggage. Asha murmured. She is also a deity. She does not drink, eat, sleep or rest. She bathes in flames and is untainted. Francis said enviously, in our world, it is not difficult to grasp great power. It is almost impossible to comprehend the law and become a deity. Let's go. Don't worry about that woman. Even if we all die, she will not lose a single hair. Tyrion shouted. Why? The school teacher once said that demigods can also be exhausted and magic power exhausted. Then, they will be surrounded and killed by mortals. Jenny Tully was puzzled. That woman has a special technique to avoid danger. In front of outsiders, Tyrion did not reveal the red-robed woman's trump card. Francis was very enthusiastic and tried her best to persuade everyone to visit the Elven Kingdom. Other than Brandon, who was anxious that his fiancée was about to reach adulthood, the others came here with the intention of traveling to another world. Naturally, they would not refuse the invitation of the most beautiful female warlock in the world. When they arrived at the so-called Elven Kingdom, Tyrion and the rest finally realized how bad the situation of the elves was. The Elven Kingdom was just a valley full of flowers. It was called 100 Flowers Valley. The total population was less than 4,000. It was even less than a human town. And this small valley was the only legal settlement of the elves in the world. However, although 100 Flowers Valley was small, it concentrated some of the characteristics of the elven civilization and the way the elves lived and produced. The beautiful palaces and unique culture of the elves amazed the students of Imperial College. Are the humans of this world crazy? Even hiring elves as gardeners is better than driving them to the wilderness to be bandits. Stark especially liked the elven cities. Even though they are all humans, the personalities and customs of the humans of this world are different from ours. Princess Sansa sighed. The students of Imperial College stayed in the small 100 Flowers Valley for a month, mainly to read books written by the elven sage. Before leaving, Tyrion thought of the mission of this trip and found Francis. He asked, "Do you know Laura Doran from 100 years ago?" She was also an elf. The female elf nodded. She was an elf princess from another world. She was engaged long ago, but in the end, she fell in love with a human from our world. Laura and Cranion's union was to prove to the two warring races that elves and humans could live in peace. But in the end, everyone was depressed. She was wrong. At this point, the elven sorcerer suddenly hesitated. Laura and her descendants seemed to be covered in a layer of curse. Laura clearly had such great power, but she died so miserably, she whispered. Wasn't she hunted down and then had a difficult birth? Tyrion was puzzled. No, she was captured by the humans and locked in a cage. They even used an iron sword to cut off her hands so that she could no longer cast spells. It was the middle of winter. In the woods of a desolate hill, Laura gave birth to her child. In order to protect her daughter, she injected all the magic in her body into the half-elf. At that moment, it was as if the sun floated out of her body. The biting cold wind and the dark night were all dispelled by the light and heat. Outside the valley, a blizzard raged, but the valley where Laura and her daughter were was suddenly as warm as spring. There were even flowers blooming in the ice and snow. "Ah, that's," Tyrion exclaimed, but immediately changed his words. "Amazing. That was the Dragon Queen's fire of creation." The female elf looked deeply at the dwarf and nodded. "It is indeed amazing." Seeing such a scene, the human soldiers did not dare to harm Laura's daughter. In the end, the Queen of Redania, Sero, adopted the child. What happened to the child after that? Tyrion asked. The same fate as her mother. She had great talent, but died an unnatural death. She married a human king, but because of the power struggle in the kingdom, she was imprisoned by her adoptive mother's daughter, who was also her sister. She died after giving birth to a pair of twins. Laura's grandson also did not live long. Because he had an affair with a countess, he was murdered by the countess. He was only 18 years old when he died. Laura's granddaughter married the king of Cintra, but also did not live long. At present, it seems that the lioness of Cintra, Calanthe, has lived the longest. Perhaps she can prove that the so-called curse is just my imagination. 3 months later, Tyrion led a group of Imperial College students to the southernmost pearl of the north, Cintra. After returning from the palace, Tyrion patted Brandon's shoulder. Queen Calanthe agreed to the marriage, but her desire was not strong. She hoped that her daughter would marry a noble of her country. In a week, Queen Calanthe will gather all the noble talents in the country to hold a marriage selection banquet for her daughter. Whether or not you can marry Princess Pavetta will depend on your performance. After a pause, he said seriously, Bran, I will tell you the truth. If you can bring Princess Pavetta back to our world, it will save your ancestors a lot of trouble. Brandon was very excited. I am the direct descendant of the God King. I received the best education since I was young. Regardless of appearance or talent, I will not lose to the small nobles of the small Cintra Duchy. Chapter 11:26. In the world of demon hunters, supernatural powers were common, so much so that every kingdom had a royal warlock who served the king. The royal warlock could be seen as a scholar who knew magic. Cintra also had a royal warlock. It was a plump old man with long brown hair, Druid Mozsak. The druids of this world couldn't transform into animals. They were priests of nature and could understand nature through talking to plants and trees. They could control the powerful forces of nature to maintain the balance between ecosystems. The forces of nature included but were not limited to controlling the weather, stopping storms, summoning hailstorms, and sending down lightning. In some ways, they were very similar to the children of the forest in the Song of Ice and Fire world. Mozsak was very powerful. If he didn't want to kill, he could stop hundreds of armored soldiers with just a lightning barrier. Today was Princess Pavetta's wedding banquet. Mozsak received an important task from Queen Calanthe: don't let anyone ruin tonight's banquet. Are you sure you want to do that in front of the otherworld emissary? The old druid looked hesitant. I am the Queen of Cintra. In my country, in my palace, do I need to care about other people's opinions? The queen said lightly. Mozsak frowned. You have the right to do anything in the palace, but if things go in the worst direction, I'm afraid the marriage between Prince Brandon and Pavetta will, the convergence of planets will end. Cintra needs an heir, and I don't want to be separated from Pavetta. Also, I'm not sure what Dany Rise will do to Pavetta if she goes to the world of 7 gods, Calanthe said in a low voice. The agreement from back then. Can I know about it? The old druid asked carefully. Queen Calanthe hesitated for a moment and whispered, I didn't lie to Melisandre. The ancestors didn't pass down accurate information, only that there would be powerful gods in the future. But our family is not ignorant of our own abilities, especially my mother, who was a powerful prophet. She told me that our family could awaken a powerful bloodline that even gods would covet. I guess the Dragon Queen also wants this talent. The druid remembered the rumors of the previous queen and asked, is it the ability to control fire and heal? Maybe, maybe not, Calanthe said uncertainly. Could it be that there are other talents? Calanthe nodded. There's another type of power that doesn't lose out to fire, but it's not as easy to control as the power of light and fire. That's why my mother was called the Sun Prophet by the warlocks, and nothing else. The other party is a deity. How can you refuse? Furthermore, it would be unreasonable for you to go against the ancestors' agreement, the old man said worriedly. I'm not rejecting it completely, but I hope that the Dragon Queen can wait a few more years. Calanthe's face was full of helplessness. Right now, the royal family only has me and my daughter, Pavel. At my age, it's very difficult for me to have another child. With Pavel gone, the royal family's inheritance will be cut off. The old man suddenly understood. You want Princess Pavel's child to fulfill the agreement from back then? Calanthe nodded silently. I hope Prince Brandon can make Princess Pavel change her mind. The old man sighed. She can choose not to choose Brandon Targaryen, but no matter what, she must change her mind. Calanthe's face was full of murderous intent. What a group of outstanding youths. At 3:00 in the afternoon, when Tyrion led the Imperial University students in new attire to the palace gate, the residents and nobles of Sintra were stunned by their appearance and temperament. Maybe they're all nobles, Prince Easter murmured. Don't doubt it. At least half of them are princes or princesses, the brawny man with milky white hair said lazily. Butcher of Braviken, you've been to the other world and passed the trial of integrity and honor. Do you know their identities? The prince's eyes were somewhat provocative. He had just asked a question when he cursed in a low voice, damn it, do the people of the other world have unique tastes? What do you have to do with integrity and honor? Geralt shrugged. The values and customs of the other world are indeed different from ours. Unexpectedly, when the group of princes and princesses bowed to Queen Calanthe, they only reported their names and didn't mention their titles and identities. Oh, the same identity, students of the Imperial University. Is the Imperial University a sorcerer's college? Prince Easter asked curiously. The black and white marble floor of the palace with a complex four-pointed star pattern was polished until it was shiny. There was a large empty space in the center of the hall, and on both sides near the white stone pillars, there were rows of long tables and chairs. The tables were filled with roasted lamb chops, ham, bread, beef, apples, grapes, and other food. Dozens of chandeliers hung from the ceiling, each with 30 candles. The noble guests sat on both sides. The queen and prince's seats were on the stone steps above the center of the hall, which was also a long table. In the middle was Queen Calanthe's throne. The queen's rumored lover, Prince Easter, and Geralt sat on the queen's right. The first seat on the queen's left was empty, and the second, fourth, and third seats were occupied by Princess Pavetta and Mage Mosak. At this time, Tyrion, still barefooted and dressed in linen clothes, led 21 Imperial University students to the center of the hall and bowed to Queen Calanthe. Hearing Prince Easter's question, Tyrion smiled and said, in our place, the university doesn't only teach magic. Warriors, blacksmiths, merchants, scribes, architects, and even farmers can learn the knowledge of their respective professions in the university. This. The prince was stunned. Won't the warlocks feel insulted? Learning with the farmers? The court mage asked. Unless the warlocks don't eat, Tyrion said. Master Tyrion, please sit here. Queen Calanthe pointed to the seat next to her and invited him. Brandon was just about to speak when Tyrion gave him a timely look to calm down. Sansa, look after him. He whispered and walked up the stone steps with a smile on his face. Master Tyrion, why aren't you wearing shoes? Is it for cultivation? A count at the same table asked curiously. Before the dwarf could answer, Queen Calanthe smiled and popularized the concept of the seven gods ascetic. I'd rather die tomorrow than live like that. Without wine and women, living is torture, Prince Easter grumbled. I had the same idea as you back then. After seeing the prosperity of the world, I realized that wine and women are all clouds and smoke. The dwarf sighed. Master, aren't you exaggerating? Easter felt that the little old man was bragging. He, Prince, you're still too young. Tyrion smiled indulgently. Easter knew that Tyrion was the illegitimate brother of the Dragon Queen and had lived for more than 100 years, so he turned his gaze to the demon hunter beside him. Geralt of Rivia, you've also lived for more than 100 years. Tell me, do you hate women and wine now? Even if I throw away the sword in my hand one day, I won't let go of the wine bottle in my hand. After saying that, the demon hunter gulped down a large cup of wine. After drinking, he let out a long sigh of satisfaction. Easter smiled and looked at Tyrion. The dwarf glanced sideways at the demon hunter and called out, "Geralt, Melisandre wants you to find her." Melisandre? Where did she go? Geralt was stunned. Nilfgaard in the south. The dwarf sighed. To be honest, I admire you. Although I've seen countless women, I don't dare to touch a witch, especially a shadow-binding knight. I've seen Madame Melisandre. She's very beautiful and sexy, Easter said. She's also very charming and gentle, but I'm also a little afraid of her. She always likes to draw my blood to do some strange witchcraft experiments when I'm asleep. The demon hunter sighed. Did she draw your magic power and soul essence by doing that? Tyrion's expression was very wretched. Everyone, today is my daughter's wedding banquet, Queen Calanthe said. Sorry, meeting a former kindred spirit, I couldn't help but have some feelings. The dwarf immediately straightened his face, solemn like a holy monk. After a few glasses of wine, almost all the guests had arrived. With a look from Queen Calanthe, the blue-robed palace honor guard who had been standing at the bottom of the stairs stepped forward, bowed to the queen and the guests on the stairs, then turned to face the palace gate and announced, "Princess Pavetta's wedding banquet has officially begun. Please welcome the first suitor, His Highness Peregrine of Nilfgaard." A young man of medium build led two attendants out of his seat and came to the center of the hall. Just as he was about to speak after bowing, the laughter of the Cintrons came from both sides of the banquet. They cheered in a joking tone, "Go His Highness Peregrine," while knocking on the table or playing strange music with the bagpipes. After coming to this world for more than half a year, Tyrion also knew about the conflict between the northern countries and the southern country of Nilfgaard. Queen Calanthe coldly scolded the nobleman youth who was making the most noise, and the hall returned to silence. The Prince of Nilfgaard said, "Queen Calanthe, if I marry Princess Pavetta, Cintra, located at the southernmost part of the northern countries, will form an alliance with Nilfgaard, and no country in the world will dare to go against our will." Speaking of this, the prince showed what he thought was a smug, but was actually a very wretched smile. "I know that Cintra hasn't given birth to a prince for a long time, and my 5 brothers are all strong men, and I have a very powerful bloodline in my body. The seed I left in Pavetta's body will also bear the strongest male heir. This is the wedding banquet." The dwarf moaned softly. Just as he thought this was the custom of the demon hunter world, he caught a glimpse of Princess Pavetta's face full of shame and anger, and she looked to her mother for help. Queen Calanthe's expression was impatient, but her eyes were burning with anger. Tyrion was sure that this was not a tradition, but a strange thing in every world. Cintra is indeed the pearl of the northern countries, but what is Nilfgaard? A pile of dog shit. The lioness of Cintra was very rude, and sneered in front of all the guests. The prince and his 2 attendants were shocked, but the surrounding Cintrans laughed loudly and applauded the queen. "Boy, tell me, is it true that the barbaric Nilfgaardians drink urine, eat their own children, and mate with ewes?" The dwarf was stunned. The Prince of Nilfgaard recovered from the shock, and his face was full of disbelief and shame. The nobles of Cintra in the palace cheered even more excitedly, as if their queen had swept away thousands of troops on the battlefield with Nilfgaard. "Queen Calanthe, are you humiliating me? You are insulting Nilfgaard." The prince's face was red as he stammered. "Come on, who doesn't know that your father is just a usurper? The king of Nilfgaard can't stay for long. How long can your family stay on the throne? A year, a month? Boy, get out of here early and suffer less humiliation." Queen Calanthe said sarcastically, and glanced at her daughter with a smile in her eyes. The Prince of Nilfgaard did not say a word, and turned to leave with his attendants. He left the palace directly and did not return to the banquet. The Cintrans cheered thunderously. Then the second suitor, the third, gradually, Tyrion and the other students of the Imperial College understood the right way to propose. Prince Brandon Targaryen of the world of the Seven Gods. As the ceremonial officers sang, the silver-haired, purple-eyed Bran walked to the center of the hall with the encouragement of his classmates. Chapter 11:27. Prince Brandon is so handsome. Targaryen's appearance was impeccable. As soon as Bran appeared, the noblewomen cheered. Because he practiced swordsmanship all year round, he wasn't as weak as the pretty boy poet. His tall stature and well-defined muscles made the knights in the hall feel good about him. This is the most handsome young man I've ever seen. If he had appeared 20 years earlier, your father would never have become the king of Cintra, Calanthe said to her daughter, tilting her head. Tyrion's cheek muscles twitched slightly. If you had married him 20 years ago, the name of the Mad King would have been known throughout the otherworld. Cintra's succession laws were very harsh on women. Queen Calanthe was the only child of the late king, but she couldn't be the queen. Her husband was the new king. If the new king had legal reasons to divorce her, the throne would still belong to the divorced husband, and his new wife would become the queen. After Calanthe gave birth to Pavetta, she had 2 miscarriages. Her body was damaged and she couldn't get pregnant again. So, the king thought that she couldn't give him a son and prepared to marry a new queen. Before the plan could be put into action, he fell ill and died. There were always rumors that it was Calanthe who did it. If Bran and Calanthe had married 20 years ago, and Bran wanted to be the Mad King, Calanthe might not have been able to stop him. I am a direct descendant of the God King, and the brother of the Westeros king. Of course, the one who wants to marry Princess Pavetta is me, not my grandmother or the king's brother. I say this only to prove to you and everyone here that my bloodline is absolutely worthy of Her Highness. As he spoke, he gracefully turned around and bowed to the nobles on both sides of the hall. What is the God King? What about the Westeros king? A handsome poet playing the accordion asked curiously. The God King, as the name suggests, is the king of the gods, Bran said with a faint smile. There really are gods. The king of the gods. Who gave him the title? The poet was shocked. Don't you believe in the existence of gods? Bran asked. In any Western culture, not believing in gods was heresy and even a great sin. Of course I believe in the gods. In fact, I'm also a believer of Merit Lay, the poet immediately replied. My great-great-grandmother was a god, the king of the gods. My great-grandfather was the sun god, and my great-grandmother was the moon goddess. This is not a secret. In our world, anyone can find out. Sun god, moon god. Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. Bran smiled proudly and continued, there's no need for anyone to confer titles. The evil gods and demons that oppose the deity king have all been wiped out 100 years ago. On the other hand, my great-grandfather's sun god position was conferred by his mother. She created a sun for him and placed it in the sun god chariot. My great-grandfather was in charge of it. When I was 6 years old, my grandfather carried me to the Moon Palace to visit my great-grandmother. If I have the honor of marrying Pavetta, I think it won't be difficult to bring her to see the sun god chariot. A living legend had appeared beside her. Even the strong-willed queen of Cintra was shocked speechless. She had long known that the Dragon Queen, who had an agreement with her ancestors, was a god, but this was not a god, but a god. And it was the sun god and the moon god, which sounded very high and mighty. The dwarf sighed and broke the silence. Kid, don't brag. You don't have the right to get close to the sun god chariot. The sun will burn you to ashes in an instant. But his words not only did not expose Bran's bragging, but also indirectly proved that the deity king, the sun god, and the sun god chariot were all true. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim and whisper. In an instant, Prince Bran seemed to have an additional bright halo around him. Bran smiled awkwardly at his granduncle and Queen Calanthe, then turned to the indifferent Princess Pavetta and said sincerely, Cintra is the pearl of the northern countries, and you, Princess Pavetta, are Cintra's star. No matter what identity I have, no matter how noble my family is, it only gives me a little more confidence, the confidence to mention love and marriage in front of you. Ha, this little guy really knows how to talk, Queen Calanthe said to Tyrion with a smile. The dwarf stroked his beard and nodded silently, but in his heart, he thought, this kid has some of my style back then. Unfortunately, these beautiful words still didn't move the princess. Bran raised his eyebrows, then smiled and said loudly, only the most outstanding man is worthy of her highness. Birth and bloodline are only one of them, but more importantly, character and ability. I am the eldest son of the kingdom, and my father and grandfather had high hopes for me since I was young. I was enlightened at 2, learned poetry at 3, and practiced swordsmanship at 4. When I was 7, I became a level 2 warrior and killed a piebald tiger during the autumn hunt. When I was 12, I became a level 4 Grand Knight and a level 4 Fire Wizard as expected, and entered the Imperial University without taking the exam. In terms of swordsmanship and witchcraft, no one my age is a match for me, including my Targaryen cousins. On the way to Cintra, I also killed a manticore for the small town of Temeria. Not bad, you are a warrior. Queen Calanthe looked at Bran with more solemnity than before. Pavetta, what do you think? She asked her daughter. Princess Pavetta was wearing a blue velvet corset dress, her thick blonde hair braided down to her chest. There wasn't the slightest trace of joy or shyness on her face that was as bright as the moon. Instead, she looked a little distracted. Mother, bang clang. The palace door was suddenly pushed open, and 2 soldiers in full armor fell in from the outside. The one who broke in was a warrior in grey leather armor with a short black cloak and a helmet covering his face. My apologies, Queen Calanthe. Gentlemen, please forgive me for breaking in, and for the conflict with the palace soldiers. I wanted to talk nicely, but they wouldn't listen. The nobles at the banquet whispered to each other. Princess Pavetta's eyes lit up at first, but they immediately became worried. Queen Calanthe's face was gloomy, and she looked at her court mage with a reproachful gaze. The old druid looked embarrassed and whispered, there is no barrier at the entrance when guests enter and leave, but, to break into the heavily guarded palace alone is too crazy. I mean no harm. Please give me some time to explain, the knight in grey armor said. Because this was a wedding banquet, and because he was wearing armor that represented his identity, he was a knight. The soldiers and the nobles at the banquet watched quietly and didn't immediately make a move. The warrior didn't waste any time and quickly came to the center of the hall. He pushed Prince Bran aside and knelt on one knee in front of Queen Calanthe. I am Doni of Iron Walled, and I am also here for the wedding banquet. Please let me marry your daughter, your highness. My reason is better than anyone else's. Princess Pavetta looked emotional and her eyes were wet. The dwarf frowned. Queen Calanthe's chest rose and fell rapidly, and her expression gradually became ferocious. But before she could fly into a rage, Prince Brandon couldn't hold it in anymore. Knight Doni, this is a wedding banquet. Of course you are qualified to propose to the princess, but can you let me finish first? It is my turn now, he said angrily. Knight Doni glanced sideways at Brandon and said in a low voice, Your Highness from another world, you have said enough, but the princess is not giving you any face. Brandon might have a personality problem, but he was definitely not stupid. He looked up at the princess and said in surprise, You, Doni, no surname. Iron Walled, a small place where birds don't shit. No one knows you. Take off your helmet. My palace doesn't welcome people who hide their heads and show their tails, Queen Calanthe said coldly. My apologies, your majesty. I made a knight's oath not to show my face before the 12th bell. Doni bowed. Bullshit. Bran immediately guessed that the adulterer who stole his lover had something to hide. He slapped the back of Doni's head. He used his strength to only knock off the helmet and didn't hurt Doni at all. Clang! The helmet rolled a few times on the floor. The scene was silent. Everyone, including Brandon, was stunned by Doni's appearance. Monster, this is a demon. After coming back to her senses, a noblewoman screamed at the top of her lungs. A hedgehog demon? Bran took 2 steps back. After taking off the helmet, a monster with a black head, black face, a hedgehog nose, and spiky hair was revealed. It really looked like a hedgehog demon. Demon Hunter, I treated you as a distinguished guest. Now it's time for you to repay me. Kill this monster. Queen Calanthe gritted her teeth. But he is not a monster. The Demon Hunter frowned. He is. He is not. The Demon Hunter's tone was firm. Queen Calanthe glared at him and ordered the soldiers, kill this monster. Immediately, a few soldiers rushed up. Like meat buns hitting a dog, they were knocked to the ground by Doni in a few moves. Brandon hesitated for a moment and avoided getting involved in the fight. You made a wise choice. Doni picked up the iron sword and gave Brandon a sideways glance. Brandon's handsome face turned red and was about to say something when the hedgehog man turned to Queen Calanthe and said loudly, Lioness of Sintra, I have the right to get what is mine. Princess Pavetta is a requirement of the law of accidents. As soon as he said that, the hall was dead silent again. The nobles were stunned and didn't know what to do. Queen Calanthe's breathing was rapid and her words were even more hurried. Prince Brandon, will you help me take down this madman? The dwarf raised his hand and was about to say something when Brandon's face lit up. He immediately bowed and said, with pleasure. Brandon's steps were exquisite and fast. Everyone in the hall only saw a blur and the Prince of Otherworld was already behind Doni the hedgehog. With a flick of his finger, he hit the aorta on the side of Doni's neck. His movements were elegant and light, so slow that everyone could see what he did. But Doni didn't resist and fell to the ground with a grunt. So strong. The guards who rushed in from outside the palace were stunned. Not only the guards, but Queen Calanthe and her noble knights were also shocked. This kid wasn't lying, he wasn't an embroidered pillow. Prince Bran has touched the threshold of Sword Saint, Sophia said seriously at the banquet. Kid, you made an unwise choice. Brandon said proudly. Law of surprise. Tony the hedgehog felt as if someone had hit him in the head with a stick. He stopped breathing and struggled on the floor. I saved King Ragnar, and in return, I will use the law of surprise. Pavetta is mine, Bran ignored him. Your Majesty, what should we do with this beast? Kill him and Pavetta will be your wife, Queen Calanthe said coldly. The dwarf wanted to say something but stopped. Bran was overjoyed. In order to please the ancestor, he didn't mind taking over. After all, he had already made countless men take over. Chapter 11:28. Wait. Prince Easter left his seat and looked around the hall, frowning. The law of surprise must be obeyed. No honorable person can sit by and watch the law of surprise be violated. Geralt nodded and said solemnly, Your Highness is right, and Tony is not a monster. He is a poor cursed knight. Bran looked at the dwarf hesitantly, hoping that his uncle could give him a hint. The dwarf was expressionless now. In fact, like Bran, he was at a loss. Before coming to this world, they had learned about the traditions and customs of this world. The sacredness of the law of surprise was equivalent to the rights of guests and the sacred marriage contract in the Song of Ice and Fire world. The person who saved others could ask the saved person for the first thing he saw when he returned home, or something that the saved person already had but didn't know at the time. The law of surprise was the law of the demon hunter world. In addition to having the legal effect of a contract in customary law, it also involved fate. Under normal circumstances, Brandon wouldn't participate in the dispute of the law of surprise at all. But just like Wade Fry, who knew the story of the rat chef, still did something against the rights of guests. Just because the benefits were too great. Tyrion hesitated at this time because of Pavetta's importance. Maybe the fate of this world couldn't affect the Dragon Queen at all. Maybe, for Pavetta, the Dragon Queen didn't care about the laws of this world. He pondered expressionlessly, and Bran took it as a silent agreement. He looked at the Lioness of Sintra again, because Prince Easter was her lover. Prince Brandon, this is my palace. You have my permission. Defeat anyone who stands in your way and show Pavetta your superb swordsmanship. As you wish. Bran smiled. At this time, Easter and the Knights of Honor had already surrounded them. Well, this was Pavetta's wedding banquet. The guests were not only the nobles of Sintra, and foreigners might not be willing to give Queen Calanthe face. Prince of another world, this is not your world. Challenging our laws and traditions is equivalent to insulting us. They were either empty-handed, carrying heavy wooden chairs, or picking up the weapons of the soldiers Tony had knocked down, slowly approaching Brandon. I'm sorry, but this is Queen Calanthe's order. Bran used his right leg to hook Tony's sword into the air and stabbed out with his right hand. The knights who surrounded him only saw a silver light flash before their eyes. Their wrists hurt and they couldn't hold their weapons. Damn it, how can this kid be so strong? In just a moment, 7 or 8 people were holding their dominant hand and wailing. The rest of the unarmed men rushed forward. Bran did not dare to kill anyone, so it was inevitable that he would lose sight of the others. Some of the fists did not dodge and landed on his body. However, even though he was only wearing formal attire, when he was hit, there was the sound of a wooden stake being hammered. Damn it! He's not that big, so why is his body so hard and his strength so strong? Could it be that there's a bull in his body? No, it's magic. There's a golden glow around his body. Seeing that Brandon did not use any killing moves, the knights gave up on defending and opened their arms to pounce on him while howling. Some of them were kicked 7 or 8 meters away, while others were pulled away like children by an iron hoop and thrown far away, knocking down 4 or 5 people. 3 or 4 strong men hugged Brandon's arms, waist, and thighs. He roared, and the strange golden runes could be faintly seen through his formal attire. Princess Pavetta, Queen Calanthe, please forgive my rudeness. He even had the time to shout at the queen on the steps. Then, like a Chu Bawang surrounded by a group of weaklings, Bran picked up the knights who were hugging him and hammering his head with their fists and threw them away like trash. In just a moment, the hall of the palace was a mess and wailing could be heard everywhere. Brandon stood proudly on the spot. Only his hair and clothes were a little messy, and even his breathing was not heavy. The floor beside him was full of moaning knights. Prince Easter was also bruised and swollen, and was one of them. I didn't expect the prince's Vajra body tempering art to have such achievements, Sophia exclaimed. His character is bad, but his talent is really strong, Jeanette whispered. All Targaryens have good talent, Asha said sourly. Brandon looked around, and all the knights and nobles who met his gaze couldn't help but gulp, while the eyes of the ladies and young ladies all lit up. Powerful, handsome, noble, sweet-tongued, and good character, Prince Brandon was perfect. Donnie the Hedgehog, you shouldn't have come. Brandon came to the Hedgehog Knight with his sword, but did not immediately attack. First, he used his eyes to ask Queen Calanthe. No, don't. Princess Pavetta shook her head with tears in her eyes. Queen Calanthe, who had hesitated, immediately shouted angrily, kill him, kill this monster. Brandon raised his sword to stab. Stop. Along with the shout came a silver glow. With a bang, before Brandon could react, the silver glow was as fast as lightning and hit the middle of the iron sword. Golden sparks flickered. Ah! Bran's hand was sore, and the iron sword fell to the ground with a clang. Looking at the iron sword bouncing on the floor, he was stunned for a moment. The blade was twisted, and there was a bean-sized gap where it had hit. Beside the iron sword, there was a silver spoon that was intact. The soft silver spoon smashed a hole in the hard steel blade. Bran suddenly turned his head and looked at the demon hunter who was slowly walking over. He said in shock, "You're a sword saint. Prince Bran, you can step down. I'm a demon hunter, and I only know how to kill. My attacks are either crippling or injuring," Geralt said calmly. Bran first looked at his uncle, but Tyrion slowly shook his head. "You're a demon hunter, why are you involved in this matter?" Bran said unwillingly. "I can't watch an innocent person get killed." Bran's expression changed a few times. In the end, he unbuttoned his suit at his throat, took a few steps back, and got into a fighting stance. He said in a deep voice, "I'm a descendant of the King of Gods, and I won't back down without a fight." Geralt stared at him for a while, and his eyebrows gradually relaxed. He nodded and said, "I understand, I'll try my best to control my strength." "You're humiliating me." Bran was furious. "Today, I'll let you know that a sword saint isn't invincible." Dragon King's roar of fury. It was standard Chinese. As the last syllable fell, Bran's mouth seemed to have spat out an explosive missile. The flames rolled up a circle of milky white airwaves and covered the demon hunter's head. Roar! Everyone in the hall had a terrifying feeling, as if a volcano had erupted under Bran's feet. At the same time, a sacred and majestic dragon roar rang in their ears. For a moment, their hair and beards were burnt, and they felt dizzy. This was a triple attack of soul, flame, and sound waves. The demon hunter, who bore the brunt of the attack, took half a step forward. Like a reef in a flood, he stood still under the pressure of the sound waves and soul. The flames that swept towards him seemed to have met an invisible shield, and countless sparks flew in front of him. "Not enough," Geralt said lightly. Crash! The chandelier behind him shook violently, and the plates on the table shattered. The glass window above the stone wall of the palace exploded with a bang. 18 fire dragons. Brandon's left hand hung over his right palm, and in the blink of an eye, a rapidly spinning fireball was filled between his two palms. The flames turned from bright red to blazing white. Hiss! A python-like 5-clawed fire dragon flew out from the fireball. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and pounced on the demon hunter. Hiss! The second, the third. It was like a Gatling gun. In just a short breath, 18 fire dragons that were 10 meters long and as thick as buckets occupied most of the space in the palace. The fire dragon's eyes shone with wisdom. It avoided obstacles such as the chandelier, tables and chairs, and idlers, and attacked the demon hunter from all angles. The demon hunter also practiced both magic and martial arts. A transparent barrier with blue runes appeared around him. The fire dragon's claws were as sharp as real swords, and its teeth were even sharper than the blade of a metal sword. It scratched a crack on the barrier. Although the crack healed quickly, the barrier was visibly illusory. In a few blinks of an eye, with a bang, the barrier shattered into pieces of flickering runes that looked like fireflies, and then disappeared completely. Prince Brandon is too powerful. He practiced both magic and martial arts, and he has reached a level that mortals can't reach. Maybe the gods are real, and he is a descendant of the gods. The nobles of Cintra were pale, and they looked at Bran with awe. Clang! The sound of a sword being unsheathed suppressed the roar of the fire dragon. Geralt drew his own sword, and drew an 8 in front of Bran, who was smiling proudly 10 steps away. It was as if he had cut nothing, but he had cut nothing. Boom! Bran's expression stiffened. It was as if he had been hit in the chest by an invisible bomb. He was instantly thrown back more than 10 meters, smashed through the thick oak table, rolled to the corner, and slammed into the stone wall. Out of the 18 flying fire dragons, 3 of them were in the way of the sword aura and were directly crushed. The other 15 lost control, and their eyes lost the light. They crashed into the floor and the roof, leaving a large area of black and dark red molten state. The bronze chandelier melted into liquid, and the beams were burning. Everyone in the hall felt like they were in a furnace. At this moment, everyone could feel the power of Bran's fire dragons. Of course, the demon hunter was stronger. Fortunately, Master Tyrion was there to control the flames, and the old druid had set up a defensive barrier, so the fire didn't spread and didn't affect the innocent. You are not an ordinary sword master. Bran's chest was almost broken in half. From his left shoulder to the right side of his waist, his flesh and ribs were all cut open, and even his heart was cut open. However, he didn't die immediately. Instead, the wound automatically emitted a milky white holy light, and even his blood was slowly flowing back. The priest of the Imperial College didn't stay idle either. He immediately stopped the bleeding and healed him. You're about to become a sword master. Bran's face was full of unwillingness. Sorry, I'm a demon hunter. I'm used to using my full strength when facing demons. Gerald sighed and walked to Tony the Hedgehog to help him up. He said to the gloomy Queen Calanthe, Your Majesty, Tony saved your husband's life, and he must pay back what he owes. This is the law of accidents, the law that everyone abides by, and also the wish of fate. Are you sure you want to go against fate? Rules are set by you men, and I don't follow them. Even if I'm facing fate, I won't back down. Calanthe's face was ashen as she shouted. Fine, you don't fear fate, but you have to keep your promises, right? Even ordinary people have to keep their promises. As a queen, you should keep your promises, the demon hunter said. That bastard Ragnar is dead. I didn't ask anyone to save him. His promise has nothing to do with me. The demon hunter was speechless. Ragnar was Calanthe's ex-husband who died of illness. Before Pavetta was born, Tony saved her and made a promise to her by the law of accidents. Mother, I love Tony. Princess Pavetta finally broke free from her fear of her mother. She ran down the stairs and hugged Tony passionately. Her face was full of happiness. I love him. When I'm with him, I feel freedom and happiness that I've never felt before. This is my wedding banquet. I can choose my own husband. I want to marry Tony. This princess's taste is a bit. Asha whispered into Dany's ear. Even if Brandon has thousands of flaws, at least he's human. He's not bad looking. How can a hedgehog eat him? It must be true love, Dany said. Maybe. No, I always feel that they. Princess Sansa frowned as if she had encountered a big problem. The princess's behavior is not normal. The hedgehog knight is old enough to be her father. According to the law of accidents, Tony should take her as his adopted daughter. Chapter 1129. Pavetta, are you serious? Calanthe's expression kept changing. Mother, I'm not being impulsive. I've known Tony for a year. Please grant us our wish, the blonde princess pleaded. A year. Calanthe gritted her teeth. Tony let go of the princess and took 2 steps closer to the queen. With a sincere expression, he said, When I proposed the law of surprise to King Roner, I didn't want anything in return. When I knew that the product of the law of surprise was his daughter, I even thought of never asking for this reward. However, no one can avoid fate's arrangement. That night, I met Pavetta and looked at her from afar. She also saw me at the same time. Our hearts seemed to collide. After dawn, enough. Calanthe raised her hand to interrupt him. She lowered her head and whispered, Fate, fate, clang. The iron sword in her hand fell. She looked up and seemed to have made a decision. She slowly approached Tony and extended her right hand. Tony's face lit up and he immediately grasped it with both hands. Calanthe hugged him with her back facing the demon hunters. Everyone in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. The queen finally accepted fate and the law of surprise took effect again. Fate, Dogs hit. This is your fate. Calanthe grasped the dagger at Tony's waist. The hedgehog knight was puzzled. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his chest and a dull pain took away all his strength. This is your fate. Calanthe roared and pulled out the dagger and stabbed again, tsk tisk tsk. Everyone was stunned. No, Pavetta was stunned. Her pupils gradually widened and her cherry mouth opened so wide that one could stuff a gaozhuang bun inside. Boom! The next moment, a glaring white light accompanied by a scorching ring of fire spread out in all directions with her and Tony as the center. Everyone in the palace was like a feather in the wind, pushed to the corner without any resistance. Even the dwarf, Sophia, Gerald, and the other strong people were forced back by the air waves. Damn it, the inheritance has been activated again. The dwarf's expression was ugly. A huge shadow of a crow appeared above Pavetta's head. Every time it flapped its wings, the heat waves and strong light were like a tsunami, pressing in all directions. When the crow landed on Pavel's body, the light instantly distorted and turned into a fireball, emitting a blazing white light like a small sun. In the eyes of the citizens of the royal capital, a sun was about to break free from the palace. The light that escaped from the windows and the dome dispelled the darkness within a radius of dozens of miles. What inheritance? Gerald was pierced by the white light until tears streamed down his face, but he gradually steadied himself in the waves of fire. Pavel has awakened my mother's bloodline. This is the sun prophet. Strangely, the others almost melted in the light and heat. It was only because Tyrion and a few Targaryens used fire control to distort the direction of the blazing flames that they temporarily saved their lives. However, Calanthe was unharmed in the flames and was in good condition like the Targaryens. Tony, my love. Princess Pavetta seemed to be in a trance, oblivious to everything happening around her. She just squatted on the ground and hugged the hedgehog knight whose aura was fading away. Donnie, she cried sadly. The sun that was emitting light and heat trembled. The strong light suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an illusory red fire mist like smoke. When the fire mist quickly filled the hall, everyone saw something invisible to the naked eye. Souls. Floating above Tony's corpse was a handsome middle-aged man who was anxiously shouting at the sobbing Pavetta below. In the corner of the hall, above the guests who had unexpectedly died tragically, there were also dazed figures floating. Unlike Tony, their appearances were exactly the same as the corpses. Tyrion's face was filled with disbelief. My sister really put in a lot of effort. What did she see in them? Tony. When Pavetta kissed the hedgehog knight's black lips, the soul that was about to enter the world of death was pushed back into the original body by the fire mist. The wound healed visibly and the dead person gradually breathed and then opened his eyes. The other injured people were injured by the fall, burned, cut by the broken glass. All the injured people moaned comfortably in the fire mist. I can feel my left leg. I can stand up, a cripple shouted in surprise. Everyone in the hall was in better condition than ever before. It was as if they had been reborn in the fire mist. Even their past illnesses had disappeared. The wooden table is sprouting, a guest exclaimed. Not only did the dead come back to life, but the injuries also healed. The wooden table and chairs also grew green onion spores. Miracle, this is a miracle. Maritlay has shown up. A woman with tears on her face knelt on the ground and prayed with her hands clasped together. This is the first flame, the flame of life with the characteristics of the first flame. Princess Sansa murmured. Pavetta. Tony the hedgehog caressed the princess's face affectionately. Tony, are you okay? Tony, your curse has been lifted. Pavetta was stunned and then hugged him excitedly. That's great. Tony touched his face. It was no longer the round nose of a hedgehog and his hair was no longer the spikes of a hedgehog. Pavetta's emotions stabilized. The fire mist and the illusory sun disappeared as if everything before was an illusion. That kind of power-level holy light, no curse can stop it. Tyrion sighed softly. What's going on? Prince Easter was confused. Don't panic, the princess has awakened her ancestral bloodline. This is the normal energy reaction of a warlock's awakening, the old druid comforted loudly. Normal my ass, the demon hunter said softly. It is indeed a normal bloodline awakening. The Empress Dowager also used her flame of life to heal us, an elderly Sintra noble said. Yes, the Empress Dowager often went to the slums when she was alive and used her holy fire to heal the sick and poor, the Sintrans echoed. I've also heard the story of the Sun Prophet, but isn't resurrecting the dead a bit too exaggerated? And a rottenwood sprouting. A guest from another kingdom said in disbelief. The dwarf glanced at him and sighed. A rottenwood sprouting and a living person resurrecting is not an exaggeration. Let me remind all the elderly women, be careful, your period is back. Master, what are you talking about? The noblewomen were embarrassed and angry. Why does it sound like the ability of Green Hand Garth? Asha said strangely. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the Imperial University students, Tyrion said in the common language that the otherworlders could not understand, Garth is the angel of Mother Earth, and for 100 years, every 10 years, Dragon Queen has comprehended a song of law. 40 years ago, even the song of Mother Earth appeared after singing, and she was the new Mother Earth. In fact, all the life mastery in the laws were comprehended and then merged into the fire of creation. Otherwise, how could you be resurrected from the concept, Asha? In the fire of the smoke sea, even your life mark was burned away. Dragon Queen sang a lot of songs of law. Asha was stunned. Sophia's face was full of reverence. I'm 32 years old this year, and I've seen the song of law resound throughout the world twice. The first time was the song of death, and the whole world fell into darkness. There seemed to be endless wailing of the dead in my ears. It was very scary. I was only 4 years old at that time, and I was so scared that I cried. The priest of the small church even stood at the entrance of the village with a tin trumpet and shouted, saying that it was a happy occasion and that we should not be afraid. The second time was the Song of Autumn. I was 22 years old and was studying in King's Landing University. The world was covered by a thin layer of yellow light, and there seemed to be. It was hard to describe, but I felt very happy. The most direct manifestation was that the whole country had a great harvest that year. I haven't heard of the Song of Law yet. Asha was fascinated. There will definitely be a chance. Since the Song of Autumn has appeared, the songs of 4 seasons will definitely be gathered. The more varied the songs of law, the more prosperous the world will be. Sophia smiled. As they talked, Queen Calanthe had already shakily walked to her daughter's side, and the mother and daughter hugged each other. Princess Sansa glanced at them and asked doubtfully, the fire spirit and the ancestor have been separated for more than 100 years, separated by a world. Can she still grow with them? As long as she can sense Little Fog can also evolve. Little Fog is the first fire spirit, the king of the fire spirits. Tyrion said. What are you mumbling about? Prince Easter looked at the guests from another world warily. We are discussing the princess's bloodline. It involves secrets that are not suitable for others to hear, Tyrion said. What does the secret of the Sintra royal family's bloodline have to do with you? The dwarf sighed. Let's talk about it in another place and another time. Calanthe held her daughter's and Tony's hands. Facing the guests, she announced loudly, Fate has spoken, and I have heard it. The law of surprise must be obeyed. Pavetta will marry the hedgehog knight Tony. Granduncle. Bran's face was pale, and he looked at Tyrion for help. Tyrion ignored Bran, met the queen's gaze, and said in a deep voice, although we are from another world, we also respect and revere your law of surprise. Calanthe's gaze fell on all the guests, and they nodded gently, indicating that they would not oppose the marriage. The lioness of Sintra was swift and decisive. She immediately called the servants, cleaned up the palace, and began the wedding ceremony for Tony and Pavetta. "Have you noticed that the hedgehog knight looks?" Ide hesitated for a moment and whispered, "He doesn't look like an ordinary person. Even a small noble family can't raise someone with such temperament." "Indeed, his identity should be very unusual," Oberon said thoughtfully. "Would a warlock cast a curse of that level on an ordinary person?" Joey Royce sneered. "No matter what his identity is, it has nothing to do with us now," Princess Sansa said lightly. The students glanced at Brandon, who was sitting in the corner dejectedly, and were silent. 2 weddings were held that night. First, Calanthe officiated the marriage vows for her daughter and son-in-law. Then, under the witness of the old druid, the Queen and Prince Easter of the Skellig Isles tied the knot. If she doesn't marry Easter, the throne will immediately fall to Tony. "Only a man can be the king," a foreign noble said in a low voice. Before the ceremony ended, Tony stopped the demon hunter. "Geralt, you saved my life. I want to repay you." The demon hunter shrugged. "I'm just defending the law of the unexpected." Tony pulled him back and glanced at Bran in the corner. He said seriously, "But you did save me. Don't let me carry this debt, or I can't start a new life." "Okay." The demon hunter nodded casually. "Let's follow the tradition, the law of the unexpected. I choose what you have but don't know." With that, he turned and left. "No," Calanthe's expression changed drastically. She screamed, "Demon hunter, take back what you said." Geralt froze and smiled. "Your Majesty, don't worry. I'm not interested in newborn puppies or food. The next time I come to Sintra, I'll only take a monster's head. Like you, I don't believe in fate." Ugh. Before she could finish, Princess Pavetta suddenly covered her mouth and retched. "You must be kidding." Everyone was stunned. Geralt laughed as if he was crying. "If you can, please pretend that I didn't say anything before." "Fuck." The dwarf was exasperated. Chapter 1130. "Ide, you're best at stone carving, right?" Tyrion called out to Ide when they returned to the inn. "My lord, what do you want me to carve?" "How long will it take to carve a human-sized statue of the Madonna?" Ide was startled. The threshold for carving a statue of the Madonna is very low, and the upper limit is also very high. "I can carve a statue like the one in the small sanctuary of a normal village in half a day. But if you want it to be as exquisite as the one in the great sanctuary of King's Landing, I won't be able to do it in 10 years. One day. Don't worry about divinity. Just an ordinary one will be enough," Tyrion said. "What do you want a statue of the Madonna for? Are you planning to recruit followers of the 7 gods in Sintra?" Asha asked curiously. "I have to contact the Dragon Queen and set up a base of faith. In the next few days, everyone should come to the small sanctuary to pray when they have time," Tyrion said. "Why are you looking for the Dragon Queen?" "We didn't marry Pavetta, and her firstborn went to Geralt. Our mission failed. We have to ask the Dragon Queen what we should do next," the dwarf said helplessly. "Must it be the firstborn?" Princess Sansa asked. "Only a fire elf." Dany said, "Leave a priest in Sintra to ensure that Pavetta doesn't have any problems during her childbirth. After she gives birth to a few more children, it shouldn't be difficult to have Targaryen marry the firstborn." "No, it's not difficult, it's almost impossible. If we don't do anything, if the Dragon Queen doesn't interfere, it's almost impossible for us to take Pavetta's child away from this world," Tyrion said solemnly. "Why?" "Fate," the dwarf said bitterly. "What's with fate?" Asha was puzzled. "Every world has its own will. The world's will do what's good for the world and stop what's bad for the world. Usually, the world's will send down a child of destiny to help it achieve its goal. The demon hunter world also has its own will. It doesn't want Laura's bloodline and the first flame to leave this world. It will interfere with fate and stop us from completing the task. Just like how the owner of a casino would use tricks to prevent customers who have won a lot of money from leaving. It's too mystical. Asha muttered. 3 days later, Tyrion thoughtfully left the newly built small sanctuary. He then found the demon hunters who were preparing to leave the small hotel. Geralt, are you going to look for Melisandre? Tyrion asked with a smile. The demon hunter's poet friend said, we're going to the world of the 7 gods. Master, can you write a letter of introduction for us? Yaskell the bard, right? The bearded young man with a wooden guitar hanging from his waist was pleasantly surprised. You know me. You're my idol. Tyrion stood on his tiptoes and patted him on the shoulder. He sighed and said, more than 90% of the nobles in Sintra want to kill you. You've accomplished something that I didn't even dare to dream of. The bearded man blushed and hurriedly explained, it's all a rumor. I'm just one person, and I've only been in Sintra for a few days. How could I hook up with so many noble ladies? Besides, not all of them fit my taste. I've never been a picky eater. Good boy, I admire you more and more. Tyrion patted him again. He rolled his eyes and suggested, you don't have to write a letter of introduction. Why don't you be my godson? With this identity, you can do whatever you want in the world of the 7 gods. Godson. The bearded man stammered and stepped back. I have a father. Geralt put down his horn wine glass and helped his friend out. Master Tyrion, why are you looking for me? You're not looking for Melisandre. I received a letter from Yennefer half a month ago. She's looking for me urgently. It's good to be young. Tyrion sighed. I'm not much younger than you, the demon hunter said. Tyrion approached him and whispered, Pavetta's child will be your goddaughter. As for her future, I think you have the right to be a vixen. Geralt was stunned for a moment. A daughter? How do you know? A prophecy. You didn't seem to have predicted Pavetta's pregnancy that night, Geralt said doubtfully. Fate obscured my vision. Besides, it wasn't my prophecy. The demon hunter hesitated. Queen Calanthe doesn't like me. She wants me to leave Sintra immediately. She doesn't like Tony either. But what can she do if God wants her to do this? Not everyone can go against fate, Tyrion said with a complicated expression. Who has gone against fate? The bard asked curiously. Dany Lees? Geralt said. Tyrion nodded slightly. I've said it before. Leave Sintra in 3 days and never come back. Sure enough, when she saw Geralt again, Queen Calanthe's face looked as if she had eaten shit. Mother, we can't escape from fate, Tony advised. You're also blind. You were stabbed to death by me. The one who saved you was Pavetta. Calanthe scolded. Mother, 2 life-threatening situations happen one after another. It doesn't mean that the first life-saving grace is worthless, Princess Pavetta said. Listen to what he has to say. King Easter held his wife's hand. Geralt signaled Tyrion to speak with his eyes. Your Highness, what do you think about the agreement between my sister and your ancestor? We plan to merge the bloodlines of the 2 families through marriage. But now, even the little princess in Princess Pavetta's belly belongs to Lord Geralt. Little princess? She's pregnant with a daughter? Calanthe was stunned. Then she waved at Geralt like an angry lion and shouted, My granddaughter doesn't belong to you. Believe me, I don't want to take on any responsibilities other than killing monsters. The demon hunter smiled bitterly. Fate can't be defied. Tyrion said in a deep voice. What exactly is the agreement? Easter frowned. Tyrion stretched out his right hand and a faint red flame slowly gathered. The soft light made people who saw it feel warm in their hearts. This. Everyone looked at Pavetta. The aura of the flame was so similar. The old druid nodded to the king and queen. Same origin. Tyrion put away the divine flame. What Pavetta awakened isn't your ancestors' bloodline, but the talent of the Targaryens. You want to take away Pavetta's ability? Calanthe asked with a serious expression. No, your ancestor, the elf princess Laura, also has a talent that doesn't lose to the blood of a true dragon. It's called ancient blood. It's like two swordsmen with different styles meeting and exchanging their swordsmanship experiences. Both of their realms will increase. Tony looked thoughtful. You Targaryens are using your own bloodline talent to exchange for Laura's ancient blood? Yes. Master Tyrion, how much do you know about my ancestor? Calanthe said hesitantly, to be honest, my mother didn't know where her bloodline came from. Tyrion looked around. This was the back garden, and the second-floor platform overlooked the panoramic view of the garden. He found a stone, squatted in front of Queen Calanthe, and drew a tree-shaped genealogy on the slate. As he wrote, he introduced, we call your world the Demon Hunter world. The elves of this world are called Ancienti. In the other world, the home of your ancestor Laura, we call it the Elven world. The elves there are called Ancienti. Ancienti and Ancienti are like humans of the same race, but two different countries. Laura was the princess of the Elven world. She was supposed to marry the prophet of her race, but while traveling in the Demon Hunter world, she fell in love with a human man. They gave birth to a daughter, Lei Onluin. Lei Onluin gave birth to a pair of twins. The daughter married the king of Sintra, who was also Queen Calanthe's great-grandfather. Unfortunately, the one who inherited the bloodline was the eldest of the twins. Therefore, before your mother married, the Sintra royal family did not awaken the talent of the elves and the Targaryen. Is my mother the child of the eldest of the twins? Calanthe asked in surprise. Tyrion nodded. Fate is so magical. Your parents are actually cousins. After understanding all the reasons, Calanthe raised a new question. Why didn't Dany Liz take away my ancestor Laura's talent? Since it was a transaction, shouldn't it be done on the spot? Princess Laura is only an elven princess. She wasn't sure if her father and people were willing to exchange. Dany Liz and Laura weren't bartering merchants, but good friends at first sight. She trusted Laura and handed over the reward first. If the elves agreed, the two sides would automatically reach a sacred oath. After 100 years, when the planets converged, the elves would give the ancient blood to my sister. This is the agreement between our families. Calanthe was silent. That's just your family's word, Easter said hesitantly. Isn't the power in Pavetta's body conclusive evidence? Tyrion said lightly. We're not involved. Perhaps we should ask the royal family of the Elven world, the king murmured. That's not a problem. We're very willing to talk to the elves. But I have to remind you that Laura betrayed her own race. The Elven royal family may not be kind to you. The Calanthe couple were at a loss. How will the inheritance be carried out? Geralt asked in a deep voice. Or, what do you want to do with the child in Pavetta's belly? To some extent, the elves have already broken their oath. My sister gave Laura a fire elf. Well, you can think of it as a teddy spirit. A teddy spirit was an air elf unique to this world. It had the ability to make wishes similar to Aladdin's genie. Its body was full of magic and elemental essence. A mage could draw on its energy to cast spells. If you don't believe me, I can prove it, Tyrion said. How? You've never truly displayed the power of a fire elf. I can undo a part of the seal set by the elves. Seeing the worry and hesitation on Calanthe's face, he said seriously, I swear that I will never harm the princess. Very well, in front of the court mages and demon hunters, Tyrion pressed his thumb between Pavetta's eyebrows and recited a long spell to undo the seal. The moment the spell ended, a red light shone from where his thumb touched her forehead. Wisps of flame escaped from the top of Pavetta's head and formed the appearance of a 3-foot-tall dragonfly-winged elf. It was Little Mist. But at this time, Little Mist's eyes were closed, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Is this a fire elf? Such powerful power. The pressure emitted from Little Mist's body made the hearts of the mortals heavy and they almost couldn't breathe. She is the king of fire elves. 100 years ago, she was a demigod. Now, she has comprehended a part of your world's law of fire. Tyrion moved his finger and the fire elf disappeared into the top of Pavetta's head. The princess's appearance didn't change, but there was an additional aura of supremacy and holiness on her body, like a god. Seeing the changes in their daughter, Calanthe and Tony couldn't hide their joy. The elves must want to control the fire elf's power. Why did they seal her? Gerald was puzzled. The fire elf is a strange creature. She is the fusion of a child of the forest and a crow. The elves discovered that her life imprint showed signs of fusion, so. Tyrion looked hesitant. Maybe, different worlds have different laws. Maybe the elves' ancient witchcraft is indeed powerful. Maybe, my sister deliberately left a trap. Chapter 1131. In short, Laura's soul was fused with the fire spirit. Thus, the fire spirit's talent, power, divinity, and even more importantly, the characteristics of fire creation could be used by Laura. But Laura wasn't a good princess in the traditional sense. From the fact that she ran away from marriage and married a human, it could be seen that she was a passionate, lively, energetic girl who yearned for freedom and advocated equality. Master Tyrion touched his nose and spoke against his heart. He truly felt that Laura was foolish. But Laura's greatest responsibility in the elven race, or perhaps the meaning of her existence, was to give birth to the child of the ancient blood with the elven prophet. Do you understand? The elven royal family only hoped that she could pass on the fire creation and ancient blood to the future generations, not to create a god strong enough to break free from the shackles of the royal family. Without a doubt, if she could completely control the fire spirit's power and ancient blood, Laura would be a god. Thus, from the beginning, the elves used the power of their entire race to leave a seal on Laura's soul. It sealed the fire spirit, Little Mist, and greatly suppressed Laura's power. This was the first time everyone had heard such a secret and was shocked. After a long silence, Calanthe faintly said, "I didn't expect my ancestor to have such a past. Since it had already fused with Laura's soul, why is it now in Pavetta's body?" Gerald frowned. From the beginning, the elves hoped that Laura would pass on her bloodline to the future generations. Thus, before she died, she easily passed on her divinity and magic power to her daughter. At that time, the fire spirit was still fused with her soul. Until she completely died, the remnant soul of the fire spirit attached itself to her daughter. In the process of passing on, the soul would constantly improve the genes, in other words, the genes would evolve. The essence of the fire spirit's soul left the life imprint of fire creation in the bloodline of Laura's descendants. Generation after generation, generation after generation, the elven royal family's goal was achieved to let their own race obtain my sister's talent. How do you know so much? The elves' plan should be absolutely secret, right? Tony doubted. Tyrion looked at him deeply and shook his head. I didn't know. In the past few days, we built a small sanctuary in the Crouching Lion Hotel. The stars converged, and the glory of the 7 gods shone into this world. In the river of time, there are no secrets. Tony's pupils constricted. I don't quite understand. Tyrion shrugged and said with a smile, to put it simply, my sister Dany Lissy is a deity king. She has always kept her own things in her eyes. She told me, so I knew. Calanthe doesn't seem to have awakened the power in her bloodline. Easter glanced at his wife and said slowly. That's normal. When I came here, I met a bastard son of the Targaryen family. He's just the manager of a merchant group. Illegitimate child? Calanthe's expression changed. I don't mean anything else. I'm just illustrating the randomness of bloodline awakening. How do you plan to fulfill the agreement now? Calanthe asked in a deep voice. After Pavetta gives birth to the child, you should fulfill your promise according to the law of surprise. You should be able to trust Gerald's character and integrity, right? He was the one who brought the little princess to our world and raised her. Her Highness Pavetta is young and healthy. It won't be difficult for her to give birth to a second child. No. Pavetta and Calanthe refused in unison. What kind of character and integrity does the Butcher of Braviken have? I don't trust him. I won't give my granddaughter to him, and I won't allow you to take her away from Sintra. Queen Calanthe said with an ashen face. Gerald sighed softly and didn't say anything. Please put aside your prejudices. Gerald passed the trial of the 7 hells, so there's nothing wrong with his character. Even if you don't care about our trial of the 7 hells, a few days ago, he upheld justice for someone he didn't know. He didn't even hesitate to offend the Queen of Sintra and the Otherworld Prince. Doesn't that mean something? The dwarf frowned. My granddaughter isn't going anywhere. If a demon hunter is truly virtuous, then he should give his child the best future, Calanthe insisted. Tyrion looked at her deeply and said indifferently, forgive me for being blunt, but Queen Calanthe, you're just a mortal and don't know anything about the direction of fate. The beautiful future you think of is just wishful thinking. The real best choice is the mercy of the Holy Mother. Are you threatening me? Calanthe's veins were exposed as she clenched the armrest. Her voice and body were trembling slightly. Queen, do you believe in fate? Tyrion asked. Fate is dog shit, Calanthe said. The dwarf glanced at Tony and his wife with a strange expression. That night, you said that you heard the voice of fate. Forget it, you're right. Fate is dog shit. Many times, we think that we can easily step over that pile of dog shit, but in fact, mortals are just sheep dung balls that are smaller than dog shit. Easter said in a low voice, you're right. We're all mortals and can't see the direction of fate. We live in the present and only follow our own understanding. We hope that our families can have the best and most practical belonging. Your theory of fate can't convince us. Tyrion spread out his hands. I've already given you what I think is the best choice for you. Since you don't agree, then how do you think the agreement should be fulfilled? Easter looked at his wife, and Calanthe looked down in silence. Tony probed, if we want to cancel the agreement, what price do we have to pay? The demon hunters narrowed their eyes and looked at the hedgehog knight in surprise. I'll tell you the truth, don't be angry. Tyrion's gaze swept across the faces of the 4 royal families. They all seemed to have the same idea as Tony. Speak. You're not qualified to talk about canceling the agreement, even the elven royal family isn't qualified. The moment Laura made the sacred oath, the wheel of fate had already been activated. You can't even see fate, let alone change its direction. Unlike you who know nothing about fate, the God King is the master of fate. She can ensure that the river of fate doesn't go astray. Calanthe and Easter's expressions were ugly, and the atmosphere was very awkward. Tony pursed his lips and said, any condition can be negotiated. What price can you pay? Treasures, gold, or territory? Forget it, this matter ends here. Tyrion stood up and prepared to leave. What ends here? The demon hunter asked nervously. Unlike Calanthe, he didn't have a direct impression of the God King. Tyrion looked straight into Calanthe's eyes. Remember what I said before? Laura and my sister were good friends. Laura is dead, but she's still alive. If your friend dies, while you're alive, will you take care of your friend's descendants to the best of your ability? Before, I was wondering why I let Brandon fulfill the agreement, but now I understand the real purpose of this trip to help you remove the influence of the oath on fate as soon as possible. The marriage between Targaryen and Laura's descendant was to fulfill the friendship of the ancestors. Even if you're a beggar on the street today, your daughter's marriage is still a Targaryen prince. Calanthe was stunned, and Tyrion really left. The demon hunter didn't leave. Queen, I think you can consider his suggestion. If you don't trust me, you can let the princess and Tony take the child to the world of the 7 gods, he said. Are you sure Targaryen has no evil intentions? Easter asked. You don't have to believe me, but you can write to the Brotherhood of Warlocks. They've also been to the world of the 7 gods. Ask them what the sacred oath represents in that world, and what Dany Rise represents. The convergence of the stars won't last long. The gods and laws of the other world have nothing to do with us. Calanthe held her daughter's cold hand and said with a firm expression, I will protect my family. No one can take my granddaughter away from my kingdom. Then she turned to the court mage. Mozsak, please teach Pavetta magic with all your heart. Only by mastering the power of the blood will she be able to better protect herself and her child. Half a year later, the name of Pavetta, the prophet of the holy fire, spread throughout the northern countries. With the help of the old druid, Pavetta only took a week to master the gentle power of the holy light. After another half a month, she could freely control the flames. A month later, Pavetta, like her grandmother, began to treat patients in the city's slums. After 10 months of pregnancy, she gave birth to a daughter. Zarella, my granddaughter's name is Zarella. Calanthe excitedly announced to her subjects as she held up the baby, whose face was covered in blood and whose mouth was wide open and howling. A year later, Cintra was at war with the nearby kingdoms. Pavetta, as a warlock, went to war with her mother, stepfather, and husband. In that battle, Pavetta had used her first forbidden spell, Meteor Shower, against an enemy warlock. She used the ancient blood to extract the chaos magic in the universe, then used the divinity of the fire elf's Song of Fire to transform the magic into flames. She then used the basic fireball spell taught by the old druid to release it. Those were fireballs bigger than 3-story buildings. Just one of them was enough to kill the warlock of the opposing kingdom. But she summoned thousands of them at once. The fire burned for a day and night, burning the forest and grassland into smooth brownish-red crystals. Thousands of knights didn't even leave behind their armor. Cintra's prophet of the holy fire has mastered the power of the gods. Not only the northern countries, but the entire demon hunter world was shocked by this news. Targaryen's holy fire has fused with the ancient blood. It's too powerful. Even if there are gods in the world, they're nothing more than this. The old druid said to Calanthe with a trembling voice. No, she's not strong enough. Teach her nature magic. Calanthe said in a low voice. 2 years later, the Warlock Brotherhood came. After some tests, they unanimously agreed that according to the rules of the world of 7 gods, Pavetta was a god, a powerful demigod. A year later, the title of the world's strongest divine warlock fell on Pavetta and was recognized by all the warlocks. Another year later, the first female warlock's family went to the Skellige archipelago for a vacation. When they returned, they encountered a storm and died. Well, King Easter was the prince of the Skellige archipelago and the uncle of the current lord. The Skellige archipelago could be seen as the Iron Archipelago of the Demon Hunter world. Its geographical location and military power were similar. And the capital of Cintra was equivalent to Casterly Rock City in the river. Say that again. My daughter is a demigod. How could she die in a mere storm? Queen Calanthe's face was pale. I advised them. At that time, there was a seasonal storm near the Skellige archipelago. But Tony, like you, thought that the princess controlled chaos magic. The lord of the archipelago, Kratz, was full of guilt. Later, I personally led people to search and found many broken wooden shells. I can confirm that the ship really sank. They all. Chapter 1132. 7 gods above, how did you become like this? Geralt exclaimed in disbelief when he saw Tyrion again in Aden. What happened to me? The dwarf had indeed changed a lot, or rather, he had turned back into the 20-year-old plum-faced man from 100 years ago. His lips were red and his teeth were white. He was wearing a luxurious purple velvet robe with gold trimmings, and his platinum hair fluttered gently in the breeze. Even his big black feet, which were made of old bark, had lost their blackness and roughness. They were white and tender, and he was wearing a pair of dark-colored deerskin sandals. "You should be an old man." Gerald touched his square face and said sourly, "You're too young." "I'm a Megalosaurus mage. As long as my magic doesn't run out, it's not difficult to maintain the appearance of an 18-year-old, Tyrion said. "You weren't like this before." "I used to be a master. Now that I've met a woman who has moved my heart, of course I have to return to the secular world and become an 18-year-old again." "What girl would like a shriveled old monk?" Tyrion said matter-of-factly. The demon hunter was speechless. He was stunned for a moment before asking, "Who did you fall in love with?" "The Virgin of Aden," Tyrion said proudly. Even his eyes were full of vitality, as if he had really become younger. "You?" Gerald's eyes widened. "Are you serious? What's so strange about that? You're a matchmaker." The demon hunter sighed and couldn't continue. When he left Sintra, Tyrion wrote a letter of introduction for the demon hunter, allowing him to receive the highest VIP treatment in any city in the world of 7 gods. Well, the demon hunter didn't go to Melisandre. Instead, he responded to Yenev's call and went to Slave Bay. In return, Gerald also did the dwarf a big favor. He introduced him to a golden dragon. The demon hunter world also had Megalosaurus, but compared to Blackie, Megalosaurus were huge. An adult green dragon was only the size of a warhorse, and the largest red dragon was only 15 meters long. Black and white dragons were generally only 10 meters long. However, there were gains and losses. The Megalosaurus in this world was not gigantic, but it was very intelligent. In the distant past, the Megalosaurus had even ruled the world. The prosperity of the Megalosaurus lasted until the appearance of humans. Human sorcerers used magic to create demon hunters who specialized in dealing with monsters, and almost slaughtered the Megalosaurus. Among the small Megalosaurus, the most mysterious and the rarest was the golden dragon. The golden dragon had the highest intelligence and the ability to take human form. Tyrion's main purpose of this trip was not to teach students, nor was it to help Dragon Queen go to Sintra. Instead, it was to find the golden dragon so that he could advance further and become a demigod, Megalosaurus blood wizard. Yes, this class was his own creation. If he succeeded, there would be more Targaryens with impure blood following him in the future. "I didn't expect the 3 Jackdaws Borga to be willing to meet you." Gerald sighed. There were only 2 or 3 golden dragons in this world. With his own ability, Tyrion could hardly find one. Coincidentally, Gerald had a friend who was a golden dragon. When Tyrion asked him, he did not hide anything. However, the demon hunter only sent a letter to the golden dragon Borga, and did not really bring Tyrion to the Megalosaurus lair. "Why don't you want to see me?" "You were able to gain old Borga's appreciation because you once said that humans should not hunt innocent Megalosaurus, and I." Tyrion pointed at his chest. "I am a Megalosaurus, Megalosaurus Tyrion, the brother of the mother of dragons." Even the Megalosaurus from another world could not refuse the intimacy of a Targaryen. "But you are still a human, Sakia is a real Megalosaurus." Gerald still could not accept it. "Forget it, before me, that chick already had a few human boyfriends," Tyrion said bitterly. Sakia was Borga's adopted daughter. When Tyrion saw her, his withered heart immediately came back to life. Not only him, but even Brandon also had a good impression of her. In other words, the Targaryens' genes were engraved with the obsession and fanaticism for the Megalosaurus. When they first met, it was only natural that Sakia admired the muscular, gigolo Brandon more. The Megalosaurus had a fatal attraction to the Targaryens. At the same time, the Targaryens were also able to attract the Megalosaurus. Then, Tyrion underwent a magnificent transformation, and even broke 7 of Brandon's ribs in the duel before finally hugging the mother dragon. As for age, the Megalosaurus, Sakia's age was closer to Tyrion's. After all, she was an adult Megalosaurus. Why are you looking for me? Oh, that's not right. It's only been 5 or 6 years, and you're already back from the world of 7 gods. Didn't you say you were going to stay for 10 years? Where's the mustached poet who went with you? Tyrion asked. He's still traveling in the city of Ursus. I'm looking for you this time because of Ciri. The demon hunter said solemnly. Who? Tyrion was confused for a moment. Princess Cintra, Pavetta's daughter. Oh, Ciri. The dwarf glanced at him. You're calling her so affectionately. Ciri was Ciri's nickname. Pavetta and Tony are dead. Do you know? The demon hunter said with a serious expression. It's old news. Who in the northern kingdoms doesn't know? Geralt carefully observed his expression. It was very casual and not at all surprised. There's no reason for Pavetta to die. The storm couldn't hurt her, he said in a low voice. Her ancestor, Laura, was stronger. Even Queen Calanthe's mother shouldn't have died so young, but they did, Tyrion said calmly. Why, the curse of fate? Geralt asked in a low voice. Will there be retribution for not abiding by the law of unexpected? Tyrion asked. Yes, fate will punish you, Geralt said with difficulty. Then, why do you think that breaking a sacred oath won't lead to a curse? It's even a sacred oath with the God King. Tyrion sneered. Is this Dragon Queen's doing? Geralt muttered. Tyrion shook his head. A sacred oath is also a rule of your world. It's as common as starving if you don't eat, but it's a rule that can't be violated. The world will of this world is very strange. On one hand, it uses fate to prevent the outflow of high-level bloodlines. On the other hand, it strictly follows the rules and bestows a sad curse on those who break the oath. Geralt thought for a moment and said, I don't want Ciri to repeat the same mistake. I also believe in Dragon Queen's credibility. We have to do something, but I don't know what to do. Have you met Dragon Queen at Slaver's Bay? Tyrion asked curiously. Geralt nodded. She's very kind and intelligent. She taught me and Yennev a lot of the deep secrets of the universe. It was also the first time we learned that fate has its own rules. Did she teach you how to deal with this? Tyrion asked again. She told me to come find you. But she didn't send me a message. Tyrion frowned. She had already fulfilled her promise with Laura in the timeline. The result won't change, only the process will change. The process will be decided by us. That's good. Let's sit and wait for the result. Tyrion laughed. But I don't care about the result. I only care about Ciri's fate. Her fate is the process. If we do nothing, decades or centuries later, the Dragon Queen will still be able to get what she wants, but Ciri will end up like her mother, cursed by fate. But I don't care about Ciri's fate. I care more about the cute little female dragon. Tyrion spread out his hands. Creak, the door to the guest room opened and a female warrior walked in. She was about 23 or 24 years old and was 1.85 meters tall. She wore armor and iron boots. Her shoulders were broad and her back was thick. She had a square face, big eyes, thick lips, sharp eyes, and a determined expression. Her chest was bulging, stretching the leather armor into an exaggerated arc. Dear, you're back. Tyrion immediately greeted her with a smile. With a height of 1.35 meters and a tender face, she looked like a child who had jumped into her mother's arms. Ah, Geralt, why are you here? The tall female knight pushed away the little radish-head lover and hugged the demon hunter happily. You, thinking of Geralt's reputation, the dwarf's face turned pale. You know me? Geralt was a little confused. I have part of my mother's memories, Sakia said. The demon hunter was enlightened. Back then, Sakia's mother was about to lay her eggs. He and Yeniv worked together to defeat the mercenaries who were about to slay the dragon. It was also that time that he became good friends with Gold Dragon Borga. Oh, Borga was not Sakia's biological father. When the Gold Dragon heard that someone wanted to slay the dragon, he turned into a human and hid in the dragon-slaying team, waiting for an opportunity to kill his teammates. Geralt told her why he was here. The female dragon Sakia immediately said, Tyrion, Geralt saved my life. Help him this time. But we are about to start an uprising. Tyrion hesitated. Sakia was also a weirdo. She was a female dragon, but she advocated freedom and equality. She turned into a human and led the peasants to rebel against the nobles. Now, she had become the leader of the peasant rebellion. The dwarf was even weirder. Not only did he not dissuade her, but he also accepted the idea of freedom and equality. After he turned younger, he changed his name and became the military advisor of the rebel army. The recent autumn harvest had ended, and the dwarf was planning to lead the peasants to seize the granary of a wealthy count. It's okay, I can borrow a few elf sorcerers from the Squirrel Gang to replace you, the female dragon said. The Squirrel Gang was a rebel organization formed by the refugees of the demi-humans to rebel against the humans. Oh, this world was very lively. Be careful. The dwarf took 2 days to make new arrangements before he turned into a barefoot old monk again and followed Geralt to leave Aden. You are a noble, why are you joining the rebel army? On the way, Geralt complained, do you really believe in Sakia's equality and freedom? Sigh, as long as there are privileges in the world, equality will always be an extravagant hope. But my profession now is not a noble, but a cultivator. Experiencing a different life and gaining new insights. And, being with Sakia, I seem to have become more noble, purer, and free from vulgar interests. Living every day is very exciting, very fulfilling. The dwarf smacked his lips and reminisced. Geralt smiled bitterly, the rebel army's actions may seem righteous, but it has greatly damaged Aiden's national strength. I recently heard rumors that because the kingdom's power was restrained by the peasant rebels, the neighboring Kedwin is planning to invade Aden. Hehe, it's not a rumor, it's the truth, the dwarf smiled proudly, this is my idea. The nobles are still too powerful, and we need external help. Anyone who can be used can be sent as reinforcements. Geralt was shocked, are you crazy? If Aden is invaded, the peasants will suffer as well. Tyrion waved his hand and said nonchalantly, the invaders will be chased away one day. No matter when, the peasants will not die, but the nobles will be wiped out. Also, if the country is lost, those in power will bear the responsibility, the king will be finished, and we will be able to step onto the stage. A lot of people will die. No, it will be much less than letting the blood out slowly. With the rebel army in the country, new nobles will still be formed. Geralt sighed. We have the theory of freedom and equality, we will build a new world without nobles and discrimination. Tyrion's eyes shone. It is very likely that it will eventually prove to be unrealistic. To be honest, I really want to use reality to prove whether it can become a reality or not. Tyrion said. If it fails, the people who died will have died in vain, and the turmoil in the kingdom will be worthless. I am a person from another world, and you are telling me this? Tyrion rolled his eyes. I thought you were an honest monk. Geralt sighed. Huh. Tyrion and honesty can be linked together. You even stayed in the world of 7 gods for a few years. Chapter 1133. As soon as Geralt entered the Sintra palace, he was besieged by Sintra assassins. The assassination did not hurt the demon hunters, but it clearly showed Queen Calanthe's attitude. You should go. If Princess Pavetta was still alive, the queen may have the leisure to argue with you about the ownership of Princess Siri, but now. The old druid sighed. The little princess has become her only spiritual sustenance. You want to take her away, it's killing the queen. Before Tyrion made the request for an interview, the royal sorcerer came to him first. I've been in the world of Seven for the past few years. I swear, it's a more civilized, peaceful, and vibrant world than ours. I don't want to take Ciri away, but take her to the world of Seven and fulfill my law of surprise and the sacred oath of the Celestial Emperor. When the shackles of fate are removed, she can also receive the best education by the Celestial Emperor. Whether it's magic, bloodline development, or governance. This is the best choice for me, for Ciri, for Queen Calanthe, and even for Ciri's descendants. I'm not Tony, and I won't marry Ciri. She's just my adopted daughter. With the connection of fate created by the law of surprise, she should be convinced of my goodwill. Gerald said earnestly and sincerely. The old druid sighed. Your plan is good, but Queen Calanthe seems to be possessed. He glanced at the solemn old monk Tyrion. After Pavetta's accident, she asked the Sorcerer Brotherhood about the sacred oath and the curse. The Sorcerer Brotherhood confirmed the meaning of the sacred oath in the world of Seven and also felt that with Pavetta's strength, she wouldn't have died in a storm at sea. There must be a reason for the impossible to happen. Perhaps fate really did put a curse on Laura's bloodline. If that's the case, Queen Calanthe has no reason to refuse us. Tyrion was puzzled. Everyone has a different understanding of the curse. Queen Calanthe thinks that as long as Ciri doesn't see you for the rest of her life, the curse won't happen. This idea is not a problem for ordinary women, but she's the lioness of Cintra. How can she escape reality? Tyrion was speechless. The old druid said helplessly, she's a lion, a pitiful mother who lost her daughter in old age, and the grandmother of a 5-year-old orphan. Gerald continued, if she doesn't want to let Ciri leave, she can come with me to the world of the Seven Gods. With the valor of Queen Calanthe, it is possible that she will win for herself the crown of love and beauty. Tyrion turned to look at him. Have you played it before? In the past 4 years, I've participated in 8 tournaments. It's very interesting. Gerald nodded. How many rounds did you win? Tyrion asked curiously. There's only one match, the autumn tournament at Slaver's Bay. Yennefer wants the crown of love and beauty. After receiving her blessing, my body seems to be filled with magic. I'll win every battle. The demon hunter smiled sweetly. Aren't you a peak 8th level sword saint? Why did you only win 1 match? Druid was puzzled. I've broken through to Sword God. The demon hunter smiled proudly at first, then shook his head and sighed. The martial arts tournament is a common tradition of all the families and races in the world of 7 gods. The use of divine power is not allowed. It's purely physical strength and skill. The nobles of the world of 7 gods have body-tempering techniques. The physique of an excellent knight is only slightly inferior to that of a demon hunter. In terms of spear skills, they are superior. It's a world where martial arts flourishes. If there aren't 2 or 3 sword saint contestants in every tournament, the organizers will feel ashamed. However, there are no restrictions on weapons in the group tournament. I've never lost. I've participated in 5 times and won 5 times. I'm still not used to using a spear. The group tournament is more valuable, but it's a pity that it's not popular among the people. Tyrion commented. The old druid returned to the city and conveyed Gerald's new proposal to the queen. If I can charge into the real battlefield, why would I travel thousands of miles to the other world to play children's games? I'm just giving an example. There are many interesting things in the other world. The demon hunter said helplessly. In recent years, the situation in the north has been unstable. Without the deterrence of Princess Pavetta, the lioness is also a little exhausted. She can't let go of her country and people. However, the queen feels your sincerity. If you can find out the truth of Princess Pavetta's death, she will allow you to live outside the city and watch Princess Ciri grow up from afar. When she reaches adulthood, she can be engaged to a Targaryen prince. Well, this time there won't be a marriage banquet, just a marriage alliance. There's only one requirement. The prince's status, character, and strength can't be too much worse than Brandon's. The druid said. At this time, Geralt already understood Brandon's reputation in the Seven Kingdoms. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, "It's not that it can't be too much worse. We have to choose the best." The old druid nodded slightly and felt gratified. Although he hadn't seen Princess Ciri, the demon hunter already had a fatherly heart. There are many Targaryen princes, all of them are the true sons of the king. Queen Calanthe can choose at will, but I can't stay here for long. Tyrion frowned. The old druid's eyes flickered. Queen Calanthe is just being polite. She actually wants you to get lost as far as possible. The dwarf was stupefied. Was Princess Pavetta pregnant when she was killed? Geralt suddenly asked. The old druid looked thoughtful. That's an idea. In order to extract usable chaos magic from the universe, a female warlock would pay the price of losing her ovaries. In order to obtain extraordinary power, demon hunters would also be sterilized in the trial of grass. Well, not eunuchs, but simply unable to have children. But losing fertility wasn't a necessary condition to become a warlock. In essence, warlocks were exchanging fertility for the ability to use chaos magic. If the bloodline was strong enough to innately trigger chaos magic, naturally there was no need for sterilization. Or, Dany was willing to forge a King of Gods cauldron for the demon hunter world. In the future, female warlocks would no longer have ovaries atrophy when using magic. Pavetta's bloodline was strong enough that her ovaries didn't atrophy. But if she became pregnant again, it was entirely possible that her magic would lose control and her strength would decline. A healthy Pavetta is indeed not afraid of storms, but if she's pregnant. The old druid slowly said, "I have to ask Prince Kratz." Geralt thought for a moment and said, "We'll go find him ourselves." To investigate the cause of Pavetta's death, we have to go to the Skellig Islands at least once. After leaving the capital of Sintra, the demon hunter stopped the dwarf who had transformed into a megalosaurus and was about to fly back to Aden. "Come with me. With you around, the nobles of various countries are more reasonable." When Melisandre was on a diplomatic mission to various countries, she sent a map of Westeros marked with military strength to each country. So, the nobles knew that the Khanate of True Dragons behind the Northern Ice Kingdom alone could easily dispatch 200,000 roaring warriors. And the armies of the northern countries added together couldn't even reach 200,000 knights. How could they be unreasonable? Tyrion said proudly. The demon hunter glanced at the mystic dragon Tyrion. "It's too troublesome to find a boat to cross the sea. Carry me there. Get lost. I've always only ridden women. I can't be ridden by a man." The mystic dragon roared. "I don't ride men either. I'll stand on your back." Geralt jumped and landed firmly on the back of the megalosaurus. "You're already a sword god and you still can't fly," the mystic dragon Tyrion said. "The demon hunter's curse system is not compatible with the sword god of your world. Although my soul has been sublimated and my will has been divinized, the total amount of magic power has not increased by much. Also, the demon hunters only have exorcism spells and no flying spells." Geralt said helplessly. "Convert to the Seven Gods." The Church of the Seven Gods also has demon hunters who specialize in eliminating evil creatures. They can use the power of holy light to form wings. After the convergence of the celestial bodies ends and the world of the seven gods is far away, the holy light won't work. That might not be the case. The Skellig Islands were geographically similar to the Iron Islands. The inhabitants of the islands also made a living by hunting and raiding the sea. But their lord, the Kratz, was not bad. He was a simple and honest middle-aged man. Pavetta and Tony were my responsibility. I should have died as an apology, but Calanthe refused. But I. The red-bearded man's face was full of self-blame. For more than a year, I've been investigating this matter. Tyrion's eyes flashed. Since you're investigating this matter, it means that you've found something strange. The red-bearded man looked at him in surprise and nodded. After that, I sent hundreds of ships and boats to search for the shipwrecked crew members in the sea. In the end, not a single living person was found. Maybe the storm was too strong and they were all wiped out. The demon hunter said. The ship was full of experienced elite sailors. In theory, no matter how big the storm was, there would always be people who could survive using wine barrels, planks, bathtubs, and other floating objects. Similar things have happened countless times. In theory, Pavetta shouldn't have died. Tyrion sighed. So, something against common sense must have happened on the ship. This is what I want to understand. Kratz said. Do you have friends who are proficient in prophecy? Tyrion asked. Kratz shook his head. Masters of prophecy are legendary existences. I have no chance to meet them. In fact, there aren't many astrologers in the entire continent. There aren't many prophecy mages in your world, right? The demon hunter asked. Alas, times have changed. 100 years ago, third-rate forest witches could also peek into the river of time. But after the long night, time and fate were locked in the depths of the universe by my sister. Even the professional prophecy profession, Moon Chanter, was renamed Natural Disaster Forecaster. They can no longer peek into the fate of people. But... Tyrion looked at Geralt with a strange expression. Some old monsters who are proficient in prophecy have lived until now. Maybe she can help you. Who is she? The demon hunter felt uncomfortable under his stare. Melisandre. Geralt's expression turned bitter. Is there anyone else? Melisandre often misinterprets prophecies, but prophecy is her innate talent. Even if she came to another world, she should be able to use it. At least she's more reliable than others. By the way, don't ask her to interpret the prophecy. Just ask her what she saw in the fire. I know about her past. The demon hunter nodded and asked, where is she? I heard that the people leading the New Sun religion in the south are rebelling. Another rebellion? Geralt was stunned. He asked suspiciously, are you deliberately disrupting our world? Aunt May rode on top of the demon hunter and panted. Who would want to do that without a special reason? The government of Nilfgaardian in the south was too powerful. The rebels could only form secret societies and did not even have a base. Geralt only took 3 months to find Tyrion. It took him 2 years to find the patriarch of the New Sun religion, who was hiding in the corner. I know you're looking for me. I even prophesied the reason why you're looking for me. But I just have to hide and avoid you. This is punishment. Chapter 1134. I'm sorry. Geralt didn't resist and let her do what she wanted. After she vented, he immediately asked, can you predict the real cause of Pavetta's death? Aunt May lay beside the demon hunter with a satisfied expression, her wet red hair intertwined with her white hair. I have no fate connection with her, so I can't predict. Tyrion said you can help me, Geralt said anxiously. He didn't say I can't help you, but I lack the materials to perform the prophecy, the red-robed woman said lazily. What materials? The blood of someone related to Pavetta's fate. Perhaps I don't need blood, but at least let me see them face to face. Just like when you're looking for something lost, you'll definitely follow the path you've taken. This is a connection. Let's go to Sintra immediately, Geralt said. I'm busy with singing right now and can't leave. You can bring the unexpected child to me. If Calanthe allowed Ciri to come with me, things wouldn't be so complicated. Geralt smiled bitterly. Then there's no other way. Why are you rebelling? Gerald was puzzled. The priests of the Sun sect humiliated me, so I want revenge, Melisandre said coldly. What did they do? When I heard that the Sun sect was a Nilfgaard religion, I yearned for this country. After completing the mission given by the Dragon Queen, I immediately rushed over. But when I met the High Priest of the Sun sect, they knew my identity, but because I'm a woman, they mocked me. Gerald's mouth twitched. You went to the wrong temple. The Sun sect is a male-dominated sect, and all the clergy are men, just like the Sorceress Academy, which is full of women. Moreover, the Sun sect's teachings are cruel and barbaric, advocating destruction and conquest. Letting you into the church and receiving you is already giving face to your messenger. Melisandre immediately said, so I founded the new Sun sect. Is it worth wasting so much time and energy just to get angry? The demon hunter said helplessly. The church can also help me gather the power of faith and practice some of my ideas. It's worth it. Anyway, I don't have to worry about my lifespan. Time and energy are worthless. Gerald suddenly understood. You don't dare to mess around in the world of the 7 gods, so you use our world to test your Tao. Your world is very lively. Melisandre smiled. Will you leave after the astral convergence ends? Gerald asked. Isn't that nonsense? Stay in this wasteland and wait for death. I still want to see the scenery of the high-dimensional universe. Aunt May said matter-of-factly. In other words, the new sun religion that worships you only has a few decades of lifespan. You won't lose out either. I will leave behind a new legacy and philosophy. Forget it. I just hope that there will never be a shadow binder in our world. Gerald smiled bitterly. Are you looking down on me? Aunt May narrowed her eyes. No, I'm afraid of you. Aunt May leaned sideways and rested her head on her hand. She carefully observed the demon hunter's expression and said, How many years have you been in the world of 7 gods? Do you know my past? It has nothing to do with your past. You draw my blood every day to test your blood witchcraft. I'm very afraid. Gerald's eyes flickered. If you're afraid, then leave. Aunt May brushed her long hair away from her cheeks, got out of bed, and began to put on her clothes. I need your help. Either you bring the people here, or you wait a few years for me to establish a foundation here. How many followers do you have now? Gerald asked. 100 mind slaves. Gerald frowned. Nilfgaardian is used to relegate captured soldiers to slaves. In other words, the slaves are all foreigners. You're rebelling in Nilfgaardian, but without the support of your own people, how can you succeed? What do you know? I'm learning from Danny Rise's successful experience, Aunt May said with a sense of superiority. Using slaves as confidants, using the identity of the patriarch of the new sun religion to develop a church that worships me as a god. You definitely don't understand this method. Do you think I'm illiterate? Gerald rolled his eyes. In any city in the world of 7 gods, in any bookstore, you can find countless versions of the Dragon Queen's biography. Unfortunately, you're not born to do this kind of thing. You've been rebelling for 4 or 5 years, and you only have 100 followers. Based on what you did in the Westeros, I can be sure that your political intelligence is very low. You're both rebelling, but you're a few hundred streets behind Tyrion. Aunt May said coldly, Are you insulting me? Gerald rolled his eyes and laughed. You can learn from Tyrion. Do you know the Virgin of Ardian? The leader of the rebellion, Sakia? Do you know how she became famous? Melisandre thought for a moment and said uncertainly, The first time I heard of this person was because she successfully slayed a dragon. Yes, that dragon was Tyrion. He attacked villages in the form of a demonic dragon and attracted the attention of the entire continent. The little-known farmer's daughter, Sakia, led the villagers to revolt and fought the megalosaurus in front of countless people. After an arduous battle, she stabbed the demonic dragon's eye with a dung fork. Farmer's daughter, leading the people to defend their home and slaying the dragon with a dung fork. So, all the rebels unanimously elected her as their leader, and the people even affectionately called her Virgin of Ardian. Aunt May was stunned and said, "You mean, I'll also become a dragon slayer? I have many megalosaurus friends. Help me with this act first, then I'll go to Sintra with you." Aunt May gritted her teeth. 2 years later, the red-robed woman fled Nilfgaardian in disgrace. Why did it turn out like this? Aunt May murmured in confusion as she lay on Gerald's back. "Sigh, I made a mistake. Nilfgaardian and Ardian are different. Ardian was already in constant uprisings and was weak, so they couldn't do anything about the demonic dragon. But Nilfgaardian is too strong," the demon hunter said helplessly. After more than a year, they finally managed to invite a 10-meter-long red dragon, Sakia's mother. But as soon as they heard that the Megalosaurus was attacking villages, Nilfgaardian sorcerers, priests of the sun, imperial knights, and dragon-slaying mercenaries all swarmed over. Before Aunt May could perform, the red dragon ran away in fear. The female dragon ran away, but the Nilfgaardians refused to let her go. The Megalosaurus was full of treasures. Dragon tears, dragon blood, and dragon teeth were extremely precious alchemy materials. Not only could they help the sorcerers increase their magic power, they could even be made into elixirs that could prolong life and preserve youth. Aunt May couldn't just stand by and watch, so she had to help. Then, she was taught a lesson by the otherworldly sorcerers. "The humans in this world are too greedy," Melisandre said. "Humans in every world are greedy. Otherwise, why would the Dragon Queen make her own dragon island? My foundation is ruined, my identity is exposed, and I've lost my emissary halo." "Sigh, what a loss," Aunt May said helplessly. "It's okay. The northern countries have always had a tense relationship with Nilfgaardian. You can continue to form the new sun in the north, or you can join the Sorcerer Council. You've felt it yourself. Few people are your match in a one-on-one fight, but sorcerers are used to working in groups. Even demigods can't do much." Aunt May was a little tempted. The power of a group was indeed stronger than that of an individual, especially when the power of this world was not low. If my identity is exposed and everyone knows about my ambitions, will they still accept me? She was worried. The spellcasters in our world are not pure and they often cause trouble. "If you rebel in Nilfgaardian, they'll think you're unsociable," Gerald said. "I'm from another world. Won't I be suspected of having ulterior motives? If there's a sorcerer from another world who rebels in our world, they'll definitely be attacked." Aunt May was skeptical. Gerald said, "There's a celestial convergence here every few hundred years. It's too common for people from another world to do so. You've seen Frances. She's a pure-blooded elf and the leader of the Squirrel Gang, but she still holds the position of the president of the Sorceress Association." Well, the Squirrel Gang was a guerrilla group formed by elves, dwarves, halflings and other non-human races to oppose the human regime. It was not a strict organization. As long as they were from another race who raised the flag of rebellion, they were called the Squirrel Gang. "Sigh, your world is really lively." After sighing, Aunt May frowned and said, "It's not the first time I've caused trouble in Nilfgaardian. A few years ago, the army and the sorcerer group didn't react so quickly. Is it because there's a new king?" "You mean, white fire dancing on the enemy's grave, Imhir?" Aunt May nodded. "He's the son of the previous king, who usurped the throne and went into exile. Well, his situation is a bit like Dany Rise's. No, Imhir is more like Dragon Queen's father, Mad King Aerys. I heard that he fried his enemies who were still alive in a pot of oil. The tombstones of those who died were also dug up and paved with stone slabs in the palace's ballroom. 7 levels of hell, dancing on the enemy's tombstones. Even the Mad King is not as good as him." "It's a bit like him," Gerald agreed. Aunt May thought for a while and began to summarize the reasons for her failure. "Because he's like the Mad King, I thought he was nothing to be afraid of. I was careless and ignored the fact that he snatched the throne from the usurper. The Mad King was a rich second generation, but Imhir is a restorer like Danny Rise. Of course, he's infinitely far away from Danny Rise. He should be the combination of the Mad King and Tywin. While crazy and ruthless, he also has the wisdom to rule. Not bad, not bad. It makes sense. The demon hunter nodded. The northern countries are in danger. Melisandre suddenly exclaimed. Oh, why do you say that? It's a prediction I made on a whim. The demon hunter was stupefied. A cruel man can't live a peaceful life. He can either abuse his own people or vent his desires abroad. Smart people know which to choose. Unfortunately, Imhir is both cruel and smart. That's just your guess. The northern countries are far more powerful than you think. They won't be invaded so easily. If Imhir is smart, he must know this, Geralt said. Then let's wait and see. When they arrived at Cintra, the news of Melisandre's actions in Nilfgaard had already spread throughout the northern countries. Calanthe's attitude towards her was more vigilant and less courteous, but there was no direct hostility. The slaves there have suffered too much. I want to free them and change the cruel doctrine of the sun, Melisandre explained dryly. I don't care what you do in Nilfgaard, as long as you don't do the same thing in Cintra. Now that you've come to my palace and seen me, can you predict my daughter's life or death? Calanthe said lightly. You suspect that Pavetta is not dead? I sincerely hope that she is not dead. That's easy. Melisandre nodded and looked around. Where is the little princess? I need a drop of her blood. Ciri was not in the palace. Use mine. Calanthe held out her right hand. Not only your daughter, but also Princess Ciri's father. I only care about my daughter. I don't care about Tony's life or death. Okay. Chapter 1135. When Calanthe dripped her blood into the bonfire in the center of the palace, the flames suddenly rose more than 5 feet. Then, the people standing by the bonfire saw a blurry scene in the fire. They couldn't see the faces of the people, but the scenery around the people was familiar. The Cintra Palace, the streets, the slums, and even the Skellig archipelago, the sea, the storm. Several shadows were entangled, and the scene was gloomy, as if it was a world of death and decay. She's dead, her soul. Before the red-robed woman finished her words, the bonfire suddenly shone with a golden light, and an eye that could fill the whole world seemed to condense in the flame. Everyone near the bonfire felt their hearts, souls, and bodies become incomparably heavy. They couldn't help but kneel on the ground, sweating and in a trance. The golden light disappeared as soon as it was released, and all the images in the fire disappeared. What was that? The old druid stood up shakily, but then fell to the ground with a plop. He was shocked to find that his physical strength, magic power, and spiritual power were all gone, as if they had evaporated in the golden light. That's where Pavetta's soul went after she died. Melisandre's clothes were soaked with sweat, and her voice was hoarse. I knew she was strong, but there was only one eye left in the past, alas. Who? Geralt was also weak and almost couldn't stand. The red-robed woman shook her head silently. Where did my daughter's soul go? Calanthe struggled to get up from the floor. Maybe she went to heaven, maybe she returned to the world of death, maybe she had another destination. I don't know, but I'm sure she's really dead. You all saw that before the golden light appeared, the world where the shadow in the fire was dark and oppressive. That was the land of death. Calanthe closed her eyes to hide the pain in her eyes, but the slits in her eyes couldn't stop the tears from falling. She turned sideways to prevent others from seeing her weakness, and quickly wiped away the salty water that had slipped to her lips. She asked in a low voice, "What's the golden light?" "It's the light of redemption. A great god took her away from the cold and gloomy kingdom of the dead," Melisandre said. "Which god?" Calanthe asked. Aunt May rolled her eyes and said, "It could be Mitely." Didn't Pavetta believe in Mitely when she was alive? With her highness character, it's very reasonable for her to be saved by the god of her faith. Mitely was the 7 gods of this world. There were only 3 females, 1 old, 1 middle-aged, and 1 young. Calanthe could not find a flaw in the red-robed woman's words. Her daughter had never done anything evil. After her bloodline awakened, she had been working hard to save people and protect the country. It would be unreasonable if Merit-Lay did not save her. Knowing that her daughter had found a good home, the Sintra lioness felt much better. Based on the previous images, it seems that I can't find the cause of my daughter's death, she said with a frown. Prophecies have always been random and vague. If it were 100 years ago, I might have confidently explained the meaning of the prophecy to you, but, after a pause, Melisandre smiled bitterly and said, "I can only guide the person involved to observe for himself. I dare not give a direct answer." Calanthe looked at the court mage, hoping that he could give an answer to the prophecy. The druid frowned and said, "I saw a few figures entangled together. Maybe the princess and Tony hugged each other, facing the storm of death helplessly and calmly." Calanthe's eyes lit up. She took Aunt May's hand and said eagerly, "Tony doesn't seem to believe in Mitely. His soul should still be in the land of death. Can you summon his soul?" "I'm making a prophecy, not summoning the undead." "We can always get some information, right?" Calanthe insisted. Aunt May nodded. "Let me see Princess Ciri and use her aura to search for her father's life trace." "You," Calanthe pointed at the demon hunter. "Get out." Geralt opened his mouth to speak, but when he saw the determination in Calanthe's eyes, he sighed helplessly and turned to leave silently. "It's not a big deal to let him see her, right?" Aunt May felt a little indignant for her lover. "No, once they meet, their fates will be linked, just like Tony and Pavetta," Calanthe said firmly. "The demon hunter will only take Ciri as an adopted daughter, not like Tony," Aunt May said. "Madame Melisandre, do you know that Geralt is the child of accident?" Calanthe asked. "Is that so? What a coincidence." Aunt May did not realize the seriousness of the problem. He became a demon hunter because of the fate arranged by the law of accident. "I don't want Ciri to be like him, wandering around, alone and helpless. My granddaughter will be the queen, get married and have children. She will have both happiness and longevity, and have many children and grandchildren." This. The red-robed woman was stunned. "You think too much, don't you? It's about Ciri's future." "I'd rather think too much." Melisandre was speechless. About 10 minutes later, the king of Icethar came over with a 7 or 8-year-old little girl in his arms. She had very two-dimensional gray fluffy hair, a round, chubby face, and a shy, timid face. She was very lovable. Melisandre was stunned the moment she saw Ciri, as if countless images flashed through her mind. "Madame Melisandre?" The old druid nudged her. "Is there a problem?" Calanthe was puzzled. The power of fate in her body is too stronger than Geralt's. The red-robed woman's gaze still did not leave the little girl. Calanthe rolled her eyes and said disapprovingly, "How can a mere demon hunter compare to the future queen of Sintra?" "No, Geralt. Forget it, Princess Ciri, look at the fire. Don't we need blood?" The druid was puzzled. "No, the power of fate in her body is too strong." The red-robed woman shook her head. With the experience from last time, everyone consciously moved closer to the bonfire and stuck their eyeballs to the flames, the palace of Sintra, the sea, the archipelago, the ship, the storm. Who dares to spy on our king?" The images stopped abruptly. Bright starlight shone through the fire, followed by an angry roar. "Ah," Aunt May groaned, 2 red lines flowing down her nostrils. Everyone was shocked and took a few steps back. "I was careless. I was completely unprepared. I thought Tony was dead. I didn't expect that not only did he not die, but he also has a sorcerer who is proficient in astrology. The red-robed woman's expression was unpleasant. My father is not dead? Ciri was surprised. Tony is not dead. Calanthe and Isithar looked at each other, their expressions were unpleasant. Are you sure? The old druid's voice trembled. The red-robed woman glanced at him and said lightly, unless Princess Ciri is the child of Pavetta and another man. Otherwise, as you can see, the images are colorful and not a land of death. The sorcerer on the other side also said that our king is not the late king. Our king. Calanthe thought carefully. Tony is the king. Tony said that he is the prince of Metchet, Isithar said. Metchet was a remote principality smaller than a booger. It was very far from Sintra and could not even be found on the normal version of the map. In the Westeros, it was probably similar to the finger of Uncle Finger's Five-Finger Peninsula. Before Aegon unified the Seven Kingdoms, the lords of the Seven Kingdoms often called themselves kings. Princess Ciri, you went to the Skellige archipelago with your parents. Why weren't you on the ship before you left? Melisandre was puzzled. Pavetta sent her off the ship, Calanthe said. That doesn't make sense. The princess and her husband were preparing to return to Sintra. It doesn't make sense for them to leave their daughter on the island. Maybe Pavetta was worried about the storm. Isithar said. That's even more unreasonable. They were not in a hurry. If they were worried about the shipwreck, they could have waited for the storm to calm down. It was only a few days. Anyway, they decided to leave their daughter on the island, the red-robed woman said. Indeed, Aunt May continued, I suspect that the princess discovered a secret related to Tony, so she changed her mind at the last minute. Tony is still alive, which in itself proves that he does have a secret. Ciri looked at her as if she was about to cry. Take the princess away, Calanthe said to the attendant. After the little lowly left, the queen called in the demon hunter who was squatting outside the palace and staring blankly at the sky. There's a problem with Tony, a big problem. She looked at the demon hunter coldly. It was this person who had tried everything to protect Tony. I'll go to Metchet to find out the truth, Gerald said with a frown. Of course, the demon hunter did not find anything, but this proved one thing again, there was a problem with Tony. In the years that followed, Gerald ran around the world, looking for my king, who had just ascended the throne in recent years. There were too many booger kingdoms in the demon hunter world. In the Westeros, they were all at the level of knights and earls. The largest country was only the size of a king's territory or a stormland. Melisandre went to Thanet Island, the holy land of mages in the northern countries, and became a teacher at the Sorceress Academy. While teaching and educating people, she learned the spells of the other world and established the Red God sect, which was also the New Sun sect, with a new name. Well, the New Sun sect that she had been fiddling with was the Red God sect that abolished slavery. After Lalo went to prison, the Red God sect fell apart. There was no more Red God. The Dragon Queen only needed the Demon King of Hell, Lalo. The Red God could exist, but not Lalo. Aunt May had deep feelings for the Red God sect that she had believed in for hundreds of years. Since Lalo had committed a crime, she felt that she could try to take over the position of CEO. 3 years later, Melisandre returned to Sintra again, a ruin of death buried in blood and fire. When she crossed the barrier of the old druid and entered the palace, she saw the once valiant lioness of Sintra lying on the soft couch drinking wine, ignoring the cries and fighting outside the window. Why are you here? She glanced at Aunt May, her eyes full of despair and death. Just half a month ago, more than 100,000 Nilfgaardian soldiers unexpectedly crossed the Arm Mountains, equivalent to Wei Yan's Meridian Valley miracle. Sintra was caught off guard and hurriedly sent out troops, but the enemy had already prepared an ambush. Faced with an enemy that was several times stronger than her own army, Lioness Calanthe led the Sintra cavalry to launch a desperate charge, and then they were really wiped out. Only Calanthe led a few dozen remaining soldiers to escape back to the capital of Sintra, and even Prince Easter died on the battlefield. The incident was too sudden for the northern countries to send reinforcements. As soon as Calanthe returned to the palace, Nilfgaardian vanguard chased after her. The sorcerers only needed one round of magic to break the city gate, and the massacre began. Fortunately, the palace had layers of magic barriers left behind by the sorcerers of the past, especially the demigod-level protective spell left by Pavetta, which lasted for 5 days. The sorcerers took turns to attack, with bows and arrows, and even the cavalry, but the barrier still lasted for 5 days. "I warned you a long time ago," Aunt May said cheerfully. "Imhir has the shadow of Tywin and Aegon the Conqueror in him, but his nature is that of a mad king. I said that he would attack you sooner or later, but you didn't believe me and thought that I had ulterior motives. What now?" Well, when Aunt May first joined the Sorcerers Association, she followed Zhang Yi and Su Qin's example and formed an alliance with the northern countries to attack Nilfgaardian in advance. "She's a lunatic." This was the comment of the dignitaries. "She's fooling the king again," said those who knew Aunt May's dark history. "You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.